we never really settle the score. Half the town screaming out in vain, the other half is fake, but everybody's singing along. It's okay, we'll all soon be gone. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind, but everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. Yeah! Everyone's a hypocrite. In this game we cannot win. Hey, what's the matter with the bright You're the battery that keeps me awake. Reload under your control before I break. Killing frustration, have to do it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you die. You live or you die. You're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you die. You live or you die. Live or you die. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Motivation to youth only. Mentally feel like Kobe. I'm like Jokic with the rock. You physically couldn't hold me. I don't care if you pushing 40. You can never little bro me. Euro step like Ginobili. From young OG to the OG. From nosebleeds to floor seats. Circle stronger than Cuban links. My gold dance, your gold plated. You verse me, now that's a reach. We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? We ready. Been ready. I waited. My turn. On God. Held steady. I keep dropping back to back. I keep going if you let me. I've been sitting at the top, looking down at those who left me. Promise I'm not being petty. I'm the one they envy. Brody moving state to state. Make $1 million out to send me. Plus I grinded from the start. I was stacking pennies. I might dip like Machiavelli. After the confetti. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? I'm done. I'm aware it's wrong. Everything fake news. But what to do? I'm so lost. Ain't got no clue. New trends everywhere. I'm burned out 'cause I care about it all the time. I can't turn around. Bow, bow, bow your head. Bow, bow, bow your head. Bow, bow, bow your head. Bow, bow. burn, so cover up your eyes. Sooner than you know, we'll rise. Baby, I just wanna take you home. So lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. In this hellhole I've been stuck, but I feel something I never felt before. I can't stop this craving. If you tried it once, you want it even more. The smoke down here will sting and burn, so cover up your eyes. Sooner than you know, we'll rise. Baby, I just wanna take you home. So lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. I just wanna take you home. So lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you've got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. Baby, I just wanna take you home. So lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you've got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. Not that vagrant kind. Yeah! Why are you running away when you see the light? Is it because you can't get over yourself tonight? Listen to the sirens, you'll hear them.
Well, hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome into the SMITE 2 Founders Series Knockout LAN. It's going to be a fun one. Yesterday, we had a blast, 4 best-of-3s, a lot of games. Today, we're doing the same thing, 4 best-of-3s, a lot of games, 2 groups, and only, well, I guess 3 teams, 6 teams total move forward. My name's Gormizer. Over there, that's Trelly, who's going to be sitting with me on this one as we start to break down and break into what is going on in the LAN, just in those booths down the hallway. And of course, what's been going on with where these players are headed and what their primary goal is, which is Vegas.
Who are these guys laughing at? Like, what got them laughing so much? Those are some great pictures of us.
I liked it. I was thinking about it because like we took like the proper ones.
Yeah, we
right?
sure
I found
did.
I have a pose. I finally figured it out
Show
after
us.
taking a lot of like selfies. I figured out that I look best if my body's one direction, my face is like at an angle.
Wow.
But I'd have to like turn like.
Oh wow.
It looks better.
That's good.
It looks way better than when you look at me head on like this. This is a whole different conversation, man. This is a thing though. Again, everybody, we're playing in 2 groups of 4. The 4th place team on each group gets eliminated, so 3 teams will move on to a 6-team double elim bracket for the Vegas tournament. But more importantly, right now, what are they doing and how are they playing? Well, up front, You've got 2 gods that are banned this weekend. It's going to be Nuwa and Thor that are banned because of game-breaking bugs. And more importantly, because of the release schedule of patches, which if you've been keeping up with that, there was one, I think, Tuesday that dropped, and then another really big one that came out yesterday with the CC buffering and things like that, although I can't remember if that was scheduled for a specific amount of time or if it's still going on. Either way, because all of those changes are happening, we're playing on CA7, and it's just to make sure that everybody's on the same playing field. They've had the same amount of time to practice on it. They know this meta a little bit better, right? You're not, figuring out who can adapt to the newest thing that came out 2 days ago. You're playing on who is the best on CA7, which I believe had just released, during playoffs. So It is the same thing that playoffs was played on. They've had some more time to try and figure it out and make sure that everybody is, again, coming in on a level playing field with the same access to it, same kind of practice behind it.
And just for the record, I'm pretty sure the CC buffering was available from 2 to 9 yesterday,
Yeah, it
and
was
you
like
could
a very
also
limited
submit
time.
you could also submit your feedback. So if you did play it and you loved it or you hated it, make sure you put that feedback in. It helps develop the game.
Yes, like literally, please actually tell us because that makes a huge difference in where things are going. But for here, we don't got to worry about that. That's like Vegas talk, right? That's like in a month from now, assuming that some of that stuff sticks, right? So that's a lot of stuff for us to figure out eventually. What we have to figure out right now, again, is who's going and who's not. Trelly, we've split this, I've said it a couple of times, into 2 groups of 4.
Right.
The first seed, this is actually really important, and playoffs, the first seed from each group from EMEA and NA got to be the heads of their own group, and then they drafted the other team's groups, which is where these came up. Look at Group B. I personally think that this one was a doozy. Smoke Break, Team Risk, Food Drive for Globe. So a lot of powerhouses. Los Lille as well in this one. Kind of the wild card, a team that we saw yesterday was keeping up in kills, not so much in farm. Really curious to see what they're going to look like today. Later on, they're going to be playing against Team Risk. That is a doozy of a matchup. But with both of them being 0-1, that gives it a little bit of a spicy matchup. That being said, also means that if you lose that one, you're really, really hoping somebody else gives you some upsets to maybe flip the standings around.
All right, I mean, that very well could be the matchup that decides who isn't qualifying, right? Both at 0-1. 2 losses could just be the guarantee depending on how the rest of the round robin shakes out. So that's going to be one that everyone has to keep their eyes on. And, man, it's kind of crazy that Team Risk gets 2-0'd on the first day of our knockout land.
The first 2 games they've lost in the Founder Series, too, where it's like out of nowhere. Unfortunate for them, but they get a chance to redeem themselves later, and of course they'll play again tomorrow against Food Drive for Globe. But that's Group B, and as you can see, those are 3 and 5 p.m. tentative start times both today and tomorrow. Also Friday the 13th. Just double checking on that one. That is a truth and a fact.
True.
We are in Group A right now. That's where we're going to be. It starts off today and tomorrow, 11 and 1 p.m. Tentative start times depends on the sets. Well, actually, the 11 a.m., as you can see, is right now. That's how it's going. A couple of teams finding some wins, maybe not as big of a surprise. Team name but with 5 M's, the number 1 seed from North America, find themselves a 2-0. Although Game 1 was a lot closer than you would think. Game 2, maybe not so much. And then Borscht with their 2-0 over Malvinas gives us a very similar spot in the standings. Trelly, it turns out that when you have 2 sets, 4 teams, and they each play 1 set, 2 teams go up 1-0, 2 teams go to 0-1. The difference is, and I remember looking at this yesterday, because of the matchups, you have a little bit more, right? Team Risk versus Los Lille happening in Group B means that you have the opportunity for some 1-1s to occur, same thing. And while that can happen here, I feel like some of these matchups, and looking at Team Name but with 5 M's, you have this much bigger potential for 2 teams, and I guess capabilities is what I should say. 2 teams could go 2-0 today if they are in Group A. If Team Name but with 5 M's win and Borscht win, they could go up 2-0. They could also end up 1-1, and then I believe if that ends up happening, everybody's 1-1, and this group gets all topsy-turvy.
And that's the thing, Gore. That's why this plus minus is so important, but everyone's been getting 2-0'd or 0-2'd, right? We haven't had the 3-game sets yet. If you do get that one game and then you lose, it could change everything, right? The plus minus is so important. So not only do I hope that these teams that took some losses yesterday, went back to the drawing board tonight, just like kind of grouped up about their comps and such, but how they want to play the early game is so important. How many times did we see, some 5v5s at the start of the game, some invades, some lane swaps, some proxies, and then even some cringe ganks early on because teams have studied so much they know exactly where you're going to be. The early game can decide everything, and all you have to do is get that one win to make your plus minus change. That could be the deciding factor on whether or not we see you in Vegas.
And realistically, the fact that today, I mean, if you go 2-0, you're pretty much set, right? Like you've beat 2 other teams. That's kind of what you need. You've got the head-to-head, even if you tie. So like, there's a lot of stuff that goes in your favor there.
Yep.
There's still definitely room for a lot of that to change, and I guess depends. If you're an admin, I would call them headaches, right, to occur. If you're us, just extra smite that can shape up. But what we're looking at now is Malvinas going up against 5Ms, right? And so this is going to be, I think, a very, very, very interesting matchup. Mainly because yesterday, and we've seen 5Ms. We know they dominate. They ran North America. Prior to running North America in the playoffs, they were still running North America. Like they've been a really dominant force through Swiss, through playoffs, et cetera, et cetera.
They ran North America sans Cowabunga.
Sans Cowabunga.
And then Cowabunga got dropped out, which is still crazy, by the way, just to, considering that even happened. But yes, Team Nemo with 5Ms is still that.
They were the number 2 team till they were the number 1.
Exactly. Now they're the powerhouse that everyone's got their eyes on. Team Risk was the powerhouse that everyone had their eyes on until
they were the number 1 team.
Yesterday. When now anything could happen. So I'm not ready to lock in just, absolute domination for any squad, but if there was a team that was, looking unbeatable at the moment, it's Team Nemo with 5Ms.
And that's where Malvinas, their whole everything is going to be complicated here, right? So talking about this team, they were kind of number 2. They played, second fiddle to Los Lille in LATAM. I think the 1 week they found the most success. For those of you who watched a while ago, they were playing under the name Malibu. Now if they've got their sponsor, Trelly, just unfortunately, we're always second fiddle, except for the 1 week that Los Lille didn't play in LATAM, where Los Lille also then won Brazil, because that's the tournament they played in. So you've kind of got this chip on your shoulder, but this has been a team that week in and week out, we're constantly improving. They have Los Lille scrum partners. They have always been improving week to week to week to week to week.
Yep.
And so it's been really fun to watch, and that, to me, makes me curious what they're going to look like today, because that's the kind of thing. So what did you learn yesterday after a 2-0 loss that you're going to bring into it and change up for today?
Well, here's the thing. I do want to make sure that I take the positives from what we watched yesterday, because I was really, really hyped to watch Fachicho. I think that LATAM prioritizes this Zeus pick so much, and it has mixed success. There were times where he just flexed his mechanical prowess, got the instant 3-stun, and it was cooking, and I was like, okay, now we've got something going here, right? Like now I get to see this in action. But then there was other times where the duo lane just got hung out to dry. Smitero and Beltway weren't really able to make those rotations. So if they made some adaptations tonight, after watching the game back, I'm sure they did some Vadoru. Everything that we've heard from Malm and Dilo about these guys is they are grinders. They are down to make the small, minute changes that can push their gameplay over the edge. Hopefully we see a little bit more presence towards the duo lane, because NA, if nothing else, they love winning out in the duo lane, getting those early gold furies, and that is very hard to come back from when it starts snowballing early on.
I do think it's worth mentioning also as an asterisk, which is that some of their players, they had to change things up, right? Like, they don't have, I believe, their main jungler, so they definitely swapped some things up as they came here, but the fact that they still looked pretty decent yesterday gives me some hope and has some curiosity sparked again for this first set. But you don't have to take it from me. Instead, we can jump in. We've got an interview with Beltway standing by.
Hi, my name's Dolson. I'm here with Beltway, solo laner in the team booth. Beltway, start with me a little bit. Look back to yesterday, obviously hoping for a win, come up a bit short. What does the go-home prep regroup look like for you guys? How do you look back on the match yesterday and prepare for a game today?
Yeah, yesterday we did our homework. We rewatched the games and tried to fix about mistakes, some mistakes about the draft maybe. When it comes to the jungle, also some positionings, like in the duo. We did our stuff. We knew it was the first time we faced a top team like them. We are prepared for now.
Good. And speaking of top teams, you got a really strong opponent across the aisle today. When you look at the roster that they've built and knowing how they like to play the game, what are you prepared for? How do you play against a team? Any particular players that you're identifying that you maybe want to slow down?
Yeah, most of us already played against them when they was in the United squad. We know they are probably one of the top teams right now. So we did research on them. We're gonna play our style, draft as good as we can.
Well, 4 teams in the group. 3 teams making it out. As the weekend goes on, do you feel the pressure starts to build up? Each game that you play, it's a little bit more important than the last.
Yeah, we knew yesterday was like testing the waters. Like, again, we only scrim against Los Lille, so it's really good to show yesterday and see what the teams have in mind. For tomorrow, we expect like our last bullet, you know.
Sure.
Not saying that we're gonna lose today, but we know that we are facing top team right now.
Well, and kind of final thoughts here. As the Latin American representatives, tons of support for you guys. That's something this team can sense, the support behind this squad.
Yeah, we saw in the stream when we were watching the replay. So thanks for all the support.
Good. Well, a lot of people excited to watch you play. Best of luck. Gormizer, take it away.
So something that I pick up in there, first off, the support is real. I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
chat,
Absolutely.
y'all are awesome with it. The other part of that, though, and is worth mentioning again, is a lot of these players, you know, if you are watching this and you've been watching Smite for a while and you're scratching your head, you're like, wait a minute, like, I think I know that guy's name. You probably do, because they did play long time ago. If you remember the Global Series when that was going on, we were still working Monday to Fridays. I don't even think you were here yet.
Sure wasn't.
It was a very interesting time, but very important. And the thing to note, a lot of those guys played on Nocturnes Gaming. I think 3 of them, 4 of them were on that squad. So when you hear in the interview, yeah, we played against a few of these guys when they were E-United, like, legitimately, they played against these guys before. And so that gives me a little bit of I guess maybe a little more hope, right, for this one. After yesterday, if you're looking at it, you're like, man, this is going to be a really tough matchup. But it's like, you've played them before. You've now got your taste of what's going on right now, Smite 2 land.
Right.
So maybe now you've made those adjustments. You've got your support. You're kind of feeling good about it and recognizing that, you know what, this is going to be hard, but that's all the more reason to try and win. And if you're wondering why we keep saying 5Ms is a difficult team to take down, not only are they the #1 seed from North America coming into this event, just look at the roster and you'll see a little bit of why. Cherry, Scream, Benny Q, PBM, Cyclone Spin. Again, if you've been watching Smite for a while, if you're scratching your head thinking, man, I think I recognize some of those names, yeah, you probably do. A lot of these guys have either a championship under them or have done wild amounts of success in the past in the Smite 1 Pro League. And so looking at this and the way they play as well, Trelly, I feel like that's the other thing. Yesterday, they didn't have to reveal too much. They pretty much played the same draft. I think Scream was the only one who had to change gods.
Yep.
Because his first god, did he play? Was he the one who played Susano, then Loki, or was one
Yep.
of them?
You are right.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then we had Benny
Nailed it.
Q just went Poseidon, and of course Cherry went his full tank invisibility, or sorry, full damage invisibility Hades. Like they have been cooking, and Cyclone Spin went tanky Cernanos.
I saw a meme for the Hades where it was like him and Loki, and he's like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I'm you, but better."
I mean, here's the thing, and I want everyone to make sure they are well aware of this. Cherry is not a one-trick of any sort. Like when Amma first came out, he was the guy that coined the Jade Scepter Staff of Mirrodin Amma tech, and he would just go full damage Amma solo, and I would be like, oh, there's an Amma behind me, and then I would just get double bursted by the shield, and I was dead, and he knocked me up to make sure I got hit by the ult, and I'm like, okay, so he figured that out in the first week of Amma being out. I think bro just goes into ranked, plays every single solo lane character, builds every style of build that can possibly work, and then keeps the ones that are real good and real sneaky under his hat and pulls them out in moments like this. So I don't think that he's just going to consistently go to the Hades, but until it's stopped or until it's countered,
Why not?
no one's banning Hades, right? Like Cherry's like, bro, I'm going to go first side on Poly. Everyone's going to be like, what's he doing? Then by the end of the game, I'm going to have this invisibility helm. I'm going to roll up one shot your backline, and half the time I'm going to make it out just fine.
It was actually really interesting. I got to talk to a few of the solo laners, but specifically it was Deathwalker and Cherry who kind of stood out
Right.
with their answers the most when I asked them, because one of the things they had said was they didn't really care as much about what happened in lane. Like if Cherry goes 0-5, he's like, I don't really care. If I out rotate and I out team fight,
Yep.
that's what matters. And that was something that Deathwalker had echoed.
Yep.
Can't help but notice both of those teams are doing pretty well right now. So it feels like that is that conversation is having the teleporters, being a solo laner, and
Exactly.
like, literally just leaving the lane sometimes and having that impact for your team is like the big deal. Do you think the Hades? Well, I mean, obviously the Hades is helping with that, but like, is that the true difference maker for a solo laner right now?
I mean, I think that the use of the teleporters is so important. I mean, how many times have we seen even... I mean, I remember watching yesterday with Borscht, like Awesome Jake was teleporting over to solo lane. Like being able to use this mobility, Smite 2, I think is all about grouping up earlier than the other team is expecting, right? There is no teleport relic anymore, right? You have to actually physically back go to the tower and use the teleporters to get to lane, or go to the teleporters on the side of the map. You can't just go to a ward immediately, and that just doesn't happen anymore. So these clutch rotations from these solo laners, as soon as they're able to get a lead, they proxy out a lane and then they head over. They make such a big impact, and a lot of these games have been decided by snowball. Like, oh, you drafted for late game, we're not even giving you the chance to get to late game.
You got to be very careful in those situations, as we learned yesterday. But we've been talking a lot about solo, so why not talk to the solo laner here for 5Ms? It's Cherio, standing by for an interview.
Hi, still Dolson. This time here with Cherio. Cherio, yesterday, the first game that you've played back on LAN in, what did we say, 4 or 5 years, something like that. Does it feel like you never left?
I guess a little bit. I was still coaching at the time, but wasn't actually here. It's fun to be back, be here, meet everyone again, yeah.
Well, you got some tough opponents over on the other side of the player booth here from you. In your minds, you've now gotten to see them play a little bit. Do you guys focus more on your own personal game plan in a matchup like this, or you focus on countering out your opponents? How do you approach a matchup like this?
I think with most, there's 80% of the time you just focus on your own game plan. You don't really try to adapt too much. So we're just going to probably do the same thing we did yesterday, not going to change too much.
Well, your personal game plan has been a lot of Hades in solo. Talk to me a little bit about that pick and why maybe nobody else seems to be doing it.
I just really like the character. I feel like you can always make a play. Even if when you're losing, you're winning, you're always like a win condition. So I just like playing that kind of character, yeah.
I'm not a mathematician, but the math sort of breaks out. 2 wins in a group tends to get you through to Vegas. You guys already have 1 under your belt. Is the pressure on or the pressure off, just needing 1 more to get you guys to that next round?
I wouldn't say there's any pressure. We're looking to go first place just so we can chill on Sunday. So we'll see how it goes, but we're not really. I'm not feeling the pressure, I guess.
Great. Well, I'm excited to see this one, Cherio. Appreciate your time. Desk, back to you.
Going and aiming for first place means that not only is it this matchup, but they also have Borscht in their targets next to tomorrow, which means they won't be slacking, I guess is the best way to phrase it. And I also caught out that he said probably just do the same thing. Like, I would not be surprised if you let them. What was it? Sobek, Poseidon, Hades, CERN, and then Loki or Susano. I think the Loki was the ideal version of it, but just whatever Scream wants to play at the time.
I mean, first of all, Scream plays what he wants regardless. He can't be locked down. But yeah, why wouldn't you? And that's the thing. I like what he said about the Hades, where even if my team's throwing, even if we're behind, even if we're losing by a bunch, Hades can still make that big play. He can still get that pick, which can be so impactful, especially from a solo laner. You're not expecting that from like a tanky chalk pick or something. It's only really Hades that has that level of burst, at least in the current meta. We've seen some Poseidon come into the solo lane. I think the meta is still shifting. You know, we'll see where it ends up. But as of now, they're going to have to find an answer for it because it doesn't seem like Sherry is going to be too worried about it. And it's not as if you're going to pick it either without practice, right? I can't imagine all these teams have been, sneakily getting a Hades pick in their arsenal.
No, I mean, most of them abandoned Hades like 3 months ago.
Yep.
It feels like Cherry just hung on to it and has made it work. Even in those moments, we even talked about it, like when Hades got like nerfed, everybody else stopped playing him. It was like, man, there's so many other good gods to play in this lane. And Cherry was still playing it and admittedly still looking good on it, right? I mean, he hasn't really faltered too often in it, except for, as you had mentioned, in the past, and at this point, it's starting to feel like the distant past, but really it's just more than 3 weeks ago against Cowabunga, who gave them a lot of trouble. So watching for 5Ms in their draft, I think is going to be a big deal. You had already mentioned Zeus for the other side as well. Like, that's been something that's been a very interesting pickup and something that was high damage but punished pretty heavily as well. And so that's kind of where I'm curious is adjustments, right? I mean, that's what LAN is all about. And you even just said it, where there's like, if there is a meta for LAN, nobody's figured it out just yet. It's still kind of settling.
I mean, it's shifting so much. And again, I really do like what Beltway said in his interview about how they watched the games back. They understood that dual lane was kind of getting a lot of pressure towards them. So, and he also mentioned the jungle. So maybe we will see a little bit of a rotation there from SMITE, letting Fachicho just sort of solo farm because he was doing just fine on that in the early game. Like, Baskin was power farming yesterday, and Fachicho was being able to stay within a half level for a while. So these are the kind of adjustments that you have to make, that you have to watch out for, because you do not want to just get snowballed on farm-wise, because then your game's just done. And again, I know that Latham both just love this Zeus pickup, but there are other mid laners that have been able to get different picks of value. So I'm curious to see if they'll go to something different as well. Just because the Morgan has been coming back in the meta. On CA7, she received some pretty solid buffs. Hecate got some pretty solid buffs in CA7. There are other picks to go to here. Just depends on what they've practiced.
I know we saw a couple games of Hecate yesterday where she looked really good, right? And like did the things we expect her to do with her kit. And one thing, first off, I realized that I had missed seeing that big, like, wide, capable team fight ultimate that just changes the pace of things. But if I remember correctly, it was used against Scream, and it gave him, I'm going to say, a little bit of trouble just because he got yoinked under tower like 3 times, I want to say, throughout the set. And so maybe that's a thing to lean on. But like you said, the gods that got buffs, as well as the fact that we've got some new gods. I mean, we've seen the Poseidon, right? We got to talk a lot about him. Wouldn't be surprised if we end up talking about him in, I don't know, a couple minutes as well.
Yep.
But, we haven't seen the Cupid yet.
Yep.
I want to say Khepri is in that mix where it's just like, he's a guy that exists, and as far as I know, nobody's touched on.
Yeah, off the top of my head, we've seen a bunch of Sobek, Ymir, and Yamoja.
Yep.
We've seen CERN and Jingwei almost exclusively, except Tegvir played one Zeus ADC game.
And I don't know if that's going to be like a staple yet.
Who knows at this
For
point?
Tegvir, it might be.
Yeah, we've seen a good bit of Zeus mid, and then, of course, Loki, Susanna. The junglers have been diverse.
Yeah.
But besides that, there's going to be, whoever can get CERN, who's just going to pick up Jingwei on the side. The bans are going to be, who do you try and focus out? Is it support? Is it jungle? It all depends on who you're trying to slow down, and Scream has shown that he is so versatile that even taking away things like the Loki, I can't imagine you're going to slow him down that much.
Yeah. I'm curious, though, because like you said, outside of Cherry's Hades, which maybe I guess we can answer that question in a second, picks and bans for game number 1 ready and up. Malvinas will be the first pick team. Again, 1 ban per if you're just tuning in for the first time here in SMITE 2. The roster's just not big enough to have 2 bans quite yet. And it will be the Sobek that gets banned. Some have gone on and said that for CA7, he might be the best god in the game. And Malvinas won't even have the opportunity to try and rethink whether or not they want the Zeus. It gets chosen for them. Team name, but with 5M's ban that, and it's the Yamoja first pick.
Well, we do have to see if Achicho's got something else in the pocket for mid, which means Poseidon could be that option. I was going to say could be played in the jungle, could be played in the solo, but with Loki, I'm going to assume that's mid-jungle.
Yeah, Benny Q.
I've swapped my brain around. Yeah, Benny has been going to Poseidon consistently, and of course, Scream the same way. So we'll have to see if Achicho is going to go to something else. But the Yamoja is always a good start, man. We talked about duo pressure. I've seen a few Yamojis get off to rough starts, but more often than not, you're able to just power farm because you have better wave clear early on. You get to use your bubble multiple times as opposed to everyone else who has 1 cooldown. So that's a good start, and they've taken the CERN over the Jingwei. So they've shown their hand. If they get the opportunity, they just prefer that CERN. And you mentioned it, haven't seen the Cupid yet. We get to see it here.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little gobsmacked. I did not think we were gonna get the Cupid. I was gonna even ask you, because of the fact that every other role we've talked about, we've had like 2 or 3 gods, and so I was gonna mention, hey, what if you just ban Jingwei or Kern? Then maybe that would be the solution. But no, you don't have to. If you're going to add a 3rd god to the mix, you put the Cupid in. I'm really interested to see Cyclone play this.
Foot on my doorway,
because this is a god that
I'll
Cyclone,
destroy it.
if you look at
It's
SMITE
quite
1,
simple, really.
had played for a long time. Also the Nemesis, who has been just absolute powerhouse, I think, yesterday. Played incredibly well. Made sure that I did not forget that she was in the game or anything like that for any point forward. Also, I want to mention this, Shelly, just because it was absolutely crazy to me, but we just had more confetti fall down. That's just been like the running bit for me.
Oh my goodness.
For like 3 years, I've had that going, and I'm keeping it going because there was just like 4 pieces that came down. Whether that's a good sign for Malvinas or a bad sign for Malvinas, that's going to be, I think, determined in the future. But Ymir, Hades are what round out team name, but with 5M's.
That is insane.
If you look up, we don't have a camera shot for it, but there's still tons up there from World, was that season
World's 8.
8?
Yeah, World's 8. We shot
It's
confetti,
just all
and it's just been
over
up in the rafters, and every once in a while it'll come down. We just saw a little bit of more. Maybe
It's like 6 pieces on the ground.
I'm gonna take it as a good sign. I think that
That means we're in for good Smite.
Yeah, I mean that much we could tell. And again, I think Valo made this Nemesis pick look real good yesterday, and we were all kind of sleeping on it. So the fact that maybe either A, Malvinas took up on that, and they were like, wait, Nemesis might be really strong. But more specifically, I think what everyone took from it was that it's a great matchup into Loki. Right?
Yes.
Loki can't break the shield, so he tries to get poke, he tries to do the flurry strikes, and just get shielded. And then Nem says, I've out-traded you, I poke you out, and I'm going to farm better than you. So maybe that's the call here. Could be the case, just try and focus out Scream. Love to see the Hecate. That's a pick that we talked about that could be coming through, especially with Zeus banned. It gets decent value onto picks like Poseidon and Cupid, but it's going to be more about positioning here.
The thing I'm really excited for is we've got Chalk, and he's going to solo. We don't have the Chalk jungle. I'm excited to see him over there. We'll see how well it works out. It's game number 1. We're going down to your cast.
That's right. It's Dolson, and it's inbound for game number 1 between Malvinas and I'm just going to call him 5Ms, Bobby. I want to be in agreement
That's
here
fair.
that 5Ms is going to be just easier than team name, but with 5Ms, because we do have to say Scream
With
but
5
with
Ms.
5Ms,
Yeah.
right? We got to make that clear. Both teams though meeting in the jungle here. Malvinas talked about loss yesterday. Maybe one final chance tomorrow. I think Beltway approaching this matchup with, any given Sunday. It's a Friday. But we might be able to beat this team, but we're going to have to make some big changes from our matchup yesterday.
Yeah, and I think Malvinas showed enough yesterday that they have this team fighting potential. They team fight and they fight well. The issue comes from they just farm a little bit worse. I think they get so caught up in trying to fight evenly that their farm just kind of goes to the wayside. They try to look for too many plays, and it's a big issue that these really good teams that have been around for a long time, they farm very efficiently. But this Malvinas comp, I think they've drafted one of the best comps they've had this entire weekend. Granted, this is only their 3rd comp, but I like the way they've gone about it.
Yep.
UFL has played this Axe, or he's played CERN before, but he didn't build Axe last time. I think this Axe CERN build is his best way to play it. But you know what we got to talk about? We got to talk about this Cupid. This is our first time this weekend seeing
Tell me about it.
And this is I think this is more of a matchup-specific thing for Cupid, where he will struggle into Jingwei, he will struggle into other characters that have, the ability to get away from his ultimate, but CERN really struggles into the Cupid ultimate, and Cyclone, along with that ultimate matchup into UFL CERN, he goes for this Golden Dagger, which is a more farming style starter. It's mostly for junglers. It's the same thing that SMITE has. It is very good for pushing waves, which is like the one thing Cupid kind of struggles with. And he doesn't really need Cowl. He doesn't really need Death Toll. So I like this by Cyclone, and I've been a big lover of Cyclone's builds. Tweeted about it, where I think he was the one that really showed this CERN build and showed the strength of it. So much damage, a lot of survivability. So I'm excited to see what he cooks up with this Cupid.
Yeah, duo lane was one of the areas that this Malvinas team thought they could make some waves moving into today. We have swapped sides over here in the duo lane.
Damage.
Mike a bit low.
Dash.
The dash in from UFL. Oh no, but Cyclone Spin has turned it around, and Mike snags first blood. You thought Malvinas had all of the pressure in duo, and it looked that way. But it looks like the damage just a bit better from 5M. SMITE now over in duo. Mike left alone. One more auto. Someone hit it.
Level
the
up.
healing, the level, it's enough. And it looks like Mike is going to live. It's chaos right off the bat in the duo. And it's 5Ms who come out with the lone kill.
And that is the buff to Ymir. Ymir's passive was 10% reduced damage that the enemy gets, and actually a dash by Cyclone Spin.
Cyclone Spin dashes in, and
Wait, he
that
got
may be
stunned.
his death. Oh, Mike turns around the kill, and it's a 1-for-1 trade on the reinitiation. Playing by the thinnest of margins, but a 1-for-1 on the second fight.
And I actually like that play there by SMITE. He sticks around. Maybe we actually have to take a pause on that. Benny's just going to run down Fachicho. He's dead here.
There is some help from duo lane if Fachicho can buy just a little bit of time. No E2 here as well. So Benny Q running for the hills as Yamoja steps forward and drops the stun.
And that's good awareness, getting Fachicho out of there. And Benny on this Poseidon farms very efficiently. He also will look for these early plays. We saw him even wrapping around through the jungle as soon as he hits level 5, trying to find that ultimate, that 1v1 onto really anyone he can. And if you're looking at Malvinas' side, I mean, this Nemesis is going to have to be very, very careful. No beads, no Aegis into the Poseidon. A cripple from the 3 should guarantee that Kraken. And it's kind of the same thing with Fachicho, where he has that Aegis, but you can combo a lot of your damage off of Poseidon CC. So this is a good Poseidon pick. Benny has shown he likes it, and he's always very comfortable on it.
Scream, first big gank of the game. Beltway in some serious trouble here. I don't know when that axe is coming back up. Not in time is the answer. Pretty simple for 5M's. Quick early gank. It's something the Des talked about. Early pressure from Scream and the rest of 5M's, and it has now found its home over in solo.
And Scream's shown that he's like playing towards solo side of the map. This is like his 4th gank where he ganks Cherry as Cherry's leveling up to 5 and the enemy solo lane are still only 4. And it's when these buffs are spawning. SMITE and Scream looking for the fight on this red buff. No real fight happening here. You're just trying to secure this buff and get out. Scream does get it, levels up to 5. And it's becoming a little bit of a problem right now for Malvinas. They're losing the solo side of the map. They're losing the duo side of the map. Yep. They're not getting their buffs. That's the big issue. These deaths, they really don't mean that much. You also got that kill onto Cyclone, so you slowed him down a little bit. But losing buffs and dying in lane, that's when it becomes a disaster.
A couple thousand gold in the lead are 5M's. Talked to Cherio in the pregame about this Hades. Now the solo lane may be quiet unless there's a jungler over there on right. Chalk, though, raised some eyebrows, Bobby, as we went into this game. Is it a matchup that makes some sense in your mind, or is this more focused around the team fight later on in the game?
Chalk is he's a solid laner. He kind of just lives most of the time, so you feel walking up here, does use that beads, gets out. Cyclone trades that ultimate for the beads. And Chalk is a character who, currently in SMITE 1, if you ever played SMITE 1, you don't think of Chalk as this late game character. You think of him, you think of him as this laning phase, solid character. He doesn't really die, doesn't really ever have threat. That's changed in SMITE 2. In SMITE 2, Chalk is a fine laner. He's okay, but he's really, really good in the late game. The farther into the game you get, the more items you get online, the more cooldown that Chalk has. He's just going to be spamming his 1, 2, 3, very low cooldowns across the board. And with that, it's effective damage. It's threatening damage. Fachicho gets the ultimate force out. Beads, Aegis traded, both of them just looking to get out a little bit of pressure on the map. Purple buff is spawning on that right mids. That's the stereotypical mid lane trade where you're just trying to get a small advantage.
Wow, Scream still has ultimate here, and it'll find its home. Stun and damage is good enough. And that is clean and simple. For Scream, hangs around. Cherio gonna peel away a bit of that extra jungle, knowing his teammates are over here on right. SMITE in the middle of 3, but most ultimates on cooldown. It's just been an outpacing, Bobby, it really seems here, from Scream, and in the jungle, 5M's have really benefited.
Yeah, and this is we are getting the kills, and we are getting even more than just those kills. Gold Fury is getting pulled also. Cherry's proxy the other side of the map. The only one really here is SMITE, but he's not even going to be able to get there in time. Gold Fury dead. Camps are getting invaded. Cherry's proxying with no real threat on him. Yep. This is the type of game that 5M's can really play, and they'll really push their lead. They'll get this very small lead. I mean, looking at the gold now, it's exorbitant at 6 minutes.
It is, and 5M's still have some items that are going to stack up. It's going this poorly with a Transcendence and a book that you're stacking up in jungle and mid. It's just going to get worse here in a little bit of time. So what's the avenue back in here? I mean, is Nemesis going to suddenly hit this spike, Bobby, where you're saying, okay, now SMITE can plant that flag? Or are we already 6.5 minutes in? Are we already looking towards late game, hoping we can just survive for the next 10, 15 minutes?
I mean, you're very close to getting to that point. You're losing your blue buff, you're losing your red buffs. Benny's solo invading reds.
What do you hope to see?
I just want to see just ganks, just forcing some fights. You have to fight your way back into this game. This is not a game where you farm out. You're just going to lose everything. I want to see SMITE just look for some plays somewhere, try to get something. It's hard. It's not easy when you're playing Nemesis when you're behind, because you have no hard CC. And that's kind of the one thing that Malvinas is lacking, is they have no hard CC on the Chalk. They have no hard CC on this Nemesis. I mean, even the Yamoja Cern lane isn't a ton of lockdown, quick, hard CC, but that's really the only lane you can play through.
Yeah, I'm wondering where SMITE is going to go. Benny Q, 2 levels ahead of Fachicho in mid. Was 2 levels a moment ago for Cherry, but now about 1.5 levels for this Hades, and Scream also 2 levels ahead. So difficult position for that jungler to be in. Cyclone spin PBM, they've been just fine over in duo lane as well. Mike picking up a couple of those early kills. Smite Taro, though, over here on right. This is what you're hoping for. At least force some utility out of Cherio, get something off of the map. Maybe makes an impact here in a couple of minutes. So the true value not yet known, but at least something on the map for Malvinas.
And now I want SMITE to go back over to that lane and look for another one. Or if it's not Malvinas, maybe Yufel and Noitu Lover can actually use that teleporter to look for something onto Cherry. You get that beads out, you get that blink out, the ult out, whatever it is, that is then the punish after. That's what you want to deal with. So now that Cherry doesn't have that survivability in that ultimate, the blink, gank him again. Don't just do this one gank and then hope Beltway gets the solo. He's down a level and a half. It's not going to be a solo. You need that gank. So that's what I want to see Beltway do at this, or sorry, SMITE do.
Interesting, a gank onto Benny Q. Most of the damage from the Kraken dodged, but Benny is just so far ahead over in mid. Fachicho lucky to get out alive. Are you kidding me? That was 19 when we looked at it, but that HP had to be just a tick lower. 1 or 2 ticks of that HP 5 rolling through. Benny Q nearly turning around a 2v1. Soul Gem and a Book of Thoth. Bobby, tough to gank into, especially when your mid laner's a couple levels down.
Yeah, and that's a good trade by Malvinas there. They force out Scream's blink, actually, so that's a win there. A win in solo lane. The issue there is that's just a difficult fight because, as you said, 2-level difference. I mean, 3 levels now. It's not an easy win to have if SMITE looks in solo lane where, you know, Cherry is weak. He doesn't have the blink, the ult. Cherry's just going to make plays over in left lane now.
Yeah, Cherio, first to make use of the teleporters. Noitu, close to death. Able to escape narrowly from this one, though. Mike, now around the backside. You can just wait out this River's Rebuke. There is an answer from Malvinas coming over from mid. As SMITE makes their way through the jungle, but still going to be a 3 versus 2 as Noitu had to go back to base. Dash out of Yufel, but does it really matter? Sure doesn't. Cherio's still here. And another kill for 5M. SMITE actually dropped that ultimate right on the back end. Didn't quite matter. That is a patient game there from 5Ms and snag another kill. Second of the game onto the CERN.
I mean, at this point, Mike is really far forward here. This is a 3v3 breaking out, but he's so tanky at this point.
Can you get it? Can you get the kill onto Mike? You need to see one.
Got him.
Yes, finally. For Malvinas, get something going. But Cyclone Spin tears through Malvinas and the rest of that team fight. 2 levels ahead, and guess what? A Fury is back. Methodical from 5Ms, and Mike will take that trade every day of the week.
And Cyclone getting that kill, Cyclone getting this Gold Fury farm now also, getting even farther into his build, that Braggy's Harp. Every level you get, you're going to get more damage in your auto attacks. And he does the same style build on CERN, he just does a slightly different ordering. He usually goes for that Sunbeam Bow first. This game he's going for the Braggy's first into Sunbeam Bow second. And it's just he just doesn't have the mana to keep that Sunbeam Bow up as much. So he just opts for the Braggies, a little bit more intelligence, a little bit more attack speed. This is almost that CERN build, just slightly different order. And I think it's a really good build on Cupid also. I just think you have to opt into a little bit more damage later on into the build. I think CERN has that value of being just one of the more high damage auto attackers because of that melee, extra damage when you're autoing somebody in melee. With Cupid, you don't really have that same high damage. You're more utility outside of that. So I want to see maybe 1 survivability item instead of the 2 on the CERN. But Mike's just running him down.
Oh, double freeze, double Kraken, maybe double kill for Chicho. Red like a book, and Mike is there on the answer. SMITE still lives. Benny Q has let it all go early in this fight. Can Mike get another? The wall will not block SMITE, but Benny Q is mighty quick. And so is Scream on the Loki. Cherio's at a solo, and the rest is simple. Benny Q gets a bit of payoff for his nice follow-up on Mike's setup. And Bobby, unfortunately, we're approaching that point now where you're going to need a throw from 5Ms to bring this one back because they are simply rolling over Malvinas early here, mid-game. All of it's working out. Beltway trades out 1, but the rest of the dive is in. And how many times have we seen that? Just a group, a dive, specifically over here on duo, and it's paid off to the tune of a 10,000 gold lead at 12 minutes.
Yeah, and part of it has to go back to that early 2v2 fight over in solo lane where Yufel looks for that dash in, almost gets the kill, but Mike sticks around, gets the kill. Cyclone's doing enough damage returning there, and they get the kill. SMITE then tries to come and make that gank. But it's every lane. It's not just dual lane.
No, it's everywhere.
The one that's losing. Beltway is just been getting dominated by Cherry since that early gank by Scream. And SMITE's not been able to look for too many ganks because most of the lanes are not doing too much, and he's also just pretty far behind at this point. This is, I mean, you're 100% right. This is the point where 5Ms has to make a mistake. That's the only way Malvinas is getting back into this game. The gold lead is too big. The XP lead is too big. I mean, level 16. Benny's level 16 at 13
5 levels
minutes.
ahead of his lane opponent. SMITE still trying to get active, but really you're just getting baited through. We've seen how this one ends. Cherry picks up 1 on the other side of the ultimate. Guess what? Fire Giant not even here yet. You need a couple minutes for it to spawn out. So you're going to take down the towers in the meantime. Man, this has just been an outpacing, and inbound, this is what we thought could happen. The Desk talked a little bit about it. Even Beltway, when I talked to him in the pregame interview, was like, yeah, look, we know this is one of the top teams here at this event. A lot of it is going to come down to pacing. Can we slow them down? Can we survive over in the duo lane? Man, Scream has just made a lot of big plays happen, and maybe you have an opportunity around an FG. I mean, it is still somewhat early in the game. Maybe you make a play happen, but opportunities in game 1 seem to be slipping away.
Yeah, and Benny's looking over here, walking over, just getting this. That's a lot of damage.
All right. Oh no! Who gets it? No one! UFL dashes away. That would have been huge. A 4-0 shutdown would have been big. You know, props to UFL for standing and delivering some autos, but Benny Q nearly had enough damage there as well. So that's close. Thin margins would have been huge to getting UFL some gold back in. Those are the types of moments we talk about. You know, a slight slip up, give some gold back. Maybe you find some openings, but it doesn't happen this time around. All right, so the next Gold Fury about to spawn up. Maybe less of a prize for Malvinas, but got to shift your eyes 30 seconds after that. 30 seconds from now, that Gold Fury's, or the Fire Giant rather, is going to spawn out. That's where we'll see how confident this Order side team is feeling.
I'm a little worried at this point with Malvinas. Yes, I mean, the gold lead is worrisome, but the builds, they're itemizing very tanky. I mean, you see SMITE's got 2 mostly defensive items. You have a defensive item on Fachicho and mid with this Talisman of Purifications. Do you have the damage even to take a fight and to actually win the fight? They're looking for Benny in mid 4 here.
We have looked at Benny time and time again, yet to grab a kill. We will this time at SMITE on the shutdown, just what the doctor ordered. And it's when these big objectives spawn up, so now it's at least delayed a bit for 5Ms. Might still be able to get it. You don't have Scream here anyway. It's a split push out from this Loki, send some minions towards the Phoenix. So, silver lining, the slightest of upticks in our graphs down there at the bottom. Maybe delaying the inevitable. This, though, is what feels real bad. You make a great play happen, you get an odd numbered advantage on the map, immediately hand it back over, and those death timers, that's going to give 5Ms a team advantage here in about 15 seconds, for 15 seconds on the map. And inbound, I'm not sure it matters. It'll be a Fire Giant pull, seemingly traded out for a Fury on the other side.
The pick onto Benny is awesome. The issue is you get that pick and you're down so much that you really feel like you can't make a play again after.
Can't do anything.
They're holding the Fire Giant, making sure Benny also does get it. Good, smart play. Doesn't really matter when you're up 15K. I think it's just good things to make sure you're doing the correct thing, and that's the correct play by Malvinas right there, knowing Fire Giant goes down on the right side, getting this on the left side to at least slow the game down a little bit, but I mean, Cyclone's already got the waves prepped here. He's already looking for this Phoenix.
Cyclone spin needs a bit of sustain. Amanita Charm still 30 seconds away from PBM. Of course, you got Fire Giant and some sustain in that kit. Don't get me wrong, Cyclone's fine, but if a fight immediately breaks out, could be a bit lower. How's this defense looking in your mind, Malvinas, inbound underneath these Phoenixes? Because that's where this battle is about to be fought.
I like their defense. The issue is Yamoja's their playmaker in a defense like this, and they have the shell on Cyclone Spin. So, yes, you have big Yamoja ult, you have the 3s for the knockbacks, and you have a lot of big area damage. You have the Cern ult, you have Fachicho's Hecate ult. There is some playmaking to be had, but I mean, and also no Talisman on Mike. He opts for this Amanita Charm, a little bit of anti-heal, and the SAR's Wings, that little Winged Blade active item. Yep. So there is a play to be made here. No beads on Benny still also. I think it's just, we got to try to find Benny, but we can't dive too deep and, you know, take too much damage, because if extended fights at this point, you don't have that damage that can match, and you don't have the damage to really kill a tank. So I think it's really just got to be either Benny or Cyclone. No beads on Cyclone, period. No talisman, and Benny's beads are up soon. So you got to look at one of those two.
2.5 minutes left on that Fire Giant buff. Could be the last line of defense here for Malvinas. Seems like all game long, Benny Q has been 5, 6 levels ahead. 6 levels ahead of 3 members on Malvinas now. He's the first to reach level 20 into 18 minutes. Can you get damage on to Benny Q? I'm not sure it's going to happen. You fell, though, with the opening kill. It's a shutdown, but Cyclone's been strong enough on the other side as well. Poseidon still full HP. Mike is low. Smite Arrow dashes through. Mid lane Phoenix gone, but a 1-for-1 trade. Man, that is about as good as Malvinas could have hoped for.
Yeah, that's a really good start. Because, again, this just slows the game down. 5Ms do not have the waves prepped. They took a little bit too much poke. The slight issue, though, is that their entire camp system is up. Reds are up, blues are up, back camps are up, speeds are up, and every one of that farm is going towards 5Ms. Along with that, they're also going to be getting this bomb from the Pyromancer. So, yeah, you get this big win. You slow the game down a little bit. There's still so much farm on the map that 5Ms is able to get, and they're 4 items deep. They're still going to be buying in to entire item systems that are just going to be improving their strength, making them even stronger. I mean, Dave, we're only 18 minutes, 50 seconds into this game, almost 19 minutes. There is still a lot more farm and a lot more of a lead that the 5Ms can generate.
Yeah, they can build up. Is level 20 for Benny Q at... It was pre-18 minutes. It was like 17:45 he hit that. Is that one of the fastest level 20s you've seen?
It's got to be.
I'm trying to think of many normally we're like, can they get 20 before 20? I mean, Benny got it 2.5 minutes ago, and we're still not at the 20-minute mark. We might get there for Scream as well. It's an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the level 20 at 20. His entire team is not even 20 at 19.5. So Benny's just farming super efficiently. But that's part of the reason you pick Poseidon. Poseidon is a power farmer. He plays not necessarily super safe, but he farms very efficiently. He farms super safe. And now with that five items finished, this Poseidon is going to be one-shotting. And he didn't even get pressured last fight.
I don't know how you get to him. I mean, you drop the Kraken, you drop a Whirlpool. That's where my eyes go. What is this Kraken going to do? When does Benny Q let it fly? I mean, he is trapped in the River's Rebuke alone. That's about as good of a setup as you can look for. Positioning maybe wasn't perfect. Kraken, Whirlpool, all of it nearly one-shots Yamoja. So that's some damage that's now down at the beginning of this fight. Cyclone Spin cleans up one, but it's immediately flipped back for Beltway. In, out goes Ufel. What can Scream get done here? Into the fountain they go. Oh, the Titan's dealing enough damage. It's a killing spree for the Loki. The Titan's swinging on PBM, and Fachicho is going to pick up the kill. This is far from clean. 2 down for 5Ms in the duo lane. Respawning in 30 seconds. Man, Malvinas, they lose, call it a third of the health on their Titan, but they have not given up this game. Right side, Phoenix also falls. Fire Giant. Got to keep your eyes on it. What is Benny Q doing here? I didn't even see him wrap around. Fachicho and Noitu in some trouble. Benny Q sends them back. Scurrying forward is Scream. Riptide back, but Fachicho is going to be left alone. And that's going to reset some of those cooldown timers. The death timers, Malvinas going to be without their mid laner. All on his lonesome for 40 seconds.
And that almost looked a little risky out of Benny there, but you look at it, Fachicho's not doing too much damage right now. Noitu Lover's not doing enough damage right now to really threaten Benny, so he felt safe enough to walk back in and look for that another pick because, I mean, Fire Giant just dropped off, but now Fire Giant's up, available for 5Ms to go for again, and that will allow them then to maybe end the game off of this next Fire Giant push. Because realistically, that's the Fire Giant that you want to end the game with. That first Fire Giant, it was so early that you're just trying to get your lead extended. You're trying to break the base, kill some Phoenixes. Now this next Fire Giant is the one you want to try to end the game with. But, I mean, we can talk about that last fight by 5Ms. Pretty sloppy in my opinion.
Yeah, wasn't clean.
Cyclone went in, doesn't get the shell off, gets blown up, traded 1-for-1. Mike then dives maybe a little bit too deep, dies to the Titan. It's still, we have such a big lead. Is it really mattering at this point?
Game over.
Not at all. Not
Game
at
over.
all.
20,000 ahead, they're okay.
Yeah, they're fine at this point, but like, if you do it 1, maybe 2 more times, that's when it becomes a little worrisome. So I want to see just slightly cleaner play by 5Ms on this next siege. You have so much survivability on most of your characters. You have a lot of sustain, but I guess the one advantage that Malvinas has is Yamoja, the more levels you get into it, the stronger she gets, and as a Yap and Yofel is just...
Yeah, the disadvantage. Oh! I think the minion ended up getting the kill, but Cherio did 99.9% of the damage. Well, now the defense, man, it's in a bad spot for Malvinas here. You fell 45 seconds till he comes back. Decent wall from Mike. Forces the axe out of Beltway. Oh, double teleport. That brings Scream right to the doorstep of Malvinas. 5Ms. They have written it on the wall from the onset. Can they now finish it up? Oh, Beltway, what an initiation. But it doesn't matter. In the back, it's 5Ms on the Titan, and it's game 1 to 5Ms. Decent defense there. 1 or 2 times from Malvinas inbound, but 5Ms had just built up too much of a lead.
Yeah, it's exactly that. The lead was just way too big, way too quick, and it's just efficient farming from these really good teams that really separates them from the LATAMs so far. The LATAMs have shown they team fight really well. I mean, you fell down 4 levels to Benny on the left side, almost picks up that kill.
I didn't fall down 4 levels.
No, you fell.
I did not fall 4 levels.
Sorry, you didn't fall. You didn't fall.
You fell 4 levels down. Right.
He was down a few levels, almost got that trade, and that's like the mechanics they have. They have the mechanics. If they can just get their farming up a level, just a level of farming, keep the buffs in mind, and then when they try to make plays, don't let them happen for too long. I mean, they do show a lot of potential, but it's like these differing levels of farming that the best teams do.
When it's hard, you know, we've talked a lot about draft strategy, pick ban strategy. When you've only got the one ban, right? How do you identify that priority target? Where do you want to shut down? I mean, Scream was able to get things going early in the game. Are you considering this Hades to be a big enough problem? Now suddenly Poseidon is looking really good for Benny Q. I think a lot of options for Malvinas to look at. More proactivity, though, from them could make things interesting. Game number 1, that's over to 5Ms. Need 1 more to go, up 2-0 in this group. We'll see what Malvinas has in store for us. Game number 2 coming up next.
And then I said, that's not Bacchus, that's Bilson's mother. That one always makes me laugh. But enough about my weekend. Hey, Gormizer, what's new with you?
Just picked up my SMITE 2 Founders Edition.
Very nice.
Purchased it on my preferred gaming platform just yesterday.
Nice skin.
It's Cacodemon Ymir. It comes with all SMITE 2 gods. Forever.
That's very cool, Gormizer, but that's nothing. Look at this. Nightstalker Neath and Ascension passes for 11 alpha launch gods. What do you think?
Geez, that is really super. How'd a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
Can't believe that Dandy prefers Chelly's Founders Edition to mine.
Very nice. Impressive. Let's see J-Max Founder Edition.
Look at that avatar, badge, and title. The tasteful thickness of Tier 5 Fallen Zeus skin. Oh my god, it even comes with Ascension passes for all 23 Alpha Gods.
Don't be like this psycho and upgrade your Founders Edition, so you don't miss out on Nightstalker Neath, Tier 5 Fallen Zeus, and Ascension passes for the first 23 gods. Upgrade today.
That's right, you can go to smite2.com now and either get a Founders Edition of one of 3 varieties, or if you've already got one and you just realized that you'd really like to upgrade, well, I've got great news. You can, in fact, do that. The Founders Edition Deluxe or Ultimate Edition that you can pick up, all of them are going to come with the full game access, and all of them include all Smite 2 gods forever. And again, that's value, baby. I mean, it is so worthwhile. You want to make sure that you're picking that up, even if it's just the base edition, because that alone, I think, sells this more than anything. If you get the base edition, you also get Cacodemon Ymir and 2x your legacy gems from Smite 1. If you get the deluxe edition, you can add in things like the cross-gen Nightstalker Neath skin, as well as 11 Ascension passes that you're going to pick up. But if you get the Ultimate Founders Edition, you also get the Tier 5 Fallen Zeus skin. You get the Ultimate Edition Avatar badge and title, and you get extra Ascension passes for the first 23 Alpha Gods. And again, the Alpha passes, the Ascension passes, Charlie, those are the sneaky worthwhile and sneaky budget things that you're getting. Because the all Smite 2 Gods Forever, on paper, that already tells you, damn, this is worth it. The Ascension passes give you so much, and I can't remember the number, but if you are getting people grinding them to rank 10, any of these Alpha Gods, you're going to be getting diamonds, you're going to be getting these sick emotes that are for some of these teams. Like, you are going to be able to get a whole lot of content. So make sure that you go to smite2.com today, either pick yours up or upgrade if you so please. For now, the thing that needs to be upgraded is the farm, it feels like, for the LATAM teams as a whole from what we saw yesterday, but definitely for this set. It just feels like, 5Ms, you can talk about the kills, you can talk about fights. It just feels like they had so much. I think even like 5-6 minutes in, they were up 5K.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, your team name with 5Ms was always going to be able to dominate the map farm-wise. They know exactly how they like to play. They've been getting comfort picks throughout. I was curious how we were going to get to see from Cyclone on this Cupid. We've been excited to find out if Cupid was going to be a pretty solid pick and it looked good. But it's not something you can pick up overnight, man. How you want to play the map, how you can stop a team that just has every sort of avenue covered. You know what I mean? Like, if Cherry's down 0-5, I think Cyclone's able to pick up the slack. If BennyQ's not getting the farm that he needs, Scream can pick up the slack. Like, they are such a well-oiled machine that even if Malvinas had this massive lead, like, there's so much that Team Nemo with 5Ms can do to try and stunt that. And it all starts, as you said, from that farm in the early game. And it's something that it's not as if they don't know, like, okay, when we spawn in here, we're going to have to make sure our farm is on absolute lockdown. Yeah. It's just so difficult to stop. Like, I still think that SMITE had a pretty decent matchup in the jungle, but the NEM doesn't have that same late-game burst potential. And honestly, just because you can trade well with Loki early on doesn't necessarily mean that Scream has to take that fight, right? Scream can just avoid SMITE in the early, and you still end up 1-5 as the game continues. So I don't have the answers. Not a lot of teams have been able to outfarm a squad like this, so I don't know how you pick it apart from the beginning. But I'm thinking throw away all the late game presence and just go all in on early game, because these games are not going long enough to care about what your comp looks like 30+ minutes.
Mm-hmm. And that's something, I mean, we've even seen that, and I think we had that discussion yesterday. I want to say actually Team Name, but with 5Ms was in that discussion where it was like they were in a matchup where they were worrying about, and they had a comp that was like, hey, cool, 25 minutes plus though, nobody beats us. We just got to get there. And they were able to do that.
Right.
So it is, like you said, if you're going to be kind of making a strategy around that, you got to get there first, right?
Yep.
So maybe, much like you said, maybe you all in on pressure early on. Maybe you all in something else. But you got to figure it out, and you got to figure it out soon, because taking 2 losses in your group, it ain't a good sign. It's not necessarily the end of the road, because other teams could also take 2 losses. But if I remember the standings over here specifically, you're kind of crossing your fingers that not only does Mockingbird also lose their set if you lose this next game,
Right.
but then also hoping that tomorrow you beat Mockingbird so that you can do there. So there's definitely steps to be taken, definitely things to go, correct if things go wrong. But try to correct it right now. That's what we're going to see as we jump into picks and bans for game number 2. Team Name, but with 5 imps, will be first pick this time around. I remember Zeus being banned, and I remember Hades, I believe it was.
No, he got to play Hades.
He played Hades. Who was the other one?
Sobek. Yep.
That one. Hades was fresh on my mind because I was literally just looking at his icon on the post-game stats.
No, I got you.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
I was trying to figure out, I was like, why did I even say that?
The thing about Team Name with 5Ms is they get the picks they want pretty much regardless.
Benny
There's
Q
the
has
change
to
up,
play
though.
a different god.
There's the change up, though. Zeus banned, Poseidon banned on Malvinasso. Does Team Name take the Sobek first pick? Is that their most value pick? Do they think the Emoja is better? Or do they just grab Loki for Scream and let Malvinasso decide if they went Sobek or Emoja? I mean, heck, they could take both if that's what they wanted, right? If you want to play solo and support, could be the call as well. And I'm sure Beltway wouldn't mind getting his hands on the Croc. So definitely could be high pressure. And again, so much CC, so much damage. There's a reason they're highly contested, and they will go ahead and lock it in.
The solo back was surprisingly powerful, and we even saw it yesterday. I mean, what was it? It was Deathwalker Benko. There's one point, I want to say the numbers I remember were 8-1. Like, I mean, he had a very, very solid performance on that. So you get to lock that in. Like you said, you kind of get both of this big frontline presence. The third in the list that we've been talking about, the Ymir, locked in, maybe to no one's surprise. And so far, Cherry gets to continue playing Hades.
Sure does. And again, I'm not going to complain about it, right? Like, the Hades has been looking real clean.
If it keeps working, yeah, why not?
And there hasn't been an answer for it, so why not just continue to go towards it? Malvinas now, they need to find probably somewhere to go duo-wise. Like, who are you pairing with this Emoja? You know, Cyclone just had a good Cupid game. Neath is interesting. You could always send that over towards mid as well. Neath took some buffs when it comes to CA7, so it could be the call. And Cupid as well. Double carry this time around. Of course, Neath plays much more like a mage with that intelligence-based build. But regardless, 2 auto-attackers to go with the double Guardian. This takes me back to some of the old Smite 1 days. This is a pretty nasty composition here for Malvinas. They just need a very early game jungler. I'm thinking like Fenrir or something. That's the kind of presence that could, really slow down what Scream wants to do.
Cupid locked in again. This time on the other side, which truly kind of blows my mind. Neath is also in that list, which is wild. We have not gotten to see a Neath for a while. And when we do typically see something like this is a Neath more than likely in the mid lane, which is something at least I've grown to prefer just because short travel time for the ults, right? But it is very physical heavy in terms of damage, execute heavy in terms of Sobek.
Yep, and they also have, the prot shed from the Nem with the double ADC, so they will be able to deal with the tankier targets. Like the Ymir, I was going to say like the Hades, but let's be honest, Cherry's building full damage more often than not. So the tank stats are pretty much just going to be when he's channeling that ultimate. But the Raw as well. Did you get kind of shivers when Benny Q Raw got locked in? It's been a minute since we got to see that as well.
I'm a big fan of the Benny Q Raw. And to the point, I can't remember what LAN it was. Pretty much any of them, if you just go watch it, you can make montages off of it.
Yep.
Sometimes with no setup. He's just hitting the blind snipes over walls, finding kills. Looks fantastic, but it is Malvinas Gaming who need to step up. Will they win this and push us to 3, or will the 2-0 go the way of 5Ms? The only way to find out is to go to Casters.
Oh no, as if Benny Q's feeling the momentum of Game 1 here inbound. This Raw could be some fun to watch. I always think back to what was it? Was that SPL qualifiers, like going into season 9 maybe? There was a game where a couple games where Benny Q was just on Raw, running around sniping. I mean, it was back in SMITE 1 when Raw was like only a Benny Q pick, and so now those two things go hand in hand in my mind.
And there's been a couple times where Raw's never played an SPL, and then Benny will just be like, it's a Raw game, and then he'll have just an electric performance. Yep. And, I mean, it's for big reasons. He'll hit a lot of, like, massive ultimates. Scream's looking for this. I don't know if it's a proxy really right here, or if he's looking just to get, you know, some farm, but it looks like maybe a little collapse here by SMITE also. Scream has kind of been trying to be a nuisance on this Loki, and he really has been. You never know where he is. You never know where he's starting. And, like, how do you really play against it when teleporters are here? Oh, yeah, Scream's not playing to your side of the map anymore. Good luck finding him.
Yep, bye-bye. Back I go to base. All right. What are some takeaways? Excuse me. Had some French fries. What are some takeaways? I'm back. Look, I just needed one game to knock off the rust a bit, and now, you know, all bets are off. Game 1, what are some takeaways here? Malvinas, we thought maybe outpaced a little bit in the jungle. Scream gets this Loki back. Is that where it starts and finishes in your mind? I mean, already we're seeing a little pressure from Noitu Lover. Maybe something in the early game can shift the other direction. What are your takeaways, and what are you seeing on the map now as a result?
That right there is exactly what I want to see. Let's play around buffs. Let's not just let Scream have the most comfortable game he can. And I almost want the opposite from SMITE. At least they're like level 3. SMITE's now had 2 games where he is stuck at level 2 till past 2 minutes. I do not like that. I want SMITE to hit 3 before he's looking for a gank.
Whoa.
And Yufel looking for the blink
Yufel's here. Whoa, out of nowhere. That's got him. Blood. Noitu Lover.
But they can kill
in on the invade. And maybe another kill. One more auto hit it. Yufel gets it. Hello, Malvinas. Duo lane starts off with a couple kills. What a start. Yufel goes in. Noitu Lover right there. 1 kill apiece.
And that goes beyond a double kill in duo lane. Yufel also, or sorry, SMITE, because of the pressure put on by Noitu Lover in duo lane, they also get the mid camps. They also get the buff on the duo side of the map, the contestable one. There is so much farm going the way of Malvinas. And if you flip these names, this is what I would expect 5Ms to be doing against Malvinas, but this is the exact opposite. And now Malvinas feels like they have fight back. And honestly, after a game 1 like that, the game 2 starting this way, where it's not, you know, game over at a minute, but we got a nice little lead. We've got a nice play here and there. We have 2 lanes that are winning now. I love this by them.
If nothing else, it's that the non-concrete vibes, right? They're just sort of going your way after a start like that. Could be even better if you get some jungle help. That's what 5Ms are going to get here. Scream around the corner. Yufel dashes away. Able to get himself healed back up. Yufel without that blink, though. Maybe under a bit more pressure. Scream chooses to hang around. Speaking of blink, it's in for Scream. It's level 3.
Nice stun.
Is there enough damage? Mike in on the wall. Freeze. All of it hits, but Yufel able to dash away in the 3v2. Suddenly, Malvinas are able to live, but can they do one better? SMITE's over here on duo as well. Cyclone Spin weaving in an auto attack or two as he's on the back pedal, but Mike not giving up the chase. Neither is Malvinas. Dash in from Yufel. Freeze not there from Mike. It's just gonna stun. No, it doesn't. So for now, it looks like the dance of death over in duo lane without any of the death. Still those early 2 kills from Malvinas. Nothing after that.
And if you watched a lot of the LATAM games from the CA6 patch where they were fighting to come to this LAN, I mean, I've talked to Malum about it a lot because he's a big enjoyer of these teams. This is the style that Malvinas made to get to this point. They liked these early fights. They liked taking it to the enemy team. And so far it feels like, I mean, up until this game, they were kind of just playing back. They were letting the game happen, and they were just hoping that they would get to late game. And it seems like Yufel specifically has said, no, we are done trying to just get to late game. Let's make the late game happen. Heck, maybe we don't even allow the late game to happen because we snowball this game so hard. Yep. And that's what we want to see. I mean, SMITE's already got this lead now over on Scream. And if you think about 5Ms, at least so far in this tournament, I think a lot of the plays are made around Scream at level 5 in solo lane. Scream's still not 5. They didn't look for the invade on that side of the map. This is 5M's kind of now almost on the back foot of, oh, we kind of got punched in the mouth. Yep. We kind of are now unsure of what needs to be done, because this is a really good team.
Ult out from SMITE and from Scream, level 5 ult. This time not for a gank, but defensively for Scream. Unfortunately, and I don't want to be a party pooper here, it's only like a 200 gold lead for Malvinas, so it's not game breaking, not just yet, just a couple of kills early in this lane. But I also think, to your point, Beltway will be okay here, but an invade from 5Ms. This is how you can start to build up a lead if it's not going to be through those kills. Looked like they were able to grab it, 5Ms were. And I think this is to your point, even if you're not mounting up all of these kills, you're piling up the gold and the pressure, denying 5Ms from doing that can almost be just as worthwhile. Cyclone Spin in the River's Rebuke, a wall up from Mike. Mike's wall, a bit shorter of a cooldown though than the River's Rebuke. But UFEL wasn't even really in range. Would have been maybe a blink, a dash, just to get there to fight. Now that Yamoja ultimate gone, what can Scream get done over here in mid? Fachicho takes a chunk of damage. BennyQ doesn't have his ultimate here either. SMITE in and out of the bush. Uh-oh, World Weaver's gonna connect. That'll slow down Scream. UFEL into Mike over in duo. I thought something happened here in mid, but no, it's the duo lane yet again. And it's UFEL yet again on this Cupid. Sending Mike on back, and there's life again from LATAM in duo.
And this is the first time we've seen UFEL on this Cupid, but this is the god that he looks the most comfortable on. He's making plays how he wants. He's looking for that dash in. I mean, he used the blink aggressively.
Nice Riptide.
Cyclone.
What a Riptide Phantom Shell necessary for Cyclone Spin. Whew. And this is that flow state, for lack of a better term, that the Yamoja can get into. Sometimes everything just starts to connect, and it makes life so oppressive on the other side. A battle over the neutral camps. Looks like Mike won the last little bit, but Cyclone Spin has not been able to do Cyclone Spin things. And inbound, if there's one thing I remember of casting days of past, it's that Danzaburo feels great when you got a big lead, you can rock it in. Call them even now, you're even in levels, maybe a little bit behind thanks to a couple of those kills. Doesn't feel terrible, but certainly not as good as you could if you had a nice big lead built up and can force additional pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right.
Oh, thanks.
Smite 1 knowledge is right there,
That's all I got. That's all I got.
Danzaburo from behind is probably one of the worst ADCs you could play. He's got really interruptible abilities, very easy to gank. I mean, looking in the bottom left, his net worth is the lowest in the game, even lower than his support, lower than the enemy jungler. He is struggling here even at his first item.
Yep.
And this is not a character, I mean, as you said, let's highlight that you said that.
Yeah,
thank
you. Thank you. This is
Danzaburo
great. I want to cast with you all the time. This is good.
Danzaburo from behind is just not easy to play. There's a lot of CC, a lot of interruptible. Mike, looking for this invade. Scream.
Whoa, UFEL, what are you doing? You're on your own on the other side of the buff. And that's an easy rocket for Cyclone Spin. But is there additional damage from Malvinas? Cherry, he's low. BennyQ's got a snipe. Mike's got a march down kill. It's all gone sideways in the jungle. A slight lead from Malvinas now evaporates into thin air. And it's 5Ms, about 1,000 gold ahead in an awkward fight in the opposite side jungle.
And that's the Cherry rotation that, I mean, he's done really well this entire tournament. He's just done really well since he made that switch over to solo lane and Smite 2. He's very smart with making these rotations, and he does it to get his team ahead. I mean, as you see, he is a little bit behind, but now, as you just point out, Mike is now ahead a level. Cyclone is now ahead a level, and that's what you need.
Is that a caster's curse? Is that on us?
That might us. Didn't you say it?
Yeah, right. If you're gonna give me credit for the good things, I also have to get credit for the bad things. Right as we're talking about a nice lead over in duo for Malvinas, it's Mike and Cyclone Spin making something happen in the jungle, and that's put Cyclone right back in the conversation.
And we have to highlight, though, Malvinas is building into a strictly stronger late game. Beltway's building into this Cloak. Cloak, not the best early game item. It's an item that you need to stack up by hitting the enemy gods. Hitting physicals gives you physical protections. Actually, a backflip on a Fachicho Aegis is used.
Oh, and it avoids all the damage. Isn't enough, though. The wall from Mike is perfect. Forces the longest route out for Fachicho. That Aegis looked real nice. Didn't matter. 3v1 over in mid, backflip down. BennyQ, Mike, Scream. Able to finally get something going over in the mid lane. It's gonna get worse though, man. SMITE drops an ultimate, but what does it matter? Buys time for the blink out. Nog over here in the mid lane helping out as well. And the E2 lover, low on that Omi. Back into the jungle it goes. These are those awkward moments where 5Ms make their money. Are we fighting? Are we not fighting? Are we in? Are we out? Lurking in the waters, used from Beltway, and now Scream can maybe go back in. No, this time inbound looks like a full disengage, and just that one kill a few moments ago onto Fachicho.
And also getting that Naga, as that little distraction is happening in mid, Cherio does pick that up. Cherry actually looking to bully out Beltway here a little bit. Still had that ultimate available, does Cherry. I mean, I think if he does catch that there, maybe it looks like an all-in attempt, because Beltway's build, it's a late game styled build. Another dash in mid. Benny?
Ooh. Almost.
I mean, we have to like pause for the moment. There's a 90% chance Benny's hitting an ult like that.
Yeah, you'd think. Unfortunately, 10% for Benny Q here. Man, you know, we talked about Benny at what, 17.5 minutes hitting level 20 last game. We were all even for the first 8 minutes of this one. Now Benny Q 2 levels. All right, Fachicho catches up. So 1.5 levels would all say. The farming trend headed in the opposite direction from how things were in the first 10 minutes. 5Ms have stabilized and really done nicely for themselves. Cheerio, when you get to this point, you're starting to proxy out. Things tend to be going well in your favor. We have not seen what we did in game 1, which is one of those really early Gold Furies. Maybe you start to send some of your team here towards left. You win a fight, you pick up a Gold Fury. But Malvina's not so far behind that they can't compete, and that was the case in game 1.
And even through this game so far, 5Ms, they're still picking up a decent farm lead. They've still invaded some of the buffs. They got that Naga, and I think that one big fight on the left side of the map where they ended up killing 3 and nobody died, that was an issue. Actually, Benny, a little in position.
Yep, has to use the beads. World Weaver's in. All the shielding and the healing is simply too much. Cyclone Spin dashes in on the Danzaburo. And that's the first of the fight for 5Ms. Riptide sends Fachicho back. And there's Benny on the snipe. We wanted to see it, and we finally got one. No E2 left running. Beltway left crying, and it's Cyclone Spin on another. Blink forward from Scream.
Body block.
Things have slightly been blown open here. No E2, goodbye. Double kill Cyclone Spin. Maybe a Gold Fury for an additional prize.
In a massive fight win there by 5Ms. The entire time also. Cherry's farming on the left side of the map, or the right side of the map, so not even forced on that rotation. They get a massive win. And Cherry, even with this proxy, there's no threat onto him. I mean, Ufel goes middle. Benny has no relic here, though.
We have just not seen these kills drop. Gotta get this one onto Benny Q. Backflip in, Fachicho. Probably 2 more autos needed, or just the shutdown onto Benny Q. Quick and easy. Had to happen. Slows down the momentum a bit. What is this from Cherry? Sends out the ultimate. Nearly picks up a kill on a Fachicho, but no dice. That'll still leave open this Gold Fury, but Malvinas inbound on the rotation in.
Yeah, and you actually have 4 here. PBM is the only one dropping it. Does look to take a little bit of damage.
It's
dropped.
They drop it. Can Malvinas now pick it up? This would be big in limiting some of that gold lead. Over in mid is Cherio. Don't have him in this fight. Dash out from Ufel. Fury's low. Flip a coin, and Malvinas gets it. Mike around the corner. Is there an additional fight to be had here? Everyone low on Malvinas. But without Benny Q, that follow-up maybe a bit limited from 5Ms. A good last couple minutes for Malvinas to limit some of the bleeding.
Getting that kill onto Benny opens up the possibility of Gold Fury. And honestly, a little maybe too over-aggressive by 5Ms. Benny's dying in mid. They pulled Gold Fury, but they just don't have the damage to do it there. So Malvinas, also very good awareness by them to make that rotation over and then commit to that Gold Fury. That's not an easy call to make.
No.
I mean, you lose that Gold Fury and you might be all down in the dumps mentally, but to be able to just sit there, call that, know that Mike has that Sunder and you're still going to play through it and secure it. I mean, you get those small advantages, you have to capitalize on them. Benny being dead, Cherry not rotating over. It was almost like a little, not disrespectful by 5Ms, but like a, just do it in front of us. Like, just see what happens. They call their bluff. They do secure it. So it was a nice play by Malvinas. And as you said, it slows down the game, which is the best part of that Gold Fury, because it's something that now 5Ms can't secure. And that's only our first Gold Fury at 13 minutes.
Yep. Definitely a slower game than what we had in game. We were talking about how 5Ms could probably do fire if it were spawned at 13.5 minutes in game 1. Alvinas, though, I mean, still some work to do here. You're talking about maybe late game slanted builds. Got to avoid handing over easy kills. Pyro, quick pickup for 5Ms. And now, though, it seems Cyclone Spin, right as we're talking about how that Danzaburo doesn't like to be behind, feels like level-wise, gold-wise, build-wise, Cyclone Spin back in a point, or that rocket might start going forward instead of backwards.
And that's across the board. Every single lane is kind of really far ahead for 5Ms. Cherry, 2 levels up. You got a 2-level lead in mid lane also. SMITE looks for that blink in. Unfortunately, Naga lives 1 shot there. Now, I will say,
assassinate in. And it's 5Ms on the front foot. That Riptide's not going to save no E2. SMITE left running as well. Where's the rocket? Land right in the back of the Malvinas jungler. And 5Ms, they get the neutral camp and a couple of kills. This is where this game went sideways over here in the jungle. Scream lives. Oh, that's brutal for Malvinas. Cherry through the wall. You fell down. 4 kills and neutral camps. 5Ms starting to regain themselves, continuing to regain themselves. Now starting to balloon things here inbound. Fire Giant may still be a 15-minute FG, regardless of the way this game started.
Getting that lead, they're starting to throw their weight around, looking for plays when they know they can force them. And with 4 here on this Fire Giant, really only Beltway and Noitu Lover available here to try to steal.
Gotta have it. Gotta have a steal here if you're Malvinas. This game is starting to go all sorts of sideways. No E2, an afterthought as the Fire Giant dropped, turned, and burned by 5Ms. Beltway is gonna be found out here by Cherry. I mean, working in the water, maybe you can get something done. SMITE's back on the map as well. This is a slow FG.
As Sunder too.
But you still have a real big lead here. Wow, Searing Pain out from Benny Q, lurking in the water from Beltway. So now you're not gonna be able to steal it away with your ultimate. Looks like Malvinas's gonna back away. They do, and 5Ms get the FG. It was slow, it was awkward, but the outcome's still the same, and it's FG on all 5 of 5Ms.
And highlighting they got it on all 5 also. Scream is also farming that entire time, and now he's more than caught up. He's now got a 4-level lead there because he's not even forced to rotate to that fight because of how big of an advantage 5Ms had there with the deaths onto most of their team. And that's I mean, it doesn't look like the best Fire Giant, but that is a very good Fire Giant play there by 5Ms. They don't overcommit to it. They don't allow those 2 Sunders that both Beltway and Noitu Lover have. If somebody walks too far forward, we're going to try to kill them. And now they're splitting up a little bit. Cyclone taking a little bit of damage here, but maybe a fight on left.
Could be starting up. Benny Q. Oh, I think he hit it, but just didn't have enough damage by maybe 10 or 20. We've seen this a handful of times. Noitu left alone with the River's Rebuke up and crashing down around him. 5Ms able to find their way in anyway. 20 seconds left on that respawn, so you'll have time to get back up for that Phoenix defense if you need it. Somehow, only the 2nd Fury of the game. The first one goes to Malvinas. Remember that moment we were thinking maybe a turning point in this game. Get the Fury, you're able to get out alive. Been the opposite, unfortunately, for Malvinas. Our LATAM representatives, 5Ms starting to pick up the pace here in game number 2. Worth recontextualizing here in what could be the last few moments. 5Ms almost certainly on to Vegas going 2-0 in their groups. I mean, there's tiebreakers, all that fancy stuff, but 2 wins tends to be that mark you're looking for with 3 teams making it out. On the flip side, though, not out yet if Malvinas end up losing this game. An opportunity, but you gotta win your next matchup, and you need some other matchups to go your way. So that's certainly probably in the back of their minds, 5Ms as well, realizing that big opportunity in front of them if they can break through this defense.
Yeah, and I expect 5Ms to play this a little slower. They have the sustain on Cherry. They have the sustain on Benny Q. They're just going to try to find something with the Ymir wall, with the Ymir freeze. Maybe this is the go button.
Cheerio in. Look at the Pillars of Agony get done. It'll slow down no E2, that's for sure. You never want to die with your River's Rebuke up, and that's exactly what happens. Benny Q. Where's that Searing Pain? Oh, it's on to everyone! And what a setup! And what a knockdown from Cyclone Spin. This game ends in fireworks. Sub 20 minutes. Unreal from 5Ms. It was slow at the start, and it's fast at the finish. 5Ms, they'll take this one 2-0.
And that's just like the gas pedal pressed buy 5Ms there. The early portion, as you said, I mean, that was almost all Malvinas, but the farming, how efficiently they play the map, where they look for their fights. 5Ms is a talented team. When they fall behind, they know how to get back into the game. They know how to split well enough. And Malvinas, I mean, yes, they did end up losing this game, but there's a lot to take from this second game. So. There's a lot of positives. I really liked UFEL's Cupid. I liked how aggressive they played in that duo lane. They get a little too hyper-focused on fight sometimes, and they just kind of give up a little bit too much farm. But positives all around past that first 5 minutes by 5Ms. They're a wonderful team when they get, kind of hot. They start heating up, and then they look for these sick combos like we just saw at the end. The Loki ult to set up the 3-4-man Raw ult, whatever it was. Beautiful to see.
Also, I'll correct I don't think it hit everyone. Maybe one miss on that Searing Pain. Can't give Benny too much credit. Is it really that one jungle fight in your mind where this game just kind of goes sideways?
Yeah, that's the one that starts bringing it back to 5Ms. Before that, Malvinas was the one that was making the plays, and then Cherry's rotation just blows up the game. Beltway's not able to match it. Yep. He does, keep the lead, but he just doesn't have the items online to really rotate the fights and make as big of a plays. And that's kind of the value of full damage Hades. You get to one fight, and you'll just one-shot someone, even if it's early game.
Yep. And we figured that this 5Ms team was going to make their way onto Vegas, just the way this roster's built, been one of the favorites through all of the qualifiers. Again, not, I guess, literally officially onto Vegas, but having a 2-0 advantage in your group when 3 teams make it out, got to be feeling good about your chances, if not already certainly there. So 5Ms get it done cleanly here in game number 2. The Desk, they've got a lot to talk about. Hand it over to them.
Yeah, definitely a much better look, but what really matters...
Bobby gave me a wave.
What really matters, of course, is the victory, the 2-0. Feels really good for 5Ms.
Absolutely.
Trelly, a lot of the things that we were talking about going into this, about being excited for, and more notably than anything, is the Benny Q Raw, and I feel like it paid off.
Yeah, we did hype up the Benny Q Raw, and I'm glad that it lived up to some of those expectations. The snipes were crisp, but I got to agree with what the casters were saying. I mean, there was a lot of good in the early game there for Malvinas, but, and again, to Bobby's point, it did seem like fighting over farming was still that mindset, right? They found some kills, they tried to chase, they overstayed their welcome a bit towards some of those early Gold Furies. All the while, you can just tell that 5Ms is farming consistently. They are making sure to stay ahead in the game. Their gold per minute was, through the roof, and that's what we've come to expect from a squad like this. Even if they take a couple deaths early on, it's not really going to affect that late game outcome. They're going to be able to get there. And I've been loving the introduction of like Sunbeam boats, all these builds. Like Cyclone Spin especially has always been one to, try new things, but this doesn't seem like something new that Cyclone's trying. Right? This seems like a staple in a lot of jungle builds. A lot of ADCs are starting to pick it up. It's going to make DPS towards structures way higher in the early game. So definitely something to, keep your eye on.
And much like the casters were saying at the very end, though, and I think very important to note here, is really just the difference right now. The gold numbers in game 1, and realistically yesterday for Malvinas as well, were 6K behind for a lot of individual players net worth overall. This one much closer. They have a lot more fight back. This, Charlie, again, they are in the group, and we'll look at the standings and the schedule a little bit later, but realistically, you're kind of hoping on some others' downfall now. You're hoping, I think, for Mockingbird to lose, so both of you are 0-2, and then you want to win tomorrow, which is going to give you the best chance to be able to take that third seed spot now that you're 0-2. That's kind of where you're going to be fighting for. Depending on how the next set goes, it could change everything. We could end up seeing, I think if certain things happen, 3 teams going 1-2, and then we get in the tiebreaker talk, but we got to live that if it happens. Think about it now, and we'll talk about that later. I think realistically, you did good in game 2, and you should be proud of that and moving forward. If you're 5Ms, they had already kind of mentioned it, Cherry said it, they want to get first so they can chill on Sunday. Yep. Maybe there's a little bit more to it than that, but realistically, I think that this is a team that has been playing well and kind of knows what they want to do and how well they've been doing and what gives them their success. So they've been sticking to it, and you don't have to take it from me. We got PBM standing over there ready for an interview.
That's right. It's Mike. It's Dave. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, what's up?
Although I saw you
a
couple hours ago.
But as far as broadcast knows, yeah.
Right, this is the first time I've seen Mike in what feels like years. Mike, this one actually wasn't even a couple hours ago. A couple quick games for you guys. Game 1 felt a bit more methodical, in your wheelhouse. Talk to me about what happened early in Game 2 and then the turnaround that really put things back in your favor?
Yeah, so Benny, he thought it'd be funny to kind of mess around a little bit in game one, and I think that really tilted me in spin. Ended up leading to spin, making a small mistake in the laning phase, and those guys really hammered us down after that.
Yeah, well, and Benny gets the Ra here in game 2, and unfortunately for you, and
What does Ra do? I actually didn't see.
it only did one thing that game, and it was a big searing line right at the end where it hit 2 or 3 enemy players and deals some damage.
Oh, it did do damage that game.
When you hit it, it does deal some
Oh, I thought it was maybe bugged. I didn't see it do any damage.
Yeah, no, it was a bug that he was missing, surely, right?
Oh, he was missing.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh,
You said
okay.
it.
We'll check the VOD.
We'll check the VOD. We'll look back. Well, it's only good things to look back and review on, Mike. What are some positive takeaways from your team this game?
You know, for us, we're just trying to. We're happy we're 4-0 at this point. We want to go 6-0. We want to 3-0 the group. We want to go in as the number 1 seed out of our group. So it'll be interesting to see the next set and get ready for tomorrow.
Anyone take the Hades away from Cherry, you think?
It won't matter. He's our worst player. The guy's awful.
Man, unlucky. Maybe I ought to get Mike out of here before the team starts to have some drama before their final set of the weekend. Just kidding, Mike. It's a good showing from you guys. Always great to talk to you. And the desk will take it from here.
The real thing is that I feel like even if he said that like to Cherry'd probably go, yeah. They, as you can tell though, I feel like not just jovial, but like you've got a group and a team I think on 5Ms that they can joke around like that, but realistically, like all of them are really competitive as well, and that's kind of what you see when you go into those games. It doesn't matter who they're against. It doesn't matter if they think they're going to win. They're locked in, and that really has found them a ton of success so far.
I mean, I think that's part of the battle, just coming in with that confidence, and then everything else sort of meshes into place. And team name, but with 5Ms. I'll never forgive them for making that their team name. They always do come in with that level of confidence because they have the longest name by far, and I think that is another benefit of trying to go in with this undefeated, because when you go into a land like Vegas, knowing that you've already beat out your whole group in this case, if that's what they want and they don't take any L's in their games, they're going to come in with a chip on their shoulder, and maybe that'll just, keep on going. You got to build a momentum in events like this.
Worth mentioning the first seed curse that has existed.
Yep.
The good news is that technically you've got first seed from 2 groups, so that means only one of them gets the curse, I think, or maybe you split it and then nobody loses. I don't know how that works, but there's always that to be worried about, which lasted for a long time there in the last few years of the Pro League. For Group A, though, that closes out set 1. We still have another one to go. And again, looking at the standings, right? If you're 2-0, your team name but with IVIMS, you're feeling pretty darn good right now. They still have gone on record saying that they want to make sure they win tomorrow's matchup as well versus Borscht. Just go 3-0, get that bye round, and move forward in Vegas so they don't have to play until January, and have a nice little holiday and little break in between. If you are now Malvinas, you are worried, maybe a little stressed, because you need some not only do or die moments for you, you need certain games to go certain ways to match things up. The biggest one is your game tomorrow, now versus Mockingbird, is a must-win.
You're preying on Mockingbird's downfall.
Yeah, you really hope Mockingbird loses next set for you, just to make sure that you're both 0-2. Then you can pretty much lock it in, right? Now 0-3 if you get the win. Same thing goes for Mockingbird, depending on how the next one goes. If Mockingbird win, though, you're also rooting. You still have to win the next game, but then you're rooting on Borscht up against team name but with 5Ms to hope that everyone's 1-2, and then I think at that point that's when the head-to-heads are all kind of in a triangle, and then you have a 3-way tie, and as long as everybody's 2-0 and there's not like one extra game in there and there's plus minuses that are all the same, then we enter the equation of making sure that everybody, or the tiebreaker games. But you see and hear how long-winded that was to get to tiebreaker games.
Yep.
That's because it's kind of hard to do, and it all just depends on 3 matchups that are still left to be played. So it's a lot to put your hopes on, and so maybe eyes just on that matchup tomorrow morning, regardless of what happens for Malvinas. If they want to continue, if they want to go to Vegas, they have to win that one.
Yeah, that's do or die for them. And again, even if they win, they still have to hope that there's other losses on the way, and that's what happens when you go 0-2 in a round robin like this. So you unfortunately are in a position where it's not just in your hands anymore, but you got to win who's in front of you. That's also the bottom line. Whatever you're lined up against, there's no more lives. 0-3 is that's a death sentence for just about anyone.
We've talked about them needing to win and preying on others' downfalls, and some of those others are going to be playing relatively soon. Borscht and Mockingbird is the set that's up next. One that I think is really going to be interesting, Mockingbird.
Yep.
I guess took some lumps yesterday, right, with a loss. But realistically, this is a team that has shown not only growth but capabilities.
Yep.
I think I don't even want to say out of nowhere. They just really skyrocketed in EMEA. Same thing goes for Borscht. I think these are two teams that come in maybe considered quote unquote underdogs from their region, if you can even say that when they're in the top 3. But they are some powerhouses and going to be an absolute blast to watch. So make sure that you stay tuned, because after this quick break, we're going to be back with Borscht versus Mockingbird. everyone to the Smite 2 Founders Series Knockout LAN. We are in groups. We are still in Group A. It's Gormizer. It's inbound. And we are marching forward to what I think is going to be an absolute spectacle of a matchup. Borscht versus Mockingbird is what's coming up next. If you're Borscht, you win this, you're 2-0, and you're pretty much set, right? It guarantees everything that you need to be. If you're Borscht and you lose this and it's 1-1, then suddenly Mockingbird are 1-1. And then if you're 5Ms, you're thumbs up because you're feeling great. You're pretty much set and maybe already set. There's a lot going on. Let's just take a look at the standings and the schedule because this match will determine a whole lot here for both Borscht, Mockingbird, and Malvinas. Malvinas, no matter what, they have to win tomorrow's matchup. If this is a loss for Mockingbird, then that means a win tomorrow morning is what gets you into Vegas. If it's a win for Mockingbird, then a win for Malvinas specifically means that you have a three-way tie and we have tiebreakers, and it's a whole different conversation. And I believe we'd have to play those on Sunday to figure things out. Of course, no matter what, with the 2-0 right now in the case of the standings for Team Name But with 5Ms, they still have their eyes on first, so they want to make sure they win out. For Borscht, you'd like to confirm yourselves as soon as possible.
Yeah, and seeding is important in the group also. You want to get that bye week, or you want to get that bye for Vegas.
Yeah.
So, of course, playing for that win. But this is the set we're on. We're going to be watching Borscht and Mockingbird. And this is, I think, probably going to be the closest game in this entire group. I think from what we've seen so far, 5Ms have looked dominant. Excited for them to play tomorrow against Borscht. But, Mockingbird had a very positive game 1 versus Team with 5Ms yesterday. The game 2, though, not too much. It was a very big blow. But that's kind of what Team with 5Ms do. They just have these games where everything's going well, and they just kind of run through you, and there's nothing you really can do. And if you think about, Scream and Mike, even Benny to some regards, Cherry, those players just kind of do that sometimes, where if they get hot, there's just nothing you can do to really stop them. But Borscht and Mockingbird, they have very high highs, but they also have lows that kind of go a little bit lower than you'd expect from a team with names like they have. This Mockingbird team, they have a lot of names that most people recognize. I think the EU SEC guys will 100% recognize them, and they've got a lot of weight in the rank scenes. And Borscht, everybody knows most of the Borscht roster. I think this team is probably the wild card. I'd assume both of these teams have a lot of highs, but Borscht, I mean, are these just not a bunch of coin flip players of this could be the best player any day, or what are they doing?
Yeah, and realistically, and I think we talked a lot specifically about Rat Milk because he's one of those guys that when he shows up, it is just different for this team.
Beautiful.
To the point where that's the difference between Borscht and being completely unstoppable, and Borscht and just being Borscht, right? Being a second, third seed team, which isn't necessarily that bad. It got you here,
it's
right?
Still good.
It's just, and then all you have to do is win on the right days, and that's how you win a tournament. And I know a lot of these guys have been in that position before. It's just trying to make sure that you lock that down. The other thing about this is not, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but this isn't the first iteration of Borscht.
No.
They went through 5 before they landed on this. Bringing in Jake, having Pagon go over to carry, that duo lane is really big. Fine OK back over to solo. And Baskin now in mid. There's a lot of little shuffles, but it all feels right.
Yeah, I mean, Rat Milk Cylin's kind of stayed in the same spot.
He's just chilling.
And there's for good reasons. We've said it 100 times. Rat Milk has times where he's just the best player in the game. And I think you're 100% right. This is the iteration of Borscht where it's Fine OK's back in solo. Pagon can kind of do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Pagon and Jake in duo is it's just crazy what happens over there because they're fighting at level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're going for buffs. They're really taking any fight. And if I told you that Jake was the less aggressive player in a duo lane, you'd probably call me insane, but he really is. Pagon is the one that dictates every fight over there. He's jumping in at level 2 as on her, and he will look to push his lead however he can.
That was actually something, throw it back, I guess literally just a year ago, right, when we were talking about the Oni Warriors, and specifically those two players. Yeah. Maybe it was a different role for Pagon, but the idea was still there, where even going into it, we were just these guys just kind of click buttons better than everybody else, and that's what we know. And then it turns out they also shot call pretty damn good too, and it turns out that is great. And then you add in Baskin, who most people will say is a top 5 at minimum, they'll say top 5 Smite player all time. So realistically, you add things like that, like you said, with Rat Milk and Fine OK both being able to pop off in the roles. It just feels like this team has a little bit of magic going to it. Kind of curious how they're feeling, though, right now. So the best way to find out is to go to Jake, who's standing by, I believe, in the booth for an interview.
We're in here. That's a heck of a way to start. My name's Dolson, and
my name's Jake.
And this is Dolson.
And Jake interview.
Nice. Way to start it off, Jake. Borscht. Have you ever had it?
Nope.
Do you know what it is?
It's a Russian soup.
And that's all you know about it?
Yeah, PCAT came up with it. And
he came up with the soup itself or the team name?
I mean the team name. Like I don't know. He was just feeling it. Like I kind of wanted to be like the ferocious like kittens. I thought that would have been pretty cool.
Well, that would work with your jerseys.
Yeah.
All right, I got to give the people a little bit of what they want, which is some hard-hitting Smite analysis. You guys have started off great this tournament. 1-0 start for you. 2 wins almost certainly gets you on to Vegas. Are you feeling a little extra pressure to grab that second win today?
I mean, we were just feeling the pressure yesterday. Like the passion was just flowing through me after we won that first game, and now we're just kind of cruising. The job's done. I feel like we're probably gonna be in Vegas. So, you know, we got to get a first seed though. Like we need that. We can't be playing on Sunday. That's the Lord's Day. That's a day of rest.
That's true. And if you win this one, if my brain remembers, you'd play team with 5Ms tomorrow for confirmed first seed. Yep. I heard some groans from the team in here when you said job's done. Are you a little bit worried at their lack of confidence?
I mean, I bring the passion, so I'll be bringing that, and like they'll bring the job getting done. The boom. Oh yeah, 5 big booms.
I'm not going to make you do it, but all right, we're going to send it back. And when we do boom, we're going to go back to the desk. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You know the gif of the I love you, but you are not serious, people. That's all I can think.
I just think of that interview is all over the place. They hit the booms, and then this is Dolson and Jake.
Yeah, like they're about to do the buddy cop lean back to back. I could see. I want the spinoff show. It's gonna be a Dave and Jake, kind of like Property Brothers. We don't know what they're gonna be doing yet, but they're gonna have the little lower third that shows up in the middle of the game. Yeah,
I didn't follow that one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm losing inbound, which means I'm probably losing you. Jake lost a little bit for us. It was a nice little sandwich though. There was some nugget of truth in there, which for him is that at least for him, he considers the job to be done, right? Which is. They kind of expect that they're going to win this one. They feel confident, or he feels confident. The groans that apparently filled the rest of the room maybe means that everybody else wants to actually get the second win first before they say that the job's done.
Can't blame them.
Yeah, usually that is how that works, so we'll see how it goes for them, because the team they're going up against is Mockingbird on the other side. Of course, again, a lot of names you should recognize because these guys have been a pretty dominant force in EMEA. Very interesting paths in EMEA for a lot of these teams. The fact that Giovanni Giorgio is not here, same thing goes for Cowabunga and NA, is what has empowered, I think, these two teams very specifically, where you had these squads that, for Cowabunga was for the longest time this idea of, same as Team Risk, where they were like, wow, this might be one of the best teams, if not the best team
for sure.
in Smite 2. The same thing was going for Team Risk in the other region, and then, some losses that happen in playoffs when they just can't be afforded, give Mockingbird and Borscht their opportunity here. But Mockingbird have been much more interesting to me because this was a team that when I saw it in the open bracket, I remember kind of writing them off. I was like, yeah, okay, I've seen these guys play. We're looking at a 5th to 7th place team.
A solid team.
Yeah, you're going to be really good and an open bracket and then 16-team bracket and then another 16-team bracket. You're going to do just fine, but I didn't expect to see them here, right, at 3-4 months ago. And then when they started playing in Swiss and started everything else, they just stepped up every single time, and it blew me out of the water, proved me wrong, which I love when that happens. And I'm sure that they're feeling maybe not just the confidence, but hopefully invigorated as they go into this, and we'll find out as we go to Calvin for an interview.
We'll see just how confident Mockingbird are feeling. Dolson's down here with Calvin now. Calvin, I was just talking to Jake. Rest of the team over there on the other side, a little, maybe lackadaisical this morning, but Jake specifically said he is going to bring the passion to the duo lane. What does that make you feel, knowing that your lane opponent is bringing the passion here this morning?
Well, like compared to yesterday, I think we are like a bit more ready. The thing is, like, if we compare EU to NA rank, or even like competition-wise, EU is more passionate than the NA. So we're gonna show it in the server today, even in the dual lane. Sorry.
What's the takeaway? Match yesterday, you go home, you regroup as a team. What are some changes you want to see in the squad today to grab a win?
All right. So to be honest, it's like I want to compare us like Food Globe for Drive. We are like the EU team. We're gonna play against only NA teams, so we like add lack of data on stream, obviously. But we know like what they're gonna play most likely, and we prepare like some good draft against them.
I'm looking around the team booth here. Don't worry, Jordan, you don't have to pan to anyone or Spud. Who do you think the most locked-in player on Mockingbird is right now in the pre-game lobby?
Me.
Ooh, Calvin, you think it's you? Yeah. So does that mean you're going to bring enough passion to counter Awesome Jake's passion?
Yes. It's a support thing, you know. Support is like support in-game and support like Hi-Rez, you know.
Do you consider yourself sort of the team support sitting here in this team booth? The mental and what you're saying to the boys before the game is just as important as what you're doing in the game?
I'm trying to, but we got Messi over there, so, you know, it may be more passionate than me, but we're going to do the best, you know.
What are the keys to victory today? Who needs to step up on this squad to find a win against Borscht?
I think if you saw the last game yesterday, I think probably Eric's going to be the one that's going to step up the most. The whole team is laughing, but like, obviously, everyone has to step up, yeah, like everyone. I mean, most likely Agrax, but like everyone's gonna show up today.
What kind of final thoughts here? 4 teams in the group, 3 able to make it out. Not a must-win set, but do you feel the importance starts to dial up a little bit the further into the weekend you go?
No, we're chilling, been chilling.
Understood. I did big booms with Jake. I don't know if this squad knows the big booms in the same way they do. So I'm just going to say thank you for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you, Dustin.
And we'll head back to the desk to get this one started.
Maybe he could have introduced the big booms to the team.
It's not hard.
Yeah, realistically, you got to bring to bring the culture over, right? That's part of the international games, is to make sure that you can share the culture. No, the thing I get out of that, and you know, not only did Jake say, but Calvin saying that he's going to bring the passion, both in-game and out of game for his team, and be the uplifter for him.
Yeah, and I think Calvin is the perfect player to interview, because I think when this team puts it all together and they look like a great team and they play against the teams very well, a lot of it comes through Calvin. I think Calvin had a great game yesterday, even though they did lose. Calvin played phenomenal. I liked his Ymir. I liked the plays he was going for. They did, you know, kind of get beat pretty bad game 2, but in game 1, a lot of the plays are made through Calvin. And I think if Calvin and Spud can at least manage the duo lane, not fall super far behind, and then get to those late game team fights, Calvin's shot calls, at least I assume he's the main shot caller, Calvin's shot calls are really good, and I think Spud is a phenomenal hyper carry to have, because I think Herox plays late game very well. I think Hawk is one of the better positioners in terms of it feels very hard to kill him in the late game, and I just like how they team fight. I think this is a team that we could see a lot from him in this set.
And realistically, I feel like they were a team that they had a good idea of draft yesterday.
Yes, for sure.
It's just you were against 5Ms, right? Like nobody so far in this group has looked good against them. So realistically, can you really fault them? We'll see how well they perform against Borscht. We jump to Picks and Bans. Game number 1, Borscht and Mockingbird. Borscht. What did he say? The Furious Kittens? What was the
Furious Kittens.
Yeah, alternative?
Or Ferocious.
Ferocious Kittens. You're right. You got it. Very
Not
different.
Furious.
The alternative title for Borscht. They're gonna ban out the Sobek up front. I'm sorry if I'm being completely honest. My brain stalled because I remember that Dave asked if Panda Cat came up with the dish itself.
Yeah, Jake says, I don't know.
Yeah, Jake. There was a moment where he was like uncertain. Promise Borscht has been around for a very, very long time. The team, good name. And, of course, good band, the
Baron
Morgan
Samedi.
on the other side. And it's Baron Samedi, which has been a deadly, deadly threat when Final K gets it.
100%. Like, there's nothing else to say beyond Baron in the hands of Final K is just incredibly deadly. I think this God is insane, but the way that Final K handles it, I think he plays it in its best role. I think it's very difficult to play against. Borscht taking that Baron first pick allows Jing Wei to be picked by Mockingbird, and I like when Spud gets Jing Wei. It allows him to hyper carry the games. They had the issue yesterday against Cyclone Spin on this tanky CERN style build, but I don't think any of it comes back to Spud's Jing being the issue. I think it was the dive that they have, and instead of a shock jungler and Ama jungle, they get this Loki to allow them to dive late game. I think Mockingbird doing their P's and B's in the hotel room, they improved them a lot.
Well, I will admit personally, Baron, well, personally I will admit to not having been big on the Baron for a little while because he just kept losing a lot of the games that I was watching. You have to give credit where credit's due, in that Borscht play I'm like nobody else. Yamoja
So
and Poseidon on this squad, to me, means this is a very, very powerful top three. Mockingbird, Loki, Ymir, and the Zeus at the very end, which admittedly, yesterday we saw Tegvir play in the carry role, but this is going to lock in mid, and you were already talking about how Hawk, with his positioning, is pretty hard to kill. It might be the added benefit, an extra passive to the Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus, you can build that one defense item too, and then Hawk positions, I think, very, very well. On top of this character just having a ton of movement speed, it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to kill him. And Borscht going a Thanatos, which is Rat Milk.
Yeah,
Rat
he's
Milk
the only
is
one
the
doing
only
it.
one. Nobody else will play this character, but Rat Milk will play it, and he'll make it look like the best jungler in the game. So I like that pick, and they're getting this Cernanos last pick, which is, this is the god we've seen opposite of Jing Wei, I think. As long as we see that Axe tankier style Cernanos build, I think it's just as good as Jing Wei. And then the last pick, Amaterasu. Mockingbird with this Amaterasu, it allows so much objective damage now. I really like how they've kind of crafted this comp. They have not great early fight, but they have phenomenal objective damage and they have phenomenal team fight. I just wanted to see them keep in mind with those objectives. Maybe go for a 5-minute one. We've seen Food Drive for Globe do it a ton, but other teams can do it too. You have Zeus, you have Ymir. Jing Wei's one damage is a lot too.
Zeus, Ymir, Ama for like, if I've never seen a more, hey, let's take Gold Fury at 5 minutes, let's take Fire Giant the second it spawns in comp than this. You just drop everything you have right there.
Yeah, I want to see it. Let's go for these early objectives.
Well, we'll find out. The farm game, that's kind of been on the question mark. Borscht, solid draft. Mockingbird, solid draft. Who will take game one? Let's find out with the casters.
Well, if it's anything to go off of, Awesome Jake feeling just fine going into game number one. Mockingbird, there's some good vibes in their team booth as well. My name's Dolson. Hopefully you like me because I'm here again. You had me to start off the day. You got me on your second set of the day. This time, though, I'm with Trelly and, of course, Doug working the camera for us. Do a little bit of a do-si-do. Why not start off game number one? We're on the flip side here. Borscht are going to go between the tier 1 and the tier 2.
Surely someone was spot. Oh, they're going to run into each other. Come on.
Come on!
They've got 5 Barons brews.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Borscht has the
Here we go. Eye to eye.
Oh, Calvin.
Calvin.
Oh, Calvin's done.
Forward rooted and come on! You gotta be kidding me! No shot! Did he miss an auto? Did Rat Milk miss an auto? Come on!
I thought
that's the worst! The worst!
Loki, there we go.
Went back in! Yeah! Get him! Rat Milk finally gets first blood!
We're not done!
And Duduin left, running to the hills as well. Could be another. I don't know what he's leveled, but doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah,
should have been 2. Should have been 2.
Should have been 2.
Or still get 1.
Could have been 2. Wasn't. Look at all the blink timers. 200 seconds on every single blink there from Borscht. And they all chucked their Baron's Brew at Calvin. If one more hit, we had 2 kills there. But you give first blood to Rat Milk. And on Smite, too long didn't watch, Dave. I said that Rat Milk is the most likely jungler to just run away with a game in the whole tournament, every group, because he goes to
high praise.
It is high praise, but it's just because he goes gods like Thanatos that are so snowball. Like, no one else is going to Thanatos that consistently. And now we've given him first blood before minions spawn. That is a scary, scary thought here for Mockingbird, because one thing Rat Milk does with his lead, he's not just going to take it and sit on his laurels and wait. He's going to go over to duo. He's going to go over to solo lane, and he's going to try and turn that 1 kill into 4 before even Gold Fury even spawns in.
Admittedly, I'm not sure what a laurel is. I've just been using that phrase.
I always thought it was like the big part of your heal. I don't know.
It could be. Rat Milk's not resting on him, whatever it is. He's over in mid, but Baskin's still level 1. Herox is rotated through and handed a kill over to his mid laner. Rat Milk not out, not alive, and Herox another. Mockingbird 2v2 in mid, and how about it? Rat Milk inches away from another kill again. And instead, we're equalized after the first blood for Borscht.
Yeah, I can't believe Baskin was still level 1. I didn't get to see the start, but Baskin must have been held out to dry there. All you have to do is get a back camp and then a wave and 1 minion, and you're level 2. That is it. And he was still level 1 there, whereas Hawk ended up hitting level 3. So I'm guessing Baskin just got snubbed at a buff or two, was sitting in lane, and ended up getting Herox from behind. So now you've given 2 kills over to Mockingbird. Really does just even up the game, but like I said, Ratmilk's a jungler that wants to try and snowball, and that was immediately put a stop to. Thin margins, but no kill happens, and now you got a Loki that's been able to match that farm pretty easily.
Well, here we go again. Ratmilk over to solo this time. Plenty of damage, 1 more auto, and that is simple for Ratmilk on the Thanatos. Gotta cleanse the palate a bit after the mid lane skirmish that went sideways for Borscht just a few moments ago. That'll be a kill over onto Dudu and the Amaterasu. Fanoke in an interview yesterday talked about the Baron a little bit. A couple of these players, we saw Cherio, the Hades is what Cherio really clings on to. Feels like this Baron for Fino has been a cornerstone pick when he's been able to get it.
Yeah, it is the pick that he has earned the right to talk about for sure. I mean, he looked disgusting in the qualifier for this LAN on the Baron, and he got it consistently. It was one of those games where everyone's like, yeah, Fino looked good, but maybe it was, you know, Jake on this, or Fino looked good, but maybe it was Ratmilk on this. And then by the end of the set, everyone's like, no, it was Fino on Baron the whole time. We probably should have been dealing with that, but he's able to get it here. Not a terrible matchup into Ama, but Baskin, man, you can't step out of your lane for a second in mid lane. Like, there is going to be a ton of damage coming from Hawk. And Herox has that blink up in about 28 seconds. No assassinate, but look at Baskin's relic. He's got blink, and it's not up for 20 seconds. This Poseidon is a sitting duck if he's not underneath that Phoenix, or that tower.
Hawk gets ultimate a little bit before Baskin, so small opportunity. Herox is in behind Baskin here as well.
Wow.
Goodness, it's an easy one for Herox. Baskin just backpedaled a bit too far. Borscht, we're talking about passion and excitement. They had it for that first blood, but it's all flowed through Ratmilk. Rest of Mockingbird have been able to stand up and answer well. I mean, again, this group is going to be so interesting depending on the outcome of this set. 5 M's in with a 2-0 going into tomorrow. Borscht could match them, and that would essentially lock in those two teams and leave a real interesting match between Mockingbird and Malvinas on Sunday, or on Saturday rather, if that's how things break down. So a lot to look at here in this group, but Mockingbird showing up to play early here. 2-level deficit for Ratmilk, but thinking maybe he's got enough health and damage to take this fight. Herox still no ultimate for 40 seconds, so plenty of cooldown left to go. Baron's Brew tossed. Oh, and he blinks out of the Kraken. That should be enough to save his life, but
there's no one.
Are we still going on this chase here? Baskin maybe able to send out Whirlpool. Yeah, slow him down. Just get that one tick. Another Baron's Brew flies, but Borscht left empty-handed. And I was going to ask Trelly, maybe this is a good time. Ratmilk continuously looking for ganks, essentially only looking for ganks.
Yep.
Does that leave you open to just falling behind and farm?
That's exactly what it does, Dave. I mean, if Ratmilk went to a back camp or a wave at any point there, look, level 5, boom. Could have chased him down easily and found that blink, and then the Kraken could have set up, but I guess he just felt like, hey, I know your ult's down, I'm going to chase you down with Baskin's help. We have an easy kill, but the blink and the juke shoes, and just being 2 levels ahead, was able to net a little bit too much. I still think the big issue in this game is going to be Hawk on this Zeus. You got a level 8 from this mid laner at the moment, 1-0-1. I'm curious how the start goes, because that Valor's Eye could be interesting. There's a lot of pen items that you could build into. It looks like Doom Orb is going to be the option, so just a little bit of extra movement speed from this pickup. Zeus has taken some nerfs in the past, like the Chain Lightning was doing a little bit too much, but when you have a lead like this, it's really not going to matter. You're going to have plenty of damage, and Hawk has been bullying Baskin out of lane pretty much every step of the way.
Up goes the River's Rebuke, but Calvin answers with a wall of his own. It's fun interaction between the two supports, but Calvin's the one in danger. Yeah, there's a shell, but what does it matter when Awesome Jake's got the last bit of damage? And a 2v2 in duo goes the way of the CERN and the Yemoja. It's the downfall every once in a while of the Ymir. You get caught just in sort of an awkward position. Very, very difficult to get away. Maybe tilts a little bit of a lead over to the left side of the map and gives Pagon and Jake some breathing room here in duo.
And that's the thing, though. Everyone wants to get Sunder for the early pressure, but you find yourself in the center of a River's Rebuke, you're going to have some troubles, right? I mean, Calvin is not very safe on the Shamir until Xerxes Hexstone gets picked up. That's the support item that everyone on these immobile Guardians has been trying to pick up because it gives you that extra level of movement, gives you some CC. Ratmilk running into Herox in the jungle. This is a 1v1 Ratmilk probably doesn't want to take, looking at the level deficit. And Loki CC and damage is just so easy to hit. But look at the full rotation. Even Hawk is at this speed, but Ratmilk might have to ult out here if the rest of the team shows up. Not going to level 5. This is tough for a Thanatos.
I hesitate to look too far into awesome Jake builds. I am so used to seeing Glad Shield on soul laners and soul laners only. Is this uncommon?
No, this is unfortunately the world we live in, Dave. Are
you kidding me? I don't cast for 2 weeks and now Glad Shield is just support.
Look at Fino. The first item for Fino as well.
I guess you're right.
It's just ability damage, and so Jake, the way he likes to play, and pretty much every Umoja, is you just spam bubbles, right? You don't heal your team, you don't Riptide, you spam bubbles. And Glad Shield is one of those items that it's going to give you tank stats early on, but it's also just going to give you increased damage on your abilities that you're spamming.
Never a bad thing.
Yep, and Calvin is feeling the hurt of it, and he's probably going to go right into beads next up. That's usually the flow here. And then once you do that, you got your Fizz D, your Magic D, and you're still doing good damage.
Well, we'll see what Jake can get done with that damage around this Gold Fury. Mockingbird started up. Kraken on one side, Lightning Storm on the other. Could be awkward moments around the Gold Furies whenever one team feels far enough ahead to pull it. Baskin, I will note, I mean, he was, what, 2-3 levels down, has evened up that gold a little bit. I am still concerned about Ratmilk and that level deficit. 2 levels solidly, maybe a half level as he just makes his way to level 7. So a lot of this got to be on Herox and
yep,
where this Loki can apply that pressure. Because it was early and often, Trillian, as we've approached the 8, 9, 10-minute mark, feels like both junglers have taken a deep breath and maybe want to get some farm for themselves without all the fighting.
Have you gotten to witness the beauty that is Sunbeam Boom Amistar? Deduin is going to be
I sure haven't, Trilly. I'll tell you what.
Deduin's going to be having a great time over there because this item has just become a mainstay on most auto-attack junglers or solo laners, and Fino is definitely feeling that damage, has to blink out. Essentially, it just gives you extra auto attacks on the side of your auto attacks.
Oh, that's great.
And they're ranged, so you're going to see some archer bows coming out of Deduin's autos, and where everyone's using it is on these objectives, right? It just gives you increased DPS towards anything that's close to you, really, and you're going to start to see it fly through whenever he procs it. It drains your mana, so he's not going to use it all the time, but it's definitely being used on Fino whenever he can. There it is.
Forward to get the silence, and this is why Herox is in. Insta-cancel on the ultimate, but whoa, Ratmilk! He's over on right as well. Where does the Hovering Death go? Up, down, onto Deduin, but Ratmilk hasn't had the damage yet. 1-for-1 trade
into the tower.
Ratmilk on the scythe steps forward and drops Herox. Ratmilk has been 2 or 3 levels down. Now equalizes with 4 kills in game 1.
Oh, wow. I mean, first of all, Deduin did so much damage there to Final K to even get that kill, but because he tanks so much, gives the kill over to Ratmilk, and now you've given Thanatos cooldown reset. But Herox stepped into the tower to try and body block. I think that was the real reason that scythe was hit, because Ratmilk only has one item here, the Pendulum Blade or the Avatar's Prishnu. They both are going to be... I can't see because the cooldowns there. I'm trying to... It's one or the other. One gives cooldown reset, one gives you big strength. I'm sorry. But
Jake?
It's going to give you that extra level. Jake already took the detonate, and
he's good. He's on.
Luckily is out of trouble for now. But that just goes to show how much Hawk's doing, man. Look, he already has the full Divine Ruin as well. So much farm has been funneled into this Zeus.
You know what I feel like sometimes where, like, the Smite 2, it changes so quickly. New gods, item builds change. It's like the kid in first grade who still had to, like, chisel 1 + 1 = 2 on a stone tablet.
Yep.
By the time he was graduating college, they got to use typewriters, you know, and now suddenly there are laptops. I don't think that's actually the case for anyone. I think there was probably some paper somewhere in between all of that, but that's how it feels sometimes. I was chiseling my equations just a few weeks ago, and now suddenly we're in the world of the internet with these builds. It's the excitement of Smite 2. Mockingbird and Borscht close to on top of that world. Very close game here, game number 1. Mockingbird the ones that are slightly ahead. You'd call Borscht probably the favorites, but Mockingbird through all the qualifiers have shown us some of the history that they have together as a team. Something to watch out for as well. Curious about the dynamic around this Gold Fury though, Traley. I imagine we're going to start looking towards that objective maybe after a fight, but How do you play around the Kraken? How do you play around the Lightning Storm as mid lane options as far as team fights and objective secure goes?
I mean, at the moment, Baskin doesn't have that much movement speed, so it's going to be hard for him to run you down. Like, usually Doom Orb and Gem of Focus are picked up, but has the Sands, has Book of Thoth. So he's just trying to stack up. I don't think Baskin's going to be the biggest threat until he gets that Book of Thoth online, but Hawk is ready to go, man. Doom Orb into Divine Ruin, like I said. One good wall from Calvin could be the play. Xerxes Hexstone to catch out Calvin, but he just barely makes it out of the river.
Swing and a miss from Baskin. What can Hawk get done? Plenty! Though it's Ratmilk with the opening kill. The junglers going an eye for an eye in mid. Supports in on the fight as well. Everyone except the solos and ADCs fighting around mid lane. It's Jake and Calvin who both fall, so it's a relatively even fight over in mid, and it's a lot of what you had just talked about in some of the engagements. Baskin just couldn't catch up to drop that Kraken, and it felt like Hawk able to get in range. Ratmilk starting to become a big problem though here, Trelly, as down as he was in levels and gold early in the game. Feels like the Thanatos is caught back up, and a bounty on his back as well if someone on Mockingbird can finally lock down the Thana.
Yeah, would be nice, but so far Ratmilk's been able to hold on to that hovering death just in case to get out of trouble. Gold Fury not been looked at for either squad.
Does that surprise you?
I mean, you just have so much damage if you're Mockingbird, but you're going to need to do it over there, right? Like, you need the Amaterasu. Braggy's Heart. Oh, here we go. Maybe we have an attempt at a pull, or just a wall onto Jake. There could be some vision here. Calvin stepping forward. No Xerxes Hexstone available for either of the supports, and my goodness, Pagon forces the airstrike out of Spud. And look at this, now Calvin's in trouble.
The Kraken hits this time for Baskin, a rotate out from Fine OK. Grabs him a kill around the Fury. Pagon, dashes in, blinks out. In and out he goes, and up and down goes Ratmilk. How about a rampage for the Thanatos? Hawk, the squishy mid laner, has to get beneath the tower. Baskin, another. Borscht starting to run away with this fight. So Herox with a bit of a second wind. Looks like able to step on out. Thanks to that stealth. Man, that is a bad fight for Mockingbird. Yeah, you get a kill on a Baskin, but you've lost your mid to left side of the map. Maybe do and get something done.
Coming in from the back. Herox is still here, but does not have the ultimate. I think you just try and outburst here with the scythe. It's going to be low.
Did he dash it in time? He did. To do it, dashes in. Whoa! And the ultimate's good on the flip side as well. But it's not that good. I got excited for no reason. Double kill for Pagon. Oh, looks like Ratmilk did end up getting shut down. That's what I saw, that delete. I was getting excited. And then, sad, right after the fact. It's a steal, though, for Mockingbird, though, Trelly. I guess Duduin felt like the moment was big enough, got to dash in, make something happen. And a couple of kills. I mean, Mockingbird not feeling too bad after what was a really unfortunate fight just a few moments before.
I mean, Deduin wasn't very tanky when he started that engagement. He just picked up that Pharaoh's Curse in the third spot, so now he might have been able to live through that a bit longer. You got Pyromancer started up. Baskin has to know this is going on. He can see the lightning striking over the wall, but he's not able to get there in time. And the Lightning Storm used to confirm it. So now 2 objectives in favor of Mockingbird. And again, what a play by Deduin. He's much tankier now than he just was. So that definitely helps out the survivability. I kind of set up as well. I was like, okay, hold up. We might see Deduin go crazy here, but he really built a lot of attack speed early on into the build, and now he's more so working on those tank stats. And luckily, Ratmilk didn't make me a liar. He just built Pendulum Blade in the second slot, so double active items for Ratmilk on this Thanatos. Just trying to get those cooldown resets and absolutely pop off in the fight. I do think... Oh, hold on. We got Jake again. Xerxes Hexstone in and finds the Riptide. Can they chase him down?
Gotta be a stun, a pull, all the damage. Overkill maybe from Baskin. But the damage from the Kraken helps out in the fight. But Ratmilk with hovering death may end up getting his second. Couple ultimates used, couple ultimates maybe not needed. Doesn't matter. Borscht able to get themselves a couple kills. That's left Pagon alone, though, over in duo lane.
They're doing fire.
But he stands
also.
And he fights, and wow, he's got enough damage. Is the detonate from Calvin enough? Sure is. Spud flips a kill back, but all this time, Borscht picking up that FG. Herox, a rotation around the backside of this fight. That's put up a River's Rebuke. I think all but seals this for Borscht. Sure does. Ratmilk confirms the FG. Ultimately, a couple kills and a Fire Giant for the life of Pagon. Like the call here from Borscht.
Yeah, and I think Pagon probably made the right call. I think there was a chance he could have tried to run away and just stall, but eventually he would have fallen down there. So just take the 1v1 as best of your ability, even with Calvin there. It was pretty close, but this Cern cannot do it all by himself, and you trade your life for 4 on FG. I think that's a trade Pagon's going to take every single time. But what does Mockingbird do in the meantime? Do they decide and just defend here? I think this lead is not insurmountable by any means. Like, sure, the Fire Giant hurts, but we're pretty much 800 gold behind at this point if you're Mockingbird, so it's not as if you can't try and fight back. Herox is still a threat on this Loki. You've got anti-heal online. Pen is picked up from Hawk. That Obsidian Shard definitely would help out, but I've got my eyes on the cooldown of Awesome Jake. When River's Rebuke comes up, Jake has been using that board to get in close, drop the ultimate, and just set up for his team. And there's only one Phantom Shell available, and that's on Spud. So if the Jingwei is not there or ready, Jake's going to get immense value. Look at Jake just out-trading Spud at this point.
That Glad Shield.
That's Glad Shield and just good placements. The slow into the stun, into an auto, and then reset. Jake, I mean, he likes this god for a reason.
Gotta get used to watching supports turn into boars and join the fight. I mean, it's just a cool, unique ability. Up, down goes Ratmilk right into the crack, and what a fight from Borscht. All at once it pours in, and Mockingbird drowned out from the left side of the jungle. Couple ultimates still left to go. It's the River's Rebuke. One more, and this one goes to Jake. Set up the final kill, deserves to have it. Right around the time this Fury respawns, Herox, middle of everyone, drops some damage, but that's smart. Didn't get rooted in place. Now is going to get rooted in place. Goes back in with the assassinate and a killing spree for Ratmilk. Has all but sealed what could be a Fury pull here in a moment.
Yeah, I thought Loki was just going to go through the door or ult over the wall. Looked like Herox really wanted to try and find a kill there, but I mean, you're 2v4 at best. The grouping was there, even though Baskin was pushing left. I just can't imagine a world where you assassinate in. But maybe Mockingbird fears that this snowball's getting a little bit too big.
Oh, yeah.
Phoenix on the left side, a good wall from Calvin can stall, but it looks like this is going to drop down here.
What am I talking about? Fury, they got a Phoenix that they're working on. Does Borscht? Whoa, mountain of damage finds its way into Duduin, and the Kraken finishes off the kill. Are we suddenly walking ourselves towards something worse for Mockingbird? Nope.
A lot of tier ones up.
Yeah, you're right. There are a lot of towers still on the map. Mid and solo untouched in damage, and that'll send Borscht on back. But man, losing a Phoenix over on left, tough. For that next FG, it's that early Phoenix, the best Phoenix, as we've often talked about over the years. Borscht now firmly in the driver's seat after a very contentious first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think that if Borscht was feeling themselves a bit more, they may have tried to go in for an end call there, but they decided to slow it down. They understand there's a lot on the line here, and making sure that their record is as pristine as possible is also on their mind. A Runic Bomb would be nice, a Gold Fury would be nicer. Might as well go on back to base. There's some big tower spikes that could come through as well. I mean, Ratmilk's 10-2. You know, I didn't hike him up as this guy that could run away with the game for any reason in particular besides the fact that he likes to get these last hits, and he's darn good at it, right? This Thanatos has so much big burst, and this build is an interesting way to go about it where, if I didn't get the kill with the first side, I got a second one, and just try and get as many cooldown resets as possible. I wouldn't be surprised if it's part of the game plan. Let Ratmilk get the kills, right? Give him as much farm as possible because he's not just camping one lane. He really does make his presence known across the entirety of the map. I don't think we've gotten to see too much from Spud because of that reason. Like, this Jingwei has been a part of 2 kills total, and it's just been kind of AFK on that side of the map trying to farm up. It's not a bad thing, right? Like, you want your carry to rotate in once the farm's online, but now Herox, you're going to have to put on a little bit of a wild goose chase here, but Ratmilk can smell you. There's one.
Smells him and he smells good, I guess. Herox blinks away, but a stench leaving a trail in the jungle. Easy for Borscht to follow. River's Rebuke seals the fate of Herox. Fire Giant falls off, but not back in respawn yet. But some of those all-important towers that Borscht has needed to knock down that maybe delayed a game-ending call a few moments ago now start to work. Now starting to be worked on.
This is genius. My goodness. Okay, so you can't sell Baron's Brew. So if you see Final K's got a Chalice and Baron's Brew, he can't ward. But he picked up Eye of Providence, the active item that lets you place wards with a different key. And now he can place wards with double Chalice. That is so big brain. I've never thought of that. But now we see a little bit of a scrap here. Lightning Storm from the back.
What can Mockingbird get done? Gotta have this fight, but Ratmilk still stands, and he delivers. But does he? Hawk with the shutdown. He was standing all on his own, was Ratmilk. That's a pretty big shutdown as well. good news is, for Borscht, didn't already have Fire Giants. There's no Fire Giant push to delay. Maybe Final K can pull back in a target. Man, he is tanky. None of his damage really sticking other than half of his health bar. And back go Borscht to the tier 2 tower on right. 30 seconds, though, without Rat Milk. Not going to get these types of opportunities often if you're Mockingbird.
You sure wouldn't. If you're Mockingbird, you may decide to try and chase to your Herox is looking towards it, and Viz at the moment. Doesn't quite have Assassinate up, though. And that should get out of jail free card. No blink for 140 seconds as well, so playing this one slow. Mockingbird might just pull this, though, Dave. They've got Rat Milk on for 8 seconds. They've got the Doin here and a Sunbeam Bow. Why not try and go for it?
Maybe here's your game. If you're Mockingbird, you get this, you're right back in it, you lose it, it might be over. And Hawk has gotten the FG, a good call from Mockingbird, but now you need to get out alive. Borscht has the chase. They don't have the FG. But wow, Mockingbird, okay, good. I was gonna say, you gotta get yourselves on out of here. They had a slight pause, but the rest of Mockingbird will leave. And so Trelly, how impactful now that Rat Milk death was. Not only a shutdown, but that long death timer at this point in the game opened the door to Mockingbird finding an FG. Are they fully back in the game? No. As a matter of fact, they're still getting their Phoenix sieged as they're in a 5v4. Good wall. Could set up for a big moment here. Still under threat of losing this game. Kraken sends a bit of damage out, but Calvin able to polymorph, dash away. Dazzling offensive. That's through from Duduin here. Whoa, who is that? That's Jake. He's low. Calvin's lower, though. Is a hovering death going to get used? Sure is. Up, down. Hello, Rat Milk. And goodbye, Calvin. But a blink back forward. Rat Milk wants more, and Duduin wags his finger. And this Phoenix Siege may need to be left.
But Herox's back goes in with the Assassinate and getting low. Final K gets shut down, and they want more, Dave. They've got the chase down potential, and they have movement speed from Beduin. Baskin, definitely the next on the chop and block, and Spud takes that one, no problem.
These death timers are pretty long, Trelly. What can Mockingbird get done on the other side of this fight? Pagon so low. Gotta figure you're going for a Phoenix here if you're Mockingbird. Open up that Borscht base.
Calvin's up soon to defend the base. There's a lot of fire minions that were pouring in through the left side of the map. They've got a tier 2, and they have the wave here. This could be disastrous, Dave. This wave may be enough for them to end the game. Rat Milk is up in 20. It's up to Pagon to try and stall.
Mockingbird, we're 6,000 gold down. Is all of this going to stem from Rat Milk dying 3 minutes ago? Mockingbird may look for the end here. It's Pagon alone. He'll have Rat Milk in 5. The health bar on the Titan's going to tell the story, and the story is over. Mockingbird, in one fight, have flipped the game, and they have taken it from Borscht 23-13 in kills. And Mockingbird take the game. That is an unreal turnaround, Trelly. Does it all stem from that one Rat Milk death? Turns into an FG, turns into a team fight, it turns into a win for Mockingbird.
I'll give you that was one of the throws, but I think the worst one was when he blinked in onto Duduin there under the Phoenix, right?
Yeah, right, that second death.
Yeah, he went in for the execute, picks up Calvin. Left Phoenix is already dying while the fire minions are there, so they could have just chilled and sort of played it slow. But immediately, while still tanking Phoenix, blinks into Duduin and says, I'm trying to get 2. If I get this another kill, I get my reset, I get a little bit of healing, and then I can chain that together. Doesn't get the kill, ends up dying, and then you look up and you're like, wait, Baskin's 1 HP. They have Amma. Jake's dead. Okay, now Pagon's the only one that can make it out, and he couldn't defend the Titan by himself. And also, stroke of luck that that wave was already pushed up to tier 2. Or maybe they just cleared the wave, right? I mean, they had to have. Because if that wave wasn't there, they definitely stall a little bit longer so that Rat Milk can spawn in. And then maybe you do just go for Phoenix and then back up. And we could be talking about a different game. But everything went right for Mockingbird there in the end, and they were able to punish it.
I'm sure if you're asking Jake, boom or doom right now, he's feeling like a doom in game number 1. Mockingbird turned this one around out of nowhere. The drama in game 1, an early couple of kills for Mockingbird, and then a complete overhaul and overtake from Borscht, and then a couple of tumbles after that, and somehow Mockingbird able to pull out the win. These two teams, they got something to say for us here on this fine Friday, a SMITE 2 action. Can't wait to see what Game 2 has in store. Stick around to find out.
everyone to the Smite 2 Founders Series Knockout Land. My name's Gormizer. Over there is Inbound. And in a second, we're going to be talking about that game and Mockingbird, I guess, considering they ended up finding themselves the win. But before that, you know how over the weekend I keep saying, oh, I got to talk to like X, Y, or Z, I mentioned a player, things like that, or Trelly had an interview with this guy and this happened, or we were talking about this on Smite Too Long Didn't Watch, and you're sitting there just going, well, what is this guy talking about? What are these things? I've got good news for you. All of those are either video segments or sometimes live streamed that you can just go find at youtube.com/SmitePro. It's got all sorts of stuff. Smite Too Long Didn't Watch. You've got game shows. You've got interviews. You've got This Week in Smite 2, which is a clip show in the event that you didn't know that, where Trelly promises to comment stuff and reply to comments, but I don't know if he ever does. So you should go, probably the most recent one of those, and call him out for it in the comments of that section. And this isn't just engagement bait. I lied to you. It totally is. Go do it. But you make sure you subscribe, right? If you like Smite Pro, it's just literally more Smite Pro content that you can have in your life. So youtube.com/SmitePro. Make sure that you go subscribe and leave nice comments on things, because mean comments are mean. For now, we'll have nice comments on the win. I mean, realistically, if you watched, where do you want to cut it? 9/10 of that game?
Maybe even more, to be honest.
It was a borscht game. If you left, if you had 2 minutes left on the clock, we're just like, you know what, this game's over. You stood up, you went to get a drink. Man, when you came back, you must have been confused as hell.
Because it was literally all borscht up until 2 minutes. Borscht was dominating, and then it's just.
Yeah, I want to see. Look at the slash lines, by the way.
Yeah, Ratmilk's 12
Who won this game?
And even looking at the gold, like Calvin is at 11,800 gold. He's down 2,000 gold to Jake. This was an all borscht game. But if you don't close the game out fast enough and then you throw just once in the late game, there is a very easy way to end the game rather quickly. The Titan in current Smite 2 is not the tankiest Titan we've ever seen, the tankiest iteration. Phoenix is, while pretty tanky, you can pretty easily shred through them when you have a 6-item Zeus or a 5-item Jingwei. Actually, he only had 4 items. But there is a big issue that you see with this borscht team, and it pops up rarely. It's a very rare thing, and it's dominant early, dominant mid, dominant late game. But that one ending fight, Ratmilk goes a little too deep, Pegon goes a little too deep, Baskin goes a little bit too deep, and then they just throw the game, and that entire game that they worked through is just gone, and it's just, in a snap, it just disappears. And props to Mockingbird, getting that fight win, and then calling, I don't know if it was right away the end, or if they just wanted to see how much they could do, but just calling to go down through middle, getting that tower, getting that Phoenix, and then going for that end. It takes a little bit to just kind of make that call. While there's a lot of things we could say about Mockingbird's early and mid-game, I think Calvin didn't do too well. I think even Herox, who I think was the lone somewhat bright spot, I would say, maybe to do in with a couple of those Amma plays, played pretty well. It was all borscht for every part of the game. As you said, 9/10 of the game, you're probably thinking borscht is winning.
I like what you said, because it probably is realistically a little more than that. It might be like 97%, 98% of the game. And it just comes down to one team fight, and that's something you had mentioned, like, it happens very rarely, but it's so interesting because the one thing that we praise borscht for is this aggression that early game it affords them a lot. Their fights are really good. You had even mentioned it, how the duo lane, like Jake, it surprisingly found the only person more aggressive than him to be in a lane with, and yet that's the downfall as well, is that one step of that line. It's very, very thin, and it's easy to step over, where it turns from aggression to, I guess, over-aggression, an over-exertion, an overextension, whatever you want to call it. And unfortunately, they stepped over that line, and that's where we end up. Mockingbird up 1-0 now, and they will be first pick as we get into picks and bans for Game 2. And so maybe even their Cuckoo kind of confused. They're like, wait, how'd we get here? The question is, what do you do to adapt to it? Obviously, the Thanatos is a threat, but I don't think you can ban that guy. So instead, they go for the Emoja.
You're right. Ratmilk's Thanatos, is scary. I think banning the Yemoja, though, I think is really smart. On the opposite side, I'm with you with that. Jingwei ban against Spud. Spud's only played Jingwei so far. He played a lot of Jingwei also through the tournament. I think this is a good throwaway ban. He's comfortable on that character, and she's hard to kill late game. Mockingbird locking in this Baron first pick, taken away from Fine OK.
I'm also really interested. I mentioned this to Trelly earlier, and I kind of want to hear your thoughts on it. But like right now, we've been seeing Kernanos and Jingwei, and admittedly, I will say we saw a Danza earlier. So like there's a Cupid. So like some others have shown up, but like it's been those two. I was really wondering if you thought like, is this a good strat? Not just because a shot against Spud, but like now you've got the guy, right? You've got the Kernanos. They have to pick somebody else.
I mean, you're not wrong. I think the one positive with banning Jingwei, or positive for Mockingbird, Jingwei gets banned, you lock in the CERN. I think Cupid is an awesome pick into CERN still. Okay. And if you don't pick the Cupid till 4th, 5th pick, I mean,
yeah, you're not really hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Hecate you get for Hawk, Loki on Herok, so I think some positives, some negatives, I think on the Loki, but I still really like him on this Loki. It could be this Jingwei ban comes back to bite them. I think if they play around this Cupid, not a great matchup, I guess, into Thanatos, but I like him into Sobek. I like him into CERN. Solid pick into Poseidon. Does Spud play Cupid, though? Brand new character, 2 CA7, maybe hasn't got a ton of time on it. Really has only played Jing, so we don't know what he's going to be playing, but he is hovering the Cupid.
And you know what? This is one of my favorite things, especially when we get to LAN. You want to go back to playoffs. I mentioned it because CA7 is what they're playing on this weekend. And so you had access to the balance changes in playoffs, but I think most of the gods that were fresh were still banned because they were fresh. They were brand new. So you didn't really get to spend a lot of time. And one of my favorite things when you get quote-unquote new gods, right, on LAN, and slowly you start to see, much like you said, well, we come into this and it's
like,
Gene Kern,
but
you think Cupid has a decent matchup into Kern, where suddenly he's available in this LAN. Like, that's when you start to march forward. But now, okay, there we go. Maybe a couple of changes.
Which one's weirder?
I was going to say that I got, I think, a little bit more confused as we lock it in. I'll go through the things that make sense to me. Sobek, Kernanos, Thanatos, Poseidon, locked in, thumbs up. Anubis?
I think we're going to be getting Anubis mid, right? Poseidon has popped up. Final K plays a lot of Poseidon.
Yeah, he did play him solo yesterday, didn't he?
Baskin is a funky player in terms of the character that he plays. He doesn't really play like the Hecate. He doesn't really play a ton of Zeus. He plays Poseidon. He plays Morrigan. But after the nerfs, is Anubis better in mid than he is in solo?
I guess we're going to find out. The only way to see it is right here. And Mockingbird have a chance to do something interesting. Let's see what happens in Game 2 as we go down to the casters.
I'm mad because I was talking about me wanting to be the first one to say it here this weekend, but you beat me to it, Trelly.
I didn't mean to. I can assure you that.
Well, now it's not going to be as exciting. Maybe if the moment calls for it, you'll get one from me as well. At any rate, Mockingbird, after a magical Game 1 win, Trelly, now matched up against Borscht once again. There were some changes happening in picks and bans there, and admittedly, it doesn't get less confusing for me. Borscht are going to put Poseidon in Fine OK's hands over in Soul Lane. I mean, is this sort of adjacent, kind of cousins to putting a Baron over in Soul Lane? You build it the same. I mean, what's Fine OK's thought process here with this pick?
No, the build is night and day different. Just
okay,
I've already
I'm glad I tried.
No. I just because I've seen Fine OK do it. Like, he goes full attack speed on Poseidon solo, and it's not like that's a newer, interesting concept if we're coming from Smite 1 era, but Smite 2, we have not seen Poseidon play in the solo lane much at all. He's starting to get played there. Fine OK got a first blood before the minions even spawned just by leveling the trident and blinking on someone yesterday. So I'm gonna be paying attention. I don't think anyone's gonna be getting too close to him for the time being. But he has blink, he's got chalice and some multi-pots, so he's not very tanky. But at the very least, he is going to be building tanky and auto attack based. Just trying to proxy the wave here. Spud's going to get some decent damage onto Pagon. It looks like they want to try and invade purple buff though, but Herox doesn't want to expend the blink. So no invade will be coming through. They're just going to proxy that wave and possibly go on back for their own buffs, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just trying to confirm your own farm. I think, if anything, Borscht should be the ones that are a bit nervous here, right? Because they had a commanding presence in game number 1 for such a long time. And then they kind of threw 2 big misplays back to black. And now you've got Mockingbird up 1-0 that could easily take this game. And then think about the standings of this group if that were to happen, right? I mean, it would be ridiculous. So they could just kind of chill and play smart. And it's all about Borscht to try and, you know, lock in here.
Yeah, the drama, depending on the outcome, I mean, it's there either way, right? If Borscht are able to pull out this set, then you're looking at Borscht versus 5Ms fighting for first seed and therefore not having to play on Sunday. If Mockingbird and therefore Mockingbird lose, that means the Mockingbird matchup against Malvinas tomorrow suddenly becomes a win and in, lose and go home type game. On the flip side, though, if Mockingbird win, we got some opportunities for ties, depending on how games tomorrow go. Certainly a lot to play for here. Calvin plucked backwards, but some damage waiting right around the corner. Dash and blink in from Pagon, but last couple of autos missing. Time to take stock of those relics. Calvin uses his. Jake and Pagon both use theirs. Though Jake maybe a few moments ago. Yet we all stand. Everyone can take a deep breath over in duo, but it's Jake and Pagon. Be feeling slightly more aggressive in the early portions of this game. Rat Milk loves to play early and fast, and Duduin has already used his jump, and wouldn't you guess it, it's the Thanatos in for first blood.
Man, I saw how much aggression was coming through from Duo and thought that maybe we see the first blood, but Rat Milk is always going to be the one that gets that first blood when he's given the opportunity. Good blink, and of course, didn't have the brutalize when you're in the whirlpool from Fine OK. And that's a tough matchup as well. I'm not sure if Duduin felt confident just going into a Poseidon, or maybe was hoping the Poseidon wasn't in solo, but you're not going to be able to brutalize the wave. You have to go just full-on auto attack mode in this matchup. And considering now that Duduin has fallen behind and he started to sunder, okay, should have a little bit of freedom here over on the right side of the map. Maybe Rat Milk doesn't come over here too often, though. I mean, it is still very annoying to try and gank a Fenrir once level 5 comes around, but Herox did teleport over to Duo. Is Jake going to go for a pluck is the question.
What is going to hit? Jake dashes away. So it's now on cooldown. Herox. That assassinate. Missing a lot of that individual lockdown that the Loki will have eventually. A couple important factors here for Borscht. I mean, you were looking great for a win after the early game. But remember, I mean, the level deficit early got ugly, balanced out after a little bit of time. Rat Milk fell behind on farm, but was doing great on kills. Rat Milk now ahead with just that one kill, but changing the script a little bit. Not sure who knew who was where. Stealth back into the bush goes Herox. This is an invade from Borscht, but not answered back by much pressure. A 3v3 over on left, and a little bit of farm here stolen away from Borscht. So the idea is consistent. Pluck back onto Calvin, right into a polymorph from Pagon. Need to hit those autos, and the body blocks from Rat Milk hand deliver a kill to his ADC. And that is simple enough. Couple invades, a nice pluck. I think Mockingbird couldn't quite figure out what to do with that moment.
Man, and that's the thing. Pagon getting level 5 there is also such a big deal because he had the ultimate just to lock down Calvin off the pluck from Awesome Jake. You can't use any abilities. You can't spam your heal. You're just kind of a sitting duck as long as the damage comes through. And Borscht has been pretty consistent. They're not overstepping. They know where they could play their invades. And, of course, Herox on this Loki was sitting at level 3 at the time, so it wasn't even as if he could really fight back. Like, this Loki cannot try and fight into a Thanatos until Assassinate comes about, which Herox is not that close to getting even now because the speed buff's been invaded. All the farm on the left side of the map has been taken away. Herox is pretty much a solo lane gamer for the time being, and remember, that's where First Blood happened over onto Duduin, so it doesn't look good to try and scrap anytime soon. We're more leaning towards late game and maybe defending Gold Furies. It's not the end of the world, but you definitely need to get level 5 before Herox can look anywhere, really.
I've been slow from this Loki. Rat Milk now with level 5, hovering death. Turned around that mid game for Rat Milk. Gotta play safe though if you're Mockingbird, knowing exactly what's out there on the map. And it's so difficult, right? I mean, it's hard. You say, well, you know Rat Milk is going to be aggressive. You know he's going to run you down. He's going to gank you all the time. Doesn't necessarily make it easier. It just means you're on alert a little bit more often. So Hawk, duo lane, solo lane, they're all on notice. But mid lane largely been left alone. That's given Baskin just that one level lead Anubis sort of been in and out of some of these drafts, Trelly, in the first few months of Smite 2 competitive that we've seen. Certainly a little bit more mobile and ability to dish out some damage.
And I'd just like to say that, despite me telling you that the builds aren't similar, FineOK did pretty much start the way he started Baron. He did go into the Glad Shield, so far.
I was feeling real bad about myself for a moment there.
Well, you shouldn't, because, wait, are they doing gold? No, they were thinking about it. Okay, Ratmilk's nearby. He was definitely considering going up, but Duo Lane stuck under the tower. Not going to see it. And I like the attempt from Hawk just to send out, open the gates, and see if he can pull the beads from Baskin, but gets the Death Gaze instead. Ult for ult over in solo. And FineOK loses the blink, so Relic for Relic, ult for ult. Not going to be the end of the world, but the Duan actually got the better end of that trade, so.
Because he's in the...
I'm not going to say it.
after the hot mic before the game. Can't be saying bone zone the moment we get into it. In game number 1.
Yeah, I'm walking on eggshells.
Yeah,
here.
you are. You gotta watch it. Borscht, they're watching where Mockingbird are on the map, and they like what they see for a quick, fast, early Gold Fury pull. Wow, Calvin was really the last line of defense here, and Mockingbird not even going to bother. I mean, Herox and they're pretty locked in over to the right side of the map. Mockingbird had an opportunity from mid and maybe Calvin to jump in, try to steal it away. Doesn't happen. And that is a quiet 2,500 gold lead that Borscht have built up here, Trelly. So it's without all the pomp and circumstance and kills and stacking up damage that Ratmilk was doing in game 1. So far, that could still happen. A couple of kills and great farm has pulled a big lead over Mockingbird.
And that's the thing, like Mockingbird cannot confirm any of their own buffs at the moment. The purple, the speed, pretty much everything on the left side of the map is just getting eaten up the second it spawns in. I mean, Borscht is on every single respawn timer. And it's pretty much just been blue buff. Like, that is the only thing that belongs to Mockingbird for the time being. This could be good, though. Open the gates, use, all while Awesome Jake is getting scrapped on as well. Can you find anything here? I think they might be turning this. Ratmilk's coming back in.
Hawk takes the teleport forward. Out goes Herox. We have not seen, unless my memory is failing me, I've not seen an aggressive assassinate in the last couple of minutes that Herox has had that ultimate. That may have even been the first one we've seen. So out again goes the Loki. And what I thought was bubbling up to be a couple separate fights over on the left side of the map end up not resulting in much here. So a bit of a slower game here, Trelly, though. I think you maybe hinted that could be the case with the way some of those builds have gone. Obviously, if you're Borscht, you're comfortable with a 3.1k gold lead at the 8.5 minute mark. That feels just fine. Our Mockingbird in their composition, though, feeling like the portion of the game they needed to go well is now past, or are they still in an okay spot given how their team is built?
I mean, it's all right. I think that, again, the Loki is far from online, but Herox is building Transcendence. He's trying to stack up. He's more so playing for late game. Hawk, same way. This Akate is not one of those mages that just comes out of the gate swinging, whereas Baskin, I mean, Anubis is ready to kill him just about now. Here comes a little bit of a scrap. Remember, Hawk already Aegis. Needs to get away from the Death Gaze, but does Herox have the damage here?
Slowly but surely, I guess. Baskin, all the healing might just be enough. Back in goes Herox in the last auto, gets it done. Hawk was there just as an insurance policy, but ever lurking is Ratmilk. Has hovering death, but looks like just high enough in that health percentage as Herox to get away from the mark. So Mockingbird, first kill of the game at 9.5 minutes. Yes, slight uptick, doesn't make all the difference in the world, but needed to see something from the Loki. You're right, stacking up, taking a little while to build here, but still want to have an impact on the map. Then it was a slight lead starting to build for Baskin. So anything that can give Hawk a little breathing room over in mid, gonna feel just fine. Been a bit of a slower pace, though, from Ratmilk. I mean, it's gonna be hard to match what you did in game 1, but haven't quite seen that incessant gank mentality that we did see in the first game.
Man, Jake teleported over here just to be at red buff on time. Herox doing backs, thinks he's going to show up to a red buff and it's already going to be gone. Might as well wait for blue as well because it just touched down here. So the Duan, unfortunately, is going to have to say goodbye to all sort of farm on the right side of the map as well. We already talked about Duo. Okay, there's a silver lining, though. Hawk went to speed, so Herox gets his first speed buff, really, of the game, besides that first initial one.
Nice. Which
can certainly start to add up. This is, if you want anyone on the side of Mockingbird to not fall behind, I think it's the Loki, and not because Herox is just the most influential player on the squad, but because he's so easy to shut down picks like Thanatos, like Anubis. If you're able to stealth into the backline with enough DPS, you can just take them out of the fight before they even get a chance to pop off. And Loki is the exact pick that can make a play like that. Stacking Transcendence, again, it's going to be a while before Herox has the damage to do it on his own, but giving him his speed is a good start.
Not only not behind, but ever so slightly ahead, as Herox was level 10 to the 9 of Rat Milk. So certainly not behind. Not much of a lead, though, to speak of. Next Fury has respawned. Remember, Borscht pretty quickly and cleanly grabbed the first one in this game. Not, super stacked as far as insta-confirm ultimates go. Awesome Jake could have one of them with Lurking in the Waters, but he's got to use it defensively here. This could make a Fury call all that easy. If you're Mockingbird, back in goes Jake, and down he goes. Calvin, though, is going to flip-flop on a quick ult from Rat Milk. But there's a Ragnarok chasing down one. Pagon's had to dash away. Everyone's health bars on Borscht melting away. And the world's most awkward team fight continues. Final K is chased down Spud underneath the tower. We end up at a 2-for-2 in the left side jungle, and truly maybe neither team feeling comfortable enough with the Fury, with those health bars. But could still be a chase down here from Herox. You've got Pagon dead to rights. Then it's Hawk, the one signing the bill.
I feel like Pagon didn't have to stick around there. Wanted some free farm. Definitely couldn't find it. Duin doesn't quite have ultimate back up, so no real way to get active here. If anything, he's just trying to keep the tier 1 tower alive. Definitely a big swing for Mockingbird. It certainly isn't going to end up that goal deficit just yet, but it will help, right? Getting some of those shutdowns, making sure to get some kills on the Hawk. 2-0-2. Not a bad stat line for the Hecate either. And again, that all stems from some over-aggression from Awesome Jake. You've got Gladstone, you've got Xerxes Hexstone, but you don't really have to be going for plucks when your whole team is not squatted up yet, right? If there was follow-up there, you probably don't get punished as hard. And I do believe Final K was on point with rotating over immediately. But Gold Fury is the real target. That's what you guys are looking for. So maybe going for the pluck when the whole squad's ready to pull in for the objective is the right play. But you can't ask Jake to not play aggressive. That's the way the man has played ever since we've seen him.
Yep. Impossible to do. Many have tried. You know what? Jake, I mean, he has chilled a little bit, right? I would say that I'm thinking, when was it Renegades maybe in Season 7 when Jake first started playing and it was just chaos all the time? He's reined it in a little bit, but it's only a little bit. Awesome Jake loves to step forward. Sobek now having to dash out, as a matter of fact. Rat Milk sends Hovering Death towards the back line of Mockingbird. I think maybe had a chance for a stun, but Herox quick on the ultimate in the blink to get out alive. Thin margins here over what could be a really impactful Gold Fury. A lot of the ones we've seen today have kind of just been afterthoughts, maybe a steal here or there, but the gold lead's so big, doesn't really matter. Very important one for Mockingbird here to follow up on a great win in Game 1 when it looked like things were just going to continue really to snowball out of control, sneak away a win. Now you stood up against Borscht, who do have a lead, but far from impressive. What can Duduin get done over in mid? It's Awesome Jake, who still does not have ultimate. So should be a quick one here for Mockingbird, and Duduin makes that Ragnarok work. Whoa, the rotation of damage from Rat Milk is enough to set up a kill for Basket. There's a Kraken on the other end as well, but Duduin left to leap away. Cleanse, Aegis, all of it out from Hawk. That's a 2-for-1 trade over on left. Not enough, though, to immediately go for the Fury.
Great start, though. I mean, I do like that they're doing rotate over and just kind of watch. It looked like Pagon was the target there. And remember, Pagon has Blink, so if the jump connected, would have had to force it out and it wasn't available, but Ragnarok would have came through onto the CERN, but instead just picked up Awesome Jake, going to be the secondary prize that they were after. We still have to worry about Rat Milk coming in. You still have to worry about Herox popping up, all of which fallen. But look at this. Borscht group up for the Pyromancer. Only Hawk is nearby. Does have some decent damage. Actually gets the beads out of Final K. And the Pyro's not done, but Duduin is here. Can he find a pickup? Ragnarok's almost off cooldown.
Seen a couple of steals in this set already. Can Mockingbird get it done? No, it's Pyromancer for Awesome Jake and the rest of Borscht. But is there a chase down to be had? Hexstone provides an escape route for Jake. Caught out a couple of times on this Sobek. Duduin just brutalized towards the camps. You're in the Lion's Den. You got to save something to get out. But how about this? Mockingbird had pulled over Borscht to the right side of the map. That has left this Gold Fury uncontested. Got to get it quickly because there could be a fight. Oh, it gets leashed and dropped by Mockingbird. Calvin, half HP. What happened here? A hovering death is about to meet its mark, and it could be Calvin who pays, and it is. Duduin and Ratmilk go 1 for 1, but there's just more health from the Thanatos. A double kill. Put some gas in the tank, but it's answered by Herox. Mockingbird still have something to say in this fight. Baskin melted, and Junglers going 2 for 2 with one another, but Pagon still stands. Herox still could be the difference maker alongside Hawk, and only one alive per team. A 4 for 4 trade. Is anyone gonna get the deicide? That's the question. Hawk's got the damage. K left running. Need those cooldowns back. Gets the chase.
Got hold an 8. He can chase him.
Dodges out the knock aside. Hawk just needs a bit more. Not going to be a deicide now as Awesome Jake is respawned in a 4 for 4. End up making the difference over on right. And about as close of a team fight as you can get here at the 17-minute mark.
I can't blame him, man. I would have taken that portal too, just to try and chase it down. If K didn't have speed, we may have seen that brawl continue underneath the tier 1 tower. And you know what? I think trading like this, Dave, is still in favor of Mockingbird just because of how good the late game of Mockingbird looks. Again, I'm leaning a lot on Herox here, but this Loki just becomes so effortless. You got to consider that K is going to scale relatively well, but look at the beads on the side of Borscht, right? So far, they only have one, and it's on K, and then, of course, Baskin has one to his name, which means Duduin is going to get a lot of presence from it. Fire Giant has been started up so far. Doesn't seem like Mockingbird sniffs this out.
It looks like Borscht will get it cleanly. They sure do. First Fire Giant of the game. It's 17, almost 18 minutes for Borscht. That is not how I would have expected the first FG of this game to go. I mean, with the chaos in the jungles and the fights that we've been seeing, I figured there'd be some fireworks around the FG, but no, Borscht sneaked that one away, and maybe Mockingbird not confident or not privy. Either way, the result's the same, and that's a Fire Giant for Borscht, but can it be answered now by Mockingbird? Put damage into this Gold Fury. Again, it gets leashed, though. They nearly finished it off a moment ago. Borscht just hanging out close by. This is just taking too long. Duduin leaps in. Ragnarok has not found anything. And there's damage from Baskin on the flip side. Here's Ratmilk at the front of the fight. Life of the party might just give the rest of the team an escape route. But Calvin lives. Whoa, where is Herox gone? He's found Ratmilk in the back. A Kraken goes up, hits no one. It looks like Mockingbird are going to get out cleanly with just the one kill, but they're still Fire Giant. Sustaining up a bit as Borscht. Is a 5v4 enough for Mockingbird to contest this Gold Fury?
I mean, it's just tough because Spud has no damage. I can doubt that he's on damage, but Calvin thinks it. He wants the steal attempt. Can he get it?
Who gets it? It's Borscht to grab it, and it's Baskin with the confirm, but now Calvin, no mana, no health. Hands a kill right back. Mockingbird had the numbers advantage, but that's all by the wayside. A shutdown and a couple of kills for Borscht. Fire Giant, second Gold Fury of the game, in a bad last few minutes for Mockingbird.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep trying to go in for the objective, but again, look at this Cupid build. You have 2 items, just Hasten and Devos. You cannot shred through a Gold Fury relatively quick at all. And that's twice now that there was an attempt at Gold Fury. It gets down to about 2K. And then Borscht walks up and they're like, hey, we got you, man. Like, it's not enough farm. I think Spud needs to stop rotating to these fights because he is getting further and further behind Pagon. Pagon's got Braggy's Harp and Kins and is working on another tier 2 item. And Spud hasn't went back to base in a while. Like, AFK, farm for as long as possible. Head over to solo if you need, but Cupid is the majority of your objective damage here. And he just doesn't have the build to back it up. Those plays would have went so much better if he was online. I mean, Herox has been able to get in and get out. Duduin's been kind of putting Borscht on skates with the jukes, but it's not enough. It is not enough damage. They are missing that extra level of tank shred, which Cupid could provide if he had the itemization to back up. Just finished the Executioner, which will certainly help. Awesome Jake's nearby. He's loved this Xerxes Hexstone into the pluck. Trying to go for it here somewhere in mid, but who do you want? Maybe Calvin.
Extra safety with that that cleanse as well for Awesome Jake. So often you see a Sobek dash in and then you miss or you hit. Either way, feels like you're kind of caught out. So you can dash in, got a couple of options. It's a cool build from Jake. Really facilitates his play style. Fire Giant, only about a minute left now for Borscht, but they have knocked down a lot of this map that Mockingbird had been leaning on. You'd love to open up a Phoenix because one more fight goes your way and that win condition is just that much closer. The tier 2 tower will get cleaned up by Borscht. And now a reset, we would assume, Trelly, before this next Fire Giant fight. And that gold lead was what, 3 or 4K with that last FG. We have ballooned here for Borscht, 10,500 ahead. You wonder if Mockingbird are even going to feel confident to step forward with this next FG, or they're on full base defense mode. But you got to have memories of what happened in game 1. A slight oversay, a slight step out effectively sealed the game for Mockingbird in game 1. Kraken at the front of this team fight, life of the party. Pulls in a couple, but it's Awesome Jake on the first. Hovering Death drops onto Duduin, who gets 2 stuns. Oh man, Borscht! They've been scattered to the wind here as Calvin walks forward once again. Does this look like a 10,000 gold lead for Borscht? I'm not thinking so. Duduin may end up dying, but no, he doesn't. A triple kill for Spud. Hello! We needed this Cupid to swing, and he swung for the fences. Mockingbird suddenly right back in this game, and Fire Giant Trelly maybe a couple of minutes around this corner. But again, big death timers have opened up an opportunity for Mockingbird.
And that all starts from a good block from Awesome Jake, but Hawk gets an Aegis that just buys so much time. You could see the ultimate from Calvin as well. It didn't get the necessary stun, but it pulled back like 4 members of Borscht underneath the tower, and Spud getting all that gold is massive. Who did I say needs to get the itemization online? Unfortunately, Duduin got caught in the whirlpool underneath the tower at the last second, but giving all of that gold over to Cupid could not be more beneficial here for Mockingbird. They're going to have to defend a possible Fire Giant, though, without the Dew, and that would be worst case scenario here. And Borscht, they're going to head over. And the fact that Spud hasn't backed yet, the fact that Spud hasn't backed yet tells me that they might not even defend. They might be just giving this one up because the Dew got picked.
Man, because game 1 came down to a couple impactful picks on a Rat Milk around the Fire Giant. Talk about death timers, 20 seconds for Duduin, yeah. Let's head on back to the Gold Fury. Spud and Calvin get this one done with the assistance of Hawk. So it'll be the second Fire Giant of the game for Borscht. Far from clean, though. You know, I mean, this is maybe Mockingbird Trelly saying that game 1, we won on some broken sieges from Borscht. Game 2, now suddenly the door is opened up a bit. Spud has got tons of gold, nearly 3K. Maybe this is a Mockingbird team that feel okay, just based on history about their chances underneath their towers and underneath their Phoenixes.
The defense has to be crispier. And again, I think even if Duduin didn't die there, it would still not have been a free defense of that Fire Giant by any means. Like, it was a great fight. Oh, Jake's going to try and Hexstone Pluck again. Gotta watch out if you're Hawk. No beads available. No beads from Calvin or Duduin as well. But playing off of this defense has been crisp, especially this Hecate. Like, open the gates have been on point. Even if you don't find the pullback in, the damage from Hawk has been pretty massive. Spud was able to go back to base and get a full Titan's Bane, so a lot of pen online. I said they were lacking that tank shred. They definitely have a good bit of it now.
Titan's Bane helps.
Yeah, it certainly does. But, I mean, Final Case 4-0-4 has been playing a flawless game on this Poseidon so far. Isn't even that tanky, really. Just has the Glad Shield and then Beads. Is now going into a little bit more, maybe a Spirit Robe in that last slot, but ended up just getting a bunch of shred online. Let's see if this defense goes crisp. But Tier 2's dropping fast.
It is. Whoa, and it's Mockingbird who are blinking in. What can Calvin find? Lurking in the water. It's Awesome Jake. A Ragnarok right on the flip side. That's hand-delivered a kill, but nobody has made good on it, finally. Duduin cleans it up. And Spud with the difference maker. It's a tower, but in trade for 2 kills, Hi-Rez has gone in alone. Nobody from Mockingbird there to answer the call. Cupid able to dish out a little bit more damage, but all this time, the hovering death from Rat Milk waiting around the corner. So that late kill onto Hi-Rez, ultimately the difference maker, but the tower did fall over in mid, so now 2 exposed Phoenixes for Mockingbird. Trelly, I mean, I'm not sure if Borscht are just unconcerned. happy with the way the fights have gone. Otherwise, really hyper-focused on the tower, but Spud has just been healthy and safe in these last couple of fights.
Yeah, he definitely locked in. And the thing is, if Herox doesn't send that ultimate out, they probably could have chased down and killed someone like Baskin, who only had beads, but he jumped the gun, saw that it was the 4v3, and decided, I'm just going to go in, I've got a double ult. Could have just waited a bit longer, and the whole team might have been able to chase down. But still, some much-needed power spikes are still coming through. That has not changed. Spud needs some itemization. Hawk needs some itemization, and Herox really would like to finish this build. I mean, Heartseeker is one of Loki's best items.
Yep.
We're not too close to finishing that one up, considering he just died and wasn't able to go back to base. The upgraded starters are a big deal, but you need a little bit more to be able to fight back in. Like that 10,000, 11,000 gold deficit has not gone anywhere. They've just been able to put up the numbers because they're slowly getting their builds online, and albeit Borscht is making some overcommits. This is a little bit awkward here. Can they kill Jake before the squad comes in?
Yeah, that's what matters. Can you get enough damage onto Awesome Jake? Jake dashes away, but here comes the rest of Borscht. Life of the party immediately canceled by Fine, okay. Able to blink out of the rest of the fight. Damage through from Baskin. Gets a last tick onto Herox. A pluck onto Calvin may seal up this fight. Borscht, they're 10K ahead. And now 5v3. There's still a hovering death that connects onto Hawk. Out goes Rat Milk after the ultimate. Lands aground. Mockingbird have to stay alive. You've got Spud, you've got Hawk, and you've got a tank. It's really what you need to stand up. You gotta be able to get back to base. Awesome Jake may just be able to delay things over here on the left side of the map. 4 members of Borscht walk into the Titan room. Dudun gets the kill, but is it all for naught? Is it all too late? In go Borscht to the Titan, and Jake has done his job. Hello, game 3, and Borscht make good on their lead.
Man, trying to commit to Awesome Jake, there was just a little bit too much. He had the Xerxes Hexstone, he was able to stall, and then so much was used on Fine, okay, who just blinked out as well. There was so much movement available for Borscht, and if I'm not mistaken, that brings us to our first game 3 of the tournament day. This is all 2-0s, and finally, we get a game that goes the distance off of Borscht overstepping in game number 1, but this game as well was still heavily into Borscht's favor.
Yep.
There was still some oversteps, and there was a lot of being able to punish there for Mockingbird, but I think if Borscht just tightens up a little bit of their misplays towards the Phoenix Siege, I mean, we could be talking about a much more dominant performance from them.
Yeah, and remember, I mean, there are opportunities for ties kind of regardless, whether it's a bunch of 2-1 teams, handful of 1-2 teams, could be a 3-0. I mean, there's still a lot to be played here. But the outcome that sort of simplifies a little bit is a Borscht win here. You get 2 teams almost confirmed in. That leaves a must-win matchup for Mockingbird and Malvinas tomorrow. I mean, that still could be. I mean, that is still the case for Malvinas, but how important is it for Mockingbird? I mean, this is really cool the way things could shake out here. And all of that, Trelly, behind now a game 3. Borscht probably, I mean, on the back of a win, you're always going to be feeling good.
Right.
But it's been a win and a loss. Still where you've had about a 10,000 plus gold lead in back-to-back games.
Right, and I think because it was so back and forth, Mockingbird definitely has to make some changes about the early game, because that's been pretty consistent where they are getting invaded. They are not being able to confirm their speed. Their purple duo's been falling so far behind. And when Spud is actually able to get itemized, their fights look clean. Like the Cupid look good. So try to put some more pressure over towards Spud. You've learned it twice now. You got to put it into practice in game 3.
There's fun games to watch, great games to cast. Cannot wait for game number 3. All important game number 3 coming up next.
My gold dance, your gold plated. You verse me, now that's a reach. We ready? Who ready? We ready? Who ready? Who? We ready? Who? Who ready? Who? We ready? Who ready? We ready, been ready, I waited, my turn, on God, held steady. I keep dropping back to back, I keep going if you let me. I've been sitting at the top, looking down at those who left me. Promise I'm not being petty, I'm the one they envy. Brody moving state to state, make $1 million out to send me. Plus I grinded from the start, I was stacking pennies. I might dip like Machiavelli, after the confetti. Who ready? We ready? Who ready? We ready? We ready? Who ready? We ready? Who ready? Who? We ready? Who? Who ready? Who? We ready? Who? I'm done, I'm aware, it's wrong, everything, fake news, but what to do, I'm so lost, ain't got no clue, new trends, everywhere, I'm burned out, cause I care, about it all the time, how can I turn around, bow your head, bow your head, bow your head, bow
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE 2 Founder Series Knockout LAN. I forgot the Founder Series part, too. Remember the Knockout LAN part. And speaking of knockout, talk about a knockout game. We finally have a Game 3 on the horizon. But first, we got to break into what was Game 2 there. And realistically, when we talked about it, I want to say, well, I guess Game 1, we said, hey, it was kind of 95%, 97% one way. And then one big team fight, and that's what gives Mockingbird a win. This one did feel like it had a lot more back and forth, mainly because every time, if you looked up, if you weren't paying enough attention for fights, then realistically, whenever you looked up, one team was wiped. It felt like, or mostly wiped. And so it felt like fights were going a lot more back and forth throughout the entirety of this one.
Yeah, I mean, most of the game, I think, was pretty back and forth. I think a lot of the fights were going slightly more Borsch's way, as you see.
Yeah.
Final K 5-1. But, like, it ends up being actually pretty close. I think the late-game team fights, Mockingbird was more than holding their own. It wasn't like Borsch was dominating the entire early portion, and then one throw led to a Mockingbird win. This game was, as you said, slightly more Borsch, but Mockingbird was farming very efficiently, keeping themselves in this game, winning a fight here or there. That one final fight, it's just, you play the game till that point, the one fight decides it. Mockingbird does not play the fight nearly as well. Rat Milk is kind of able to pop off, kill Herox before he's able to do anything. And that's like the, I don't want to say more boring side of it, because it's very exciting seeing the minimal things that decide the game, but you get to that final fight, you play it better, you win. That's what happened Game 1. Game 2, different story.
Yeah, realistically, and this is something that I think was interesting, is that, like you said, it is more Borsch heavy still, right? Which,
yeah,
that's not that different. But because of Game 1, Mockingbird cast that down, and then they had a good performance. It's just trying to seal the deal there at the very, very end there. And you can see some of the farming differences. One thing that absolutely blew my mind is Jake was that 1-6, and yet he was still up like 3,000 gold. And it's just like, that is absolutely insane. And admittedly, late game, especially when your team starts to get ahead, that's when those numbers can start to skew. But like, I think it just goes to show where some of the prominence was, despite maybe fights not going that way for at least Jake.
Yeah, and I think Jake and Final K are the two that highlighted in terms of, this game was another frontline diff. Last game was also, I think Jake outdid Calvin. I think Jake outdid Calvin again this game. But Poseidon is just a character where one fight where he lives and everyone dies, like that one fight which was 4 for 4. Final K is able to reset, come back out, power farm. He had almost 3,000, almost 4,000 gold more than Deduin. And Deduin had a very good Fenrir game, but these mages in solo lane, very hard to play against. They're very strong in those 1v1s, and then they just farm very efficiently. And Final K keeps going back to them. Not a ton of other players, like Benko's playing like the Amaterasu. We've seen a lot of Sobek. Final K does not care about that meta. He is going to Baron, he is going to Poseidon, and it's working well. You power farm so well, and it's team fighting very strong. I would almost hope that there's an answer for him in this lane, because the Fenrir almost got that one solo kill, but outside of that, it seems like these mage solos just feel stronger overall than like the Fenrirs and the Sobeks.
And realistically, something that actually, like you'd said, have been maybe surprising overall. So like the emergence, and we keep saying land meta, and so far I don't know if there's anything I would dictate as, hey, that's the land meta. Maybe we'll find out. In fact, now as we jump into picks and bans, maybe Game 3 is where things shift up. And they will swap again. I believe we've been doing a little bit of a do-si-do up here. Borsch first pick this time. Almost said forced pick, which I guess works. But Mockingbird over there on the other side. We've also had interesting bans.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I want to talk about. Jing Wei. Where's this Jing Wei being decided? It was banned last game, and Spud had to play the Cupid instead, which I thought Cupid was a good matchup in a CERN. Spud didn't look uncomfortable, but I wasn't sold on his performance. I hope he goes back to that Jing Wei. And with these bans so far, Loki banned by Borsch, getting that out of Herox's hands, and Yaboja banned again. Borsch with that Sobek available. Jake played really well on this game too. I'm glad that they go back to it, but it does leave open the Jing Wei. And they decide against the Jing Wei, and they go for the Cernanos.
I wonder, and a lot of that, I mean, we were even talking about it last time around, where it's like, cool, you ban the Jing Wei, you grab the CERN, you feel like you've got the 1-2 punch, and they just go, all right, bet. Like, obviously that god's the GOAT right now. Let's go ahead and just grab him, see what he does. It does mean for Borsch that you're not going to be under that much pressure, but they go for the Baron as well. not too uncommon to see Final K immediately say, all right, fine, Poseidon, but it is a good kind of lock away from Mockingbird.
I want Mockingbird to now play the Baron in solo lane against this Poseidon. Play it in solo lane against Poseidon. Like, yeah, there's going to be some flex potential. You don't have to completely sell it at this point. It's going to that lane. Just don't pick your support here. Lock in something like the Fenrir, I think Herux can easily play. And then you just play your mage, maybe your Hecate, whatever Hawk thinks going to be good here. It's a difficult mid lane pick to play into Poseidon. I mean, sorry, into Sobek. Sobek has a lot of strength. Picking this Chalk here. Gore, please tell me this is not Chalk jungle. Please tell me it's not Chalk jungle.
Well, I mean, if you want the especially now, if you want the Baron going to solo, Chalk's got to go somewhere else. Yeah. So maybe it's going to be Chalk into the solo lane, and Baron's going to be support. And
I'll take it.
We'll take
it.
Just a different jungler at the very bottom. I am kind of curious, speaking of junglers, you know, we talked a little bit, Loki's banned. Thanatos has been a Rat Milk special. Susano's in there. Chalk has unfortunately been in there. Nemesis has been on there. I was going to ask, like, what do you think that's a good matchup against Thana?
I think nothing really matches, like, great into Thana. I think you're mostly playing something like Fenrir to match early game. A lot of the junglers in the game currently don't play great early game. That's why you see some of this Chalk and Almas. This is very interesting. First thing to point out is Borscht doesn't go for Jing Wei, even though that's the other ADC available. They pick on her, which is something that we just don't see. Pairing it with that Anubis, almost the same style comp as last game, a lot of aggression everywhere. And then Odin last pick, kind of a coin flip between who's jungling and stuff like that.
I see the on her, and to me that means Pagon wants to fight. Like he literally is just like, all right, let's do this. He cracks his knuckles, jumps into the game.
On her it is.
The thing I'm curious about now, Baron, Chalk, and Odin. We've seen all of them solo. I've technically seen all of them support. Chalk a lot less than the other two. So you can take some of that out there. But I've seen Chalk and Odin jungle as well. So is there one that you like a little bit more? In fact, instead of answering that...
Odin jungle.
Okay, he likes the Odin jungle. Let's find out if that's going to be what it is as we jump into game number 3 here with our casters.
First game 3 of the weekend. Why not? Borscht versus Mockingbird. Implications abound for this one. Oh, they updated my picture. Deep in thought, Trelly, was I.
Jordan just told the joke of the century for me.
What's that?
I don't know. I was like don't look like I'm just laughing.
Oh, yeah. You laughing. I thought he literally came up to you and told you a joke.
I'm not going to lie, he did. It was just something about, he said something along the lines of like, you guys seen this? And it's like been like something old, and we're like, yeah, and he's like, I haven't talked to you guys in a while, so I had to check in, and so we all started laughing.
Yeah, sounds about right. Well, you look good, Trelly. You look good.
Oh, well, I really appreciate that.
No problem. Borscht have looked good in back-to-back games, but only one of them, Mockingbird. I mean, they have gone face-to-face with this Thanatos. This will now be the 3rd game in a row. Rat Milk maybe even looked faster and better in game 1, but ultimately died a couple of times, and that's what opened up the doors for Mockingbird to clean up the win there. Odin out of the jungle. Chalk out of solo. It's a pretty potent combination, Trelly. The initiator frontline duo for Mockingbird. What kind of vibes are you getting from it? Are you laughing at it like you were in your picture? Are you more pensive and in thought like I was in mine? Somewhere in between?
I think somewhere in between. I mean, I do love Jake and Pagon on the full-on aggression, and that's what Sobek and Onher can definitely bring. I wonder if Jake has already leveled an ability, because if he does, you could definitely just have... Okay, he's holding it. I was going to say, he might try and pluck out if he needs to. Smart player, for sure. His 3 would do more damage.
I would mess this up.
Yeah, you got to level the pluck. Yeah, he panicked for sure. He's got Sunder trying to steal the buff away, but you got to put as much presence as you can into that early game, as we have seen time and time again. Fine, okay, blinking out. Once again, do not want to give him a first blood for free. But hey, Bobby does not have to watch the jungle, which is something that he was very adamant that he did not want to see. And he'll just have to deal with the... Chalk over in solo, which is
the Oungle.
Yeah, the Odungle.
The Odungle
is pretty solid.
Oh, good block. Calvin has blink though. Got to get used to the just blinks abound. I'm thinking, all right, that's a kill. Nope, Jake gets the pluck. I'm certainly, if that's me in a moment where I'm holding onto my abilities and I got to see, maybe I level my pluck so I can get out alive. I fat finger, I get it wrong, and I die probably 9 times out of 10. So cooler heads prevail there for awesome Jake. Sticks around. and able to stay alive. So on her plus Sobek, stack some of that CC on top of one another. Spud will dash away just fine. Actually, Pagon taking the worst of the duo of damage here. But I want to focus on this jungle matchup. We know what we're going to get from Ratmilk. The Odungle, though, we're not doing that. That was the last time I'm using it. Can Herox hope to match the pace? Well, right now he's setting it. He's here on duo. Looks like Pagon has an escape or an initiation, depending on what he needs. Awesome Jake. He's going to fall for first blood here. Caster's Curse, Caster's Blessing, I'm not sure what it is, but it's Herox in for first blood on the Odin jungle.
I mean, this is what I've been calling for every single game, is for Herox to put some presence over to solo lane, play through Spud, right? Like, let this Cern get an early lead, make sure his purple buff, make sure the speed are not invaded. Finally it happens, and turns out all it took was Herox being on one of these more beefy junglers that you can play just a bit more aggressive with, right? Odin isn't going to be able to match the damage of something like a Loki, but he can go a bit tankier. He can set up for his team more. And honestly, I think that's what Mockingbird needed. They just need a little bit of space. Pagon, once again, taking a lot of damage. But I was going to say, I don't think you want to pluck Calvin closer to your ADC. But look at this. Ratmilk's on the main. Remember, he's got that blink. He could close gap and Death Scythe at any moment.
But this is not his moment. Ends up backing up. That'll leave Herox with the lone impact early in this game. But as we've so often seen, first blood sometimes means you're not hanging back and farming. So Ratmilk at this pace should get that ultimate just slightly sooner than Herox. Solo lane has been the target of some early ganks from both Ratmilk and Herox. Chalk on one side. Fine okay though. I mean, he's running it back on sort of the unique mage solo. Was a Baron early in this set. Now couple of Poseidon games. You would think that would maybe open the door to more ganks, but really it seems like Final K's played this one safe and kept himself out of trouble.
So far that's been the case. I mean, he only has Sands of Time, so it's not as if he has any tank stats to try and survive up against Aduin. Like the rotation in, good stun from Herox, doesn't have the cage, but Awesome Jake has to find a way to pluck out. I don't think he even has time. Another kill onto the Croc, this time for Calvin. Really spreading the love. This over-aggressive from Awesome Jake is getting punished. And I think that Jake can play this aggressive if Ratmilk's on this side of the map, but there's no Thana here. Remember, he was over on right, so Herox knew there's no chance of us getting hovering death. There's no chance of Ratmilk showing up. Let's just go, you know, as deep as we want to, and it ends up getting another kill onto the Sobek.
I've been baited by a couple early kills from Mockingbird already. So I'm saying good job. But I'm going to wait to see how these next few minutes roll out, because Borscht seemed to be a team that, outside of game one of this set, really pounce on their opportunities. Ratmilk with that hovering death could make it happen really at any moment. Hawk still has that Aegis over in mid, so you're going to have to try to pull some of that utility out here if you're Borscht. Charlie, a big focus as well, though, and especially for Mockingbird in game two, was how that roster in game two was constructed later in the game. Maybe have an opportunity, didn't really get there. Looks a bit different this game. Have Baron in support, Odin in the jungle, Chalk in solo. So some new picks. What state of the game do you think this Mockingbird composition really hits its peak? When do they want to make their moment?
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, Dave. This is kind of where it starts, right? You've got Odin jungle, which means late game you're going to have that fall off. You've got the Chalk, which of course is still really unkillable and can burst squishies later on, but right now does do a fair bit of damage to a pick like Poseidon, or, you know, maybe even rotating out. So I don't hate if Mockingbird tries to get aggressive from now to like 20 minutes, right? Just try and push their lead as much as possible. This is the early game composition that I was really calling for. I'm watching Herox though. He was deep in the back. Probably didn't get spotted out. Could be teleporting over, but at the very least, there is an Odin over in duo lane at the moment. You gotta look at the Phantom Shells. There are none, right? There's no way to get out of the cage if you're Pagon and Jake unless you jump over it or use the ultimate, which is just nice to have. Nice to know that you're not going to be worrying about any sort of relic being used.
Yep.
You just have to get those escapes down for the time being. Herox really took the long con rotation. He's going to be losing a lot of farm for this, but they have to try and force out either Awesome Jake's ult or the jump from Pagon. Otherwise, it was really just a waste of time. And it looks like he goes back to base, so yeah, didn't even try to force it.
I was wondering if Ratmilk was going to step into lane, and suddenly an Odin out of nowhere was going to jump in and tilt that fight back. But no, Ratmilk has been fine, slowing down the pace yet again. By this point in game one, felt like Ratmilk had gone to every single lane, stacked up those kills. Last couple games, maybe a bit more patient with those ganks and where the kills should fall. Now Hawk and Herox linked up with one another. Maybe considering an invade right back to left, though. Go Mockingbird. This time it's Duduin. It'll be a Gold Fury pull. Pagon forced to jump away. Slow on the uptake, though, or Borscht. That'll be a clean, easy, and quick Gold Fury for Mockingbird. A couple real unfortunate Gold Fury pulls in game 2. Felt like Mockingbird just couldn't quite finish off that objective. This one confirmed and equalizes this game at the 7-minute mark. Borscht had started to build up some of that farm lead.
And it's often when you're casting a game like this where you recognize, hey, they could pull gold right now, but they probably don't know that. Crack it a little bit early. Does Hawk have the damage to take it away? Yes, Chaos Team gets it controlled, and now here comes the Odin Cage.
Uh-oh, hovering death. There's Ratmilk, makes his mark for the first time in game 3. Could be a second as Aegis is out, and Final K takes it away. But Duduin, all the while, dealing damage to Baskin in the back of this fight. Life of the party, oh, that could slow down Ratmilk, who's forced to blink away. Lurking, ever lurking is Awesome Jake, who bursts forth from the waters, and Final K able to walk away from this engagement. So Mockingbird able to pull back a kill, but a couple good moments from Ratmilk and Final K. First 2 kills of the game for Borscht over on the left side.
And I thought that was going to be better.
Where's that right? Where are we?
We're on the right. Depends on where you're looking.
I was upside down.
Yeah.
You know,
Dave's doing a headstand, as you know. But Herox had a good cage. I mean, it looked clean, but you have to watch out for the double execute composition here from Borscht. I mean, you don't see too many executes from Sobek, but Ratmilk's on point with them, man. When he sees that health threshold, he's not missing. And you got to watch out when you're Odin as well, because your shield doesn't count. If you're below the threshold, it doesn't matter if you pull out the shield. You are still in health threshold, and you can be killed. Now you're getting a kill over to Fido and Ratmilk here if you're Borscht. So far, they've been putting more presence on the right side of the map. At least Spud still has that lead, right? The duo lane is where they were trying to get the lead, and so far they have it. Gold Fury was able to go to them as well, so Mockingbird should still control that purple buff and, you know, sit around Pagon, try to make sure he doesn't get online. Because what's the conversation about on her? It's always that he gets outscaled by hunters like CERN once you get fully itemized.
Whoa, Herox face first into a sight. He goes, and just no damage, no chance. But yes, there is, because Hawk burns through Baskin on the other side of the fight. Called a 1-for-1. It's actually going to get better here for Mockingbird. A rotate out from Duduin has swept Ratmilk to the side. These are not clean as we've come to expect from Borscht, and given Mockingbird a slight kill advantage in an all-important game 3.
Yeah, I didn't love the play from Herox, but I do respect it because they recognized immediately there's no blink, and I've got a cage and a lightning storm. So as long as the ult goes down, we are guaranteed a kill onto at least Baskin. But Ratmilk ups downs and lands in the lightning storm again, and that may have been the oversight. Duduin eats a crack into the face. I don't even think the damage was shown there, but my goodness, Pagon was not happy about his speed buff being taken away. Tried to find that 1v1 potential. Regardless, Mockingbird is still putting that presence over towards left. Awesome Jake did not learn his lesson last time he was here, and once again, he's surrounded.
Has ultimate, but immediately gets canceled out and stunned. I mean, look at the mini-map. Holland is lonesome on the left side of the map. I got my directions correct this time.
Nice.
We were on the left, right?
This time we are, yes.
We were on the
you got it.
left, right? Yeah.
Right.
Left.
Correct.
Awesome Jake. 0-3 now. Every once in a while, remember, we talked about how Jake has reined it in a little bit.
He's prone to a stinker. I believe that was the quote.
Prone to a stinker every once in a while. Was that Ryan who said that?
I believe
the word stinker really sounds like aggro to me.
It's been a minute for sure.
It's been a minute, but Awesome Jake, 0-3, not a full-blown stinky one just yet, but the makings of something smelly in the early portions of Game 3. First 11 minutes, still some tankiness to build up, but that's largely been the target. Deep in the jungle of Mockingbird a couple of times now, has been caught out. And Ratmilk had started to build up a slight lead. Herox has now been able to slow that down. And Trelly, that's going to bring us to the second Gold Fury of this game, you'd assume. Borscht kind of let that first one go. maybe in a much better spot to contest number 2.
And we've got a full-on grouping here from Boris so far. Hi-Rez isn't quite here, but they're trying to get the fight started immediately. Calvin already almost in that threshold, but the juke's out of sight.
Not just a scythe, and Life of the Party rolls through. That'll get an opening stun. And Ratmilk left running. Lands on top of Spud, but Spud has enough damage and health to survive on the backside of the fight. Calvin still lives, and Hawk deals out a double. Awesome Jake locked in the cage with Herox. What has gone wrong for Borscht? Now your support, the latest and maybe last to fall here, should be a Fury call. But Duduin has chased down Pagon. It's all gone sideways for Borscht. Ratmilk, the only survivor. Mockingbird drop 4 members of Borscht.
Man, that did seem like a decent enough engage, but the fact that it all relied on getting Calvin into execute threshold, and he was able to backstep that death side means that Ratmilk goes up the sky with nothing, can't come back down and find any sort of kill. And so much value from Hawk. I mean, this Zeus is doing ridiculous amounts of damage. And I've been critical over this build from time and time again where you go this second item beads because it does really slow your DPS. But when the enemy team's dancing in the lightning storm, it doesn't really matter what you've built. And already Hawk has gotten past that and has a Divine Ruin online. So this Zeus has quickly become the biggest threat on the map. Herox not quite in threshold yet, and needs to get back to base before Ratmilk can go up to the sky because that was thin margins. I mean, the Krakens are hitting from Final K, but they don't quite have that burst to 100 to 0 just yet.
I'm trying to figure out how likely it is to get struck by lightning twice. Got to imagine it's a tiny, tiny percentage, but it's been happening time and time again to everyone on Borscht. Baskin, the latest to defy the odds. 0-4 now out of mid. I mean, we're talking about, I'll say it politely, a rough early game from Jake.
Yep.
Baskin has started to catch up in the rough category here. 0-4 on this Anubis, couple levels down. Middle of the map, support has just not looked good. Jake hoping to avoid taking the throne back. One more auto.
It was the Baron's
And a little
Brew.
bit of damage from the Baron's Brew. Gets it done. And Jake retakes the mantle of most deaths for Borscht here in game 3.
I mean, I can't, listen, you overstay for a buff once, you are getting aggressive. You overstay for a buff twice, you were getting in there, you know, I respect it. But this is the 4th time Jake's died at that exact invade. I feel like he's learned nothing, and now Pagon, he's in a little bit of trouble for it. Definitely caught out in the cage, doesn't have blink.
Nope.
And Spud will pick up another one. Man, I mean, I said I wanted Mockingbird to play through this duo lane and try and play through Spud. I didn't expect them to do it this hard. Like, Spud seems unstoppable at this point with the lead he's been able to build up for himself. This CERN absolutely cooking. Goes the second item shifter shield, which Bobby has said he is a big fan of. And it seems to be working out, right? You get a little bit tanky, you get some of that shred online with the braggies, and then you build into, I'm assuming, the executioner here. Regardless, he's ahead of Pagon, and Pagon can't really do anything over in that lane. They've got an 0-7 duo lane currently.
Yep. Man, Borscht, they've got an uphill battle here in game 3. If they end up losing this one, you're thinking long and hard about how game 1 went. Had a great opportunity to close out this set 0-2. Mockingbird has seemingly found their footing on the back of a game 2 win. Really, it's a game 1 win. Borscht with the win in game 2, but regardless, have found their footing in the early game is really the point. Now at 15 minutes, maybe the first time Mockingbird have led all set long. Mid lane tier 2 falls. The rest of Borscht left wondering how they're going to defend. Duduin, tough to deal with, 3-0. Killing spree out of the soul lane. Tanking up the tower, that's just free for Ratmilk. A bit too much damage from the tower, and Mockingbird have lost their solo. They've immediately traded out a kill onto Awesome Jake for the 6th time this game. What really matters, that kill onto the tower. Mockingbird go 1 for 1, but open up the mid lane Phoenix.
Pagon jumps in, he's trying to find the chase. I did see that Pendulum Blade proc, so a chase down from Borscht is likely. Do they feel like Fire Giant's a possibility? This would be risky to try and go for here. Yeah, Pagon's posturing to the left, so I doubt it. And ambush is possible, though. No real ultimates available except for Desert Fury. No, they are doing it, Dave. They're trying to go for the Fire Giant here. This is immediately spotted out by Mockingbird. Everyone but Duduin can make it here.
Fine, okay. Does not have the Kraken back. But remember, we've talked about how that Kraken doesn't have that full damage punch behind it. So, yeah, it's a confirm utility, but far from a mid laner's Kraken confirm utility. So it started but dropped by Borscht. Ratmilk, I mean, half HP, still.
Are you using ults for this?
No ultimate. Is this a last-ditch effort from Borscht? Block finds its way onto Calvin. Fire Giant's low, and Final K has gotten it for Borscht. It is the Kraken at the end of the day. You might just have to trade out Jake. He'll Hex Stone and dash away. Seems safe enough. Baskin, though.
Gotta get
Lets
someone
a rat
here.
fly. Spud gets the root, and that's a kill. And Baskin accepts his fate. 1 for FG, and the door is now creaked back open for Borscht.
And when I saw the Desert Fury fly from Pagon, I didn't think they were going to be able to get it in time, and you've used your ultimates, but Mockingbird just could not get there. Final K was able to grab the confirmation. I think it's worth to lose Baskin there, because what you've done is you've stunted the snowball, you've stopped Mockingbird in their track. Sure, there's going to be a Gold Fury attempt, and it looks like it will go the way of Mockingbird. But now that gives you a solid, minute or two to just chill and say, okay, Mockingbird's not going to push us. We can get some farm, we can discuss where things are going wrong, and we can try and get some more clutch itemization, because currently there's a level 17 Zeus that we still don't really have answers for. I mean, Baskin's sitting at level 14. He's got 3 items to his name. Not the best. You can still find some damage, but with the beads active item here for Hawk, he actually has some decent magic prot as well against Baskin, against Fino, and against Awesome Jake. So this Zeus, not only is he doing incredible amounts of damage, he's slippery and he's relatively tanky in the grand scheme of things. But getting Fire Giant is sort of, it just reminds you to take a breather. You just got to win one game. This is one fight at a time. And so far, I've been noticing Calvin has been their target, right? They're trying to get this Baron into execute threshold. And twice now, Dave, it's been close, but not quite enough, which means Ratmilk preemptively goes into the sky, and he doesn't know who to go on. There's no easy reset to just go into.
I imagine Malvinas watching this game, hoping for a Borscht win. That would move Borscht to 2-0. 5M's also at 2-0, and that would be a real simple math equation between Malvinas and Mockingbird tomorrow. Kraken onto Hawk. Could this be your answer? Whoa, Baskin in the Lightning Storm. Hawk on a fadeaway. I'm not sure he realized what was happening. Snags a kill. Mid laners both taken down by the opposing team. Awesome Jake finally with a kill on board. Gets rid of that 0 in the kill column. Hoping to avoid the 7 in the death column. Fine, okay. And with the rest of his team on the fight, up goes the hovering death. Is there a target? Yes, just for a stun. Spud. Stunned and burned by Ratmilk. Pagon and Fine, okay. Now there's an up down from Duduin as well. Herok slips one back, but Borscht from the brink have now blown game 3 wide open. And Trelly, those death timers, they're long, but you don't have Baskin, you don't have Pagon. If anything, this is an equalizer, and it's a deicide for Borscht at 20 minutes.
Yeah, the triple kill for Ratmilk puts him at level 18 now. This Thana has been able to find those death sites. Turns out you don't need to just execute Calvin. You can just hit your damage on just about everyone else. Borscht, in a last-ditch Fire Giant pull, ends up getting so much from it. I really thought this was going to be get Fire Giant and then sort of chill and defend, but they were able to get super aggressive with it, all off of the pick onto Hawk, right? Without Zeus, there wasn't that big burst damage, that AoE to worry about, and that fight just goes so much cleaner for them. Sure, Baskin's falling a bit behind, Pagon's falling a bit behind, but there's meaningful power spikes in there. Like, Pagon's got Exenkins, and Baskin's got Totem, and he's got some int online. That's all you really need for both of these characters. You're going to get outscaled, of course, damage-wise by Spud and Hawk, but these tankier targets are going to get, a little bit fearful of your damage, and that's all you're really counting on at this point. There's still a lot of towers for Borscht to try and go through here. They've got the tier 1 and the tier 2 over on left and a tier 2 on right. But Mockingbird, you got to consider they're a little bit upset the way things have sort of turned, right? That one Fire Giant play that they maybe could have made it to quicker has now just made their lead non-existent.
How things stand on this next FG. The original one has either been killed or just fallen off of Borscht. Lead just about equalized here. Ever so slight for Borscht after what was 3,000-4,000 for Mockingbird, but the story has changed. Not a must-win game 3 for either team, but your life is a whole lot easier if you do. All but confirmed to be going to Vegas if Borscht find a win, and a much easier avenue if Mockingbird are able to stave off defeat after falling to 5 M's yesterday. Fire Giant, more aggressive positioning from Mockingbird. Borscht forced back in their own side of the jungle. Easier to do so, and Awesome Jake has overextended at points. Normally you're terrified of a Sobek. You got a Hexstone, a dash, and a cleanse. It's not going to slow down Awesome Jake, though. Ever forward, ever present. Looking for that one all-important pluck, and keep your eyes on Hawk. The positioning of this Zeus. We're going to get a pull before a fight. Are we looking for a pick? The players can let us know.
I mean, I think that Jake would be the one to open up this fight, but you can tell Herox is also trying to find a meaningful cage. The Duin isn't too fearful, just stepping forward here.
Oh, it's got some damage.
Eats the death scythe, goes into the ultimate.
Double knockup. That's right into the Kraken, life of the party. It's going to pull in one. Awesome Jake has thrown everything at the wall, and none of it is stuck. There's still an up-down from Radmilk on the instant delete. We've gone 1 for 1 over by the FG pit. And now Duduin somehow has lived on the front line. Borscht do not like what they see, have not liked it from the start. They'll snag 1 kill, but they have lost their jungler and their support in the meantime. But Mockingbird not healthy enough to stick around either.
No, I think that's going to be a double down for the time being. And I'm going to give Jake a little bit of props there. He did use the Hexstone to get close, pop the beads to make sure Final K didn't get life of the party, and then ate the ultimate for him. So that was Jake giving his life, or maybe a little bit of mispositioning by Final K. He didn't have the blink. Now he has it up in 5 seconds. Mockingbird need to make a play happen here while they have the one-man advantage, and they're doing just that. Fire Giant started up. Jake just now spawned in, and here comes Final K.
Final K has Runic Bomb, Pyromancer Bomb, and a Kraken if he can get in range. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do so. You've got to walk through.
There it is.
Blinks forward, drops the Kraken, drops the bomb, and drops the FG. It's stolen away by the Borscht solo laner, but trades out his life in exchange. Mockingbird still have 5, but they don't have Fire Giant. There's an Ancient Fury standing on the left side of the map, and that may have to be the consolation prize.
That is big from Fine. Okay, use the Kraken. They said, oh, that's the worst of our worries, it's gone. But as you called out, Dave, the Runic Bomb, the one, everything comes through just to make sure Fire Giant goes the way of Borscht. Now, it doesn't go to Ratmilk, he was still dead, but Awesome Jake, Baskin, and Pagon all have that buff. Don't want to stick up too far if you're Ratmilk, though. You've went extremely damage-oriented, and Hawk still has that DPS to just burst down really anyone who gets caught in the Odin cage. Ancient Fury on mid-bird and 2 tier 2, so these are going to go down relatively easy. And Final K spawned in here in 3 seconds, so Mockingbird's not going to want to go underneath any sort of structure for the time being. They're just going to run away as Jake sort of watches from the grass.
There's something just scary about Jake standing in a bush and staring. You know what I mean? Like, and only we can see it, but you just never know if that's the moment where he says, all right, I'm going in. Nobody else is with him, or he's just going to let the moment pass. You just never really know.
You are right.
And in this moment, Jake lets the moment pass, realizing that it was not the time to flip the coin. Especially not without the purification there. Would have been tough to get out alive. Don't have to use your ultimate for escape every time.
You got to give props to Jake, though, because
Absolutely.
Bro's 1-7.
Absolutely.
And he's 2 levels up on Calvin, who's 1-1. He's been alive the whole game, and Calvin can't find that level of farm. 3 Gold Furies.
Yep. Gonna say, the 10-kill lead is it's effectively onto Jake, and a lot onto Baskin. But what does it matter if Jake is gonna keep doing what he wants to anyway? I mean, a 10-kill lead, but a 0 gold lead for either team. An all-important game 3. The Fire Giant acting right now as more of a delay tool. What happened to Calvin? Calvin is low. Got poked out and an ultimate from Duduin. Oh man, a hovering death. Radmilk may have the opening kill in this fight with the blink. Well-timed. Calvin avoids the onslaught. Double Kraken from Fino K. Hands it over to Radmilk. Oh, but back in goes Spud. Hello on the blink. And goodbye to Baskin. Borscht, though, cleans up their second of the fight. Mid lane and solo dealt with. Borscht, though, they've stood tall, that one-man advantage. What difference does it make? Spud on the reinitiation makes all the difference.
And they are throwing haymakers back and forth. Final K with a huge crack in there for his team. Mid-tier 2 is the target. Fire Giant still available for about 70 more seconds. Herox hasn't found farm since I've been paying attention. He's been level 16 for the past 5 minutes, and he's only level 17 now. Just take some time, hit level 20, get your upgraded starter. This Odin still has some power spikes to go, but there's already a big fall off. You need to get a little bit of that XP before it becomes official. Looks like Borscht isn't really interested in getting caught in any more damage. They're going to back up. Fine, okay. We'll take the tier 2 over on right. But man, I mean, Mockingbird, they've got some positives to lean on here, but so far, the fights have been pretty much leaning heavily towards Borscht, right? Like Rat Milk is just being able to find.
Did you see what happened to Calvin? I don't know what all that poke was from.
Yeah,
I mean,
Baskin was able to hit a wrap onto Duduin twice, but Calvin, I think, just, you know, ate too much poke damage. Must have been from Fino and.
It wasn't even really a fight. It was just
Yeah.
an execute from Rat Milk.
Yep.
But he blinked away, right? Avoided the insta execute, and there was the fight on the other end of it.
Yep.
Man, thinnest of margins, again. I mean, honestly, I mean the favorite's got to be Borscht in this matchup. They were talking about feeling good, fighting for the 1 seed. If you're 5Ms, I mean, you still got a game to play tomorrow. But based on the competition that they've seen, maybe not feeling terrible about their chances at grabbing the 1 seed and having Sunday off. All eyes towards Vegas. Just a few weeks from then. How many weeks from now? Are we like 3 or 4 weeks from? No.
I mean, we start the 17th, right?
Yeah, and Christmas is 2 weeks from now, which is scary. Buy your gifts if you haven't yet. This one a gift for all of us, though. This game 3, man. We are on the sprint towards Vegas.
Yep.
Long summer of qualifications. No team officially moved
Pagon.
on.
Does he know they're behind him?
But you get a good chance. If you're able to grab a second win. Borscht could do so. If you're able to find a win here over Mockingbird, Duduin sends
They're
out
walking
his
over
axe.
wards,
Out he
they know.
goes. Borscht and Mockingbird locked in a struggle here in game 3. Yeah, this not a secret. If Mockingbird are looking for one final fight, could it be this moment?
I think so. I mean, they walked over wards.
Whoa,
Fino
Fino.
going to walk into this.
But he's alone.
Is it
They
the
lock
cage?
in,
Blinks
Fino.
out.
All right.
But now Duduin, can he be in threshold?
Oh man,
he doesn't even need it.
Duduin is the only solo laner who dies. It was the same situation for both, but it's only the Mockingbird solo who dies. But now there's a chase brewing. Borscht,
they're in trouble.
Smell blood in the water. Jake forward. Rat Milk up. Mockingbird have fought handedly here in game 3, but Borscht find their opening. Rat Milk gets out some damage. Hawk does so as well. Fine, okay. Starts to drop the dominoes. It's still the carries for Mockingbird, though. Can they turn and burn? They're going to turn their eyes towards the Poseidon, but an up-down from Pagon may just seal it. A double kill from Hawk has kept Mockingbird in this game, but Borscht have roared back on the back of a Fire Giant steal from Fino. Duduin's up in 13. 3 Phoenixes still around. In Borscht, they don't have Pagon. It's not going to be a game end, but it'll be a fight win and a deicide.
Man, you got to be playing clutch out of your mind, though, if you're Hawk. He hit the Chain Lightning to guarantee one more die. This would be a free Fire Giant if he didn't hit it. With Death Gaze, can Duduin get here in time? I think Trident may be able to knock this down before the chalk shows up, but it will be close. There's a Runic Bomb only for Rat Milk. Okay, Kraken. It's still thin margin. Yeah! Okay, we're good.
We're getting range.
Yep, but it's only on them two. It's only on Fino and Baskin.
And unless, you know, I'm talking about chisels turning into unless things have changed, still not enhanced Fire Giant, right? We're a few seconds away from that. So it's a Fire Giant on 2, but the momentum in recent memory here, Trelly, for Borscht against Mockingbird, despite what the kills may tell you.
Well, Dave, we're back to the drawing board. That's what I see.
Have you ever stood at a drawing board?
I really haven't. I've stood at an easel. Is a drawing board something different?
That's close. I would give you credit for standing at an easel.
But I'm just saying, like, what is even a drawing board? Just a board at which one draws as opposed to paint.
It's the Charlie Day meme where he's got the strings.
Oh, okay, okay. Then yes, I've never stood at a drawing board, but that is where we are currently because all Phoenixes stand. 2 tier 2s for both squads. Fire Giant on only Fino K and Baskin, and just sending out as much as possible. Rat Milk is still holding. Oh my goodness, 3-man Kraken. Not a lot coming through, but Fino K is gonna get stunned here unless he has the beads. Well timed.
Uses man, every fight carries an implication. It's awesome. Jake alone with everyone from Mockingbird. Baskin has sent out a beam of damage, and look who's been left alone. It's Duduin, but he's got the opening kill alongside Hawk. Where's the up down? Ratmilk hasn't hit pay dirt with his ultimate. In fact, he's alone in the back. Pagon has sent some damage right back out. Herox and Mockingbird, though, Trelly, they've still got something in this fight.
Can the blood come through? It absolutely does. Herox is in some trouble, but fine, okay, wants the chase down. Spud, can you help, or are you just going to teleport out? Finally, Herox goes down, but now Spud's in some trouble. Is he just going to keep doing DPS? He might be in some trouble, too, if the blood comes through.
He could kill off one, but he can't kill off 2 or 3 here. Spud in the whirlpool. Fine, okay, on the killing spree, and it's just Calvin left on defense.
29 seconds for Hawk and Deduin. The wave should be coming in any second now. Calvin does have the ultimate, but Final Case full HP here. 1 pick, and this could be the end call here, Dave. You got to play perfectly if you're Calvin. Try and kill Pagon, try and kill Awesome Jake, but the Titan needs to stand tall if you're Mockingbird.
An insane 3-game set between Borscht and Mockingbird.
They're back.
And we will go one more at least as Mockingbird live to fight another day.
And Hawk, Deduin, luckily those respawn timers were clean. I mean, that could have went a whole of a lot worse, Dave. You had Ratmilk in the sky. Spud was definitely in execute threshold. Maybe he blinked it, maybe it didn't land. Regardless, lived way too long. I think Hawk has been able to consistently take out 1 to 2 every single team fight. If Hawk is ever not on point, this game is over. Like, they are reliant on the picks that Zeus has been able to grab. And so far, he has been on point and doing his job. Baskin has just been death gazing and dying. Like, I'm going to get off as much damage as I can before I get blown up by the Zeus damage. And it is not easy to try and position this late in the game when just about everyone, if they catch you in the right moment, can find a kill. Fine, okay. Once again, should end up in a cage. Where's the damage, though? He doesn't have Blink? Yes, he does.
Deduin on a slight miss. Awesome Jake lurking in the waters. It's a life of the party. Out from Calvin. Jake alone with everyone on Mockingbird. That'll be the opening kill. Gotta be of this fight. Spud finds the first. And Ratmilk, unhappy with his options, wound up taking his ult back.
Yeah, but wasting that hovering death is a big deal. Remember, Final K already used the Kraken as well. Pyromancer is going to be the target, but Borscht is stepping up as if they want to try and fight this. Even 4v5, having that level of confidence is a bit ridiculous. Herox gets the Pyromancer. They're walking over wards here, Dave, but these are green wards. So Borscht, only one who has the vision so far. Look how far up they are, Mockingbird. They're still so scared.
Does Herox have a spear? Whoa, won't even get to use it because he's got to get out of the fight. Baskin, though, has left himself right in front of everyone on Mockingbird. Should join his teammate. No, he won't. He'll live. And Mockingbird just short on the damage to kill off the Anubis.
That is insane. Baskin, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, did everything wrong as far as where to walk, but there just was not the chase down potential because the rest of Borscht were sort of zoning with presence alone. Just saying, hey, if you step up and you get close, we could just kill you in an instant. The game is bouncing on a knife's edge. Despite the fact that the gold is still so heavily in favor of Borscht, we've gotten to the point where it's just really 3K pots are the difference maker. Herox is almost full build. Calvin is almost full build. Deduin almost full build. You know what? Okay, it's not really bouncing on a knife's edge. They still need 6 items. Would that be the difference maker? If you see a little bit more damage from Deduin, a little bit more tank stats from Herox, and a little bit more tank stats from Calvin. Regardless, that's 2 fights in a row where Ratmilk has not been able to find an execute, and that has changed things here for Borscht. It seems like they are still, whereas Hawk is so reliant for Mockingbird, Ratmilk needs to find these hovering death kills. If not, the fight looks a lot worse for Borscht.
Around we'll go. Fire Giant one more time. We think. Maybe just one more time. Borscht have stamped themselves in this map. For the longest time, Deduin was ahead on the damage charts. Hawk has started to pick up just a little bit further. I've been out of the game a little bit too long. I need an herbal tea. You're on day 2. I'm on day 1.
You're on day 1.
God bless.
It's over.
Yeah,
we've lost him.
Yeah, see you guys.
All right.
I guess I need a few weeks to recover.
Well,
that's more on me. You know, Ryan is here in studio. And he's yelling at me to speak for my diaphragm. I can hear it already. I'll be all right. Get a little tea in me and we'll be A-okay. Awesome Jake. Early ultimate. Sobek. That's now down. Pagon getting his ultimate back here soon. Borscht are just doing this FG too quickly unless Mockingbird steal it away. Sure don't. But maybe a fight after the fact. Remember, Jake doesn't have ultimate here. He's alone with Mockingbird. and that'll give an early kill over to Hawk. Ratmilk has used his as well. No ultimates left for Borscht. Only Duduin has his for Mockingbird. Could it be a difference maker? A stun out, a silence. Herox unhappy with his prospects here. They'll watch Borscht walk away with that FG.
I mean, if Herox gets the stun there, we could be talking about GG, but I believe that left side Phoenix does have a fire wave pouring in as we speak, so had to get over there quickly to keep it alive. Good timing there from Spud. Knew exactly where to go, but as you said, Fire Giant does go the way of Borscht this time, only on 4, because Awesome Jake falls down. Pagon and Final K the whole time Borscht is here. They just do everything so quickly now. I mean, that really wasn't that much time alone with Fire Giant, but when you're 36 minutes in the game and everyone's got full build, you're not going to be able to walk up to Fire Giant a little bit late. It just won't happen. You have plenty of time to just shred through that objective for free and then go ahead and back off. I mean, Mockingbird can sit here and look for an ambush. I wouldn't hate this call if they can just go into a grass and just sort of wait to see who steps forward. But time and time again, Dave, they've been looking at Hawk. They've been looking at, you know, trying to find Fino K, but he just blinks out. That's how long away these engagements have been. 240-second difference between when Fino K gets caught out and when he doesn't. Here it is, though. Who's going to walk up? They all walk towards mid. I don't know if you can even set up an ambush here because it's going to take you so long to chase them down. I mean, Borscht is a fast team. If Poseidon's your guy, they're going to eventually turn around and find you.
So who will it be? The one with a toe out of line. The one who maybe ends things here in Game 3. A lot of pressure on an early weekend game. Makes all the difference, though, in your prospects later on this weekend. Mockingbird now on the defensive. Aggressive from Borscht. Stepping forward. They still got 4 FGs, remember. Up, down, stun, all of it onto Herox. He gets out alive. Final K does as well. The front line healthy enough at this point. Awesome Jake out of his ultimate. And Calvin jumped on by Ratmilk and Trelly. That could be the difference maker over on this defense.
Awesome Jake already plucked in, but Mockingbird standing tall. The only ultimate they have is the Duins. And remember, Fire Giant is still available here for Borscht. Doesn't seem like they really want to leave. But they have weakened Phoenixes on left and right. Remember, they have the Ancient Fury to try and play with as well. So going for mid-bird doesn't really make a lot of sense. But if you wait too long, you let Lightning Storm come back. You let the Odin Cage come back, and that could be disastrous here for Borscht. You got to go in quickly, but honestly, those ultimates might already be back up by the time you decide to go in. Good chain lightning, and here comes Aerox.
Here we go. Maybe the last fight of the game. Final K locked in the cage. Damage not in yet. No, it's not there, but Herox has it for Fino. Pagon in the back has thrown a couple of spears out and picked up one for himself. Suddenly, Borscht with a second wind in this engagement. Still waiting on Calvin to respawn, but now Baskin and Fino K a minute on their respawns. Everything even still here in game number 3 as we cross the 40-minute mark. 6 Phoenixes still on the map, 0 towers across the board.
And once again, I stand in front of my board. Not drawing, just thinking. What is it going to be that finally breaks this game open? Because everything that's been thrown at the wall here, Dave, has been thrown. We've seen an attempt on finding the execute on a Calvin. We've seen a grouping in the grass. We've seen just a Fire Giant pull a 50-50. They've tried just about everything. Maybe it's the staff of Mirrodin from Awesome Jake, right? Like a double pluck.
Gotta be.
Maybe it's the fact that Fino K has an elixir of strength because he already got his elixir of intelligence, so his auto attacks are going to be doing a little bit more damage. At this point, we're just buying 3K pots because there's nothing else to spend gold on, right? Like you don't need any more itemization, you don't need any more ward coverage because you can only have so much. But Mockingbird, unfortunately for them, something that I alluded to is that this Odin was gonna reach the breaking point, right? Herox is a CC bot. That is his idea. He has to find cages, he has to find stuns. He's not going to be the guy that takes away a team fight like Ratmilk. That is Hawk, that is Spud. See the grouping, Fire Giant spawns in 20. Already ward coverage is here, and Awesome Jake leads the charge. He wants a pluck, but he also has to watch out. Uses the Xerxes Hexstone to reposition, didn't like that route. Had to go ahead and back up. It's a long cooldown, about 80 seconds before he's going to be able to use that movement again. And you can see beads are going to come up from Herox in about 10 seconds, so that might be the opening to try and force something. Fire Giant started up, fine, okay. He sees this, though, and Pagon's close behind.
FineOK has stolen away a Fire Giant already this game. Could happen again. Pagon sends plenty of damage towards Calvin. Kraken connects onto Herox. He'll be okay as the Hovering Death going to open up this fight. I'm not sure Herox still has the jump, doesn't. Ratmilk with the first, Pagon with the second. The front line, an afterthought for Mockingbird. Suddenly Borscht have the wind in their sails and a double kill for Pagon. The last breath for Duduin does flip a kill onto Ratmilk. He goes back in, but he will fall as well. Borscht able to get it done in game number 3.
Finally, we saw the opening. Hawk gets plucked back in by awesome Jake. FineOK thought he was in a bit of trouble, but the execute on to Herox was really the nail in the coffin. Spud against 4. He's got plenty of damage, but I think the Titan would drop before he was able to really burn through any of these health bars. They're playing it slow, though. I gotta respect Borscht. When you're 41 minutes into the game and you don't just dogpile onto the Titan here, you're giving a little bit of respect to Spud, but one more pluck should do it.
Wow.
GG.
You're telling me Jake goes 3-10, Baskin goes 2-9, and you still win? That's crazy. That opens up some opportunities for our games tomorrow. Borscht now 2-0, 5Ms 2-0. Mockingbird now falls to 0-2. So Malvinas and their matchup becomes a win and in for Vegas. Keep your eyes on our first set of the day tomorrow, Trelly. But game number 3 has a little bit of everything. Think back to the Fire Giant steal from FineOK.
Yep.
I kind of flipped this game around.
It certainly did. I mean, he blinks in, Kraken drops the Runic Bomb, and he says, I'm going all in for this steal attempt. And there were so many times where FineOK was just too slippery, right? He was the target in a lot of these engagements, but just barely got the blink off, was able to escape the cage, juke some CC, and get out of trouble time and time again. I mean, there was a couple moments where if FineOK died, if Ratmilk got picked off, if Hawk got one more detonate, we could have been talking about a different outcome to this game. But we didn't, because you know what? Borscht had a lot of clutch moments, and again, you gotta give props to Jake when he plays so overly aggressive, gets punished constantly, but still is able to stay farmed and make plays for his team. Like he's doing his job at the end of the day. Like maybe a little bit too good at times, but he got the job done.
That's why you can't call it a stinker too early on. You got to give Jake some time to cook. Ends up turning
Spray
around.
some air freshener.
Yeah, poopery in the player booth over there to get things going. Borscht get it done. They move to 2-0 here in their group. See what the desk has to say about game number 3. Bye.
He broke the Bye. FineOK, that's what I was going to say when we came into this. I feel like there's a lot to talk about. Ratmilk had a really big ult at the very end there after a couple, I want to say forced by Mockingbird. That really couldn't fall through. Not really forced. He was trying to execute, and then the fight didn't go the way he wanted it to. But FineOK, with the steal and with a whole lot of other stuff, really does make sure that game doesn't slip out of hand for him. I think that steal, though, was pretty important, right? It's the difference between, hey, Mockingbird are like just gonna win now, and Borscht is back in this game.
Yeah, I think FineOK is 100% the person to highlight. I mean, look at the gold. I think it's always interesting to see where the gold is at, because it just shows who's been doing kind of just the most effectiveness through the entire game, whether it's farming, fighting, whatever it is. I mean, Ratmilk and FineOK, really those are the two that I could just rant about this entire time, because they played, I mean, phenomenal. Maybe a misplay here or there by Ratmilk, but I really think FineOK played a near perfect Poseidon game here. The steals were phenomenal. His team fights were great. Even when his team was losing fights, FineOK would be there to kind of put on a performance in that fight to bring his team back into it. And as you said, I mean, Ratmilk was maybe going in a little early sometimes, wasn't able to find those ultimates. Maybe they weren't used as perfectly as you can. And then, as so eloquently put by Dave and Trelly, Jake had a few maybe misplays. FineOK was always there to clean it up, and it was just an all-out, just great game by FineOK.
Yeah, when you have players and you know, Jake's going 3-10. There was a lot of aggressive positioning, and we've seen this in the past, right? Where sometimes
a lot
you go 3-10 and it's
by me.
It doesn't make at least you said it. You go 3-10 and it's like, okay, you know what? You've died a lot, but your team's kind of reaping the benefits. Where you know, we've mentioned this with Sobek, but like, guess what? When you pluck, like, you're just there now. Like,
you're in.
If you grabbed the one guy and he was alone, then that's free for your team. If you grab the one guy and the 4 others are staring at you, now you're in his position. You're a little tanky. Maybe you can hold on. The same thing was kind of there. We saw a lot of DPS from the Anubis, but maybe not the kills coming out from the Anubis.
Yeah.
And so it does feel like, Rat Milk, Fine OK, Pagon, to an extent as well, being able to kind of help clean up after the fact, after those two go in and get the job done and then die.
Yeah.
They were just like, all right, cool. We're the martyrdom perk, right? We're going to come in and make sure things go our way.
Yeah, and sometimes all you really need to do is just get fights started, and Sobek does that really well. You said you hit the pluck, you pluck one person. A lot of the times he wasn't plucking Hawk, and Hawk's the one that's turning onto him. It happens, but as you said, a lot of damage was coming through from Anubis, from Poseidon, Thana, all of that. And all around, a couple misplays by Borscht here or there. All around, still a good set by them.
Oh, yeah. I would say the most exciting game we've had so far this weekend. And depending, we might remain that. It's going to at least hold on to the crown for now. It was just really, really fun to watch from the top to the bottom. But it also gives us some really interesting standing implications, both for first out of this region and, I guess, for who actually makes it out of this region. So there's a little bit of maybe pressure still remaining despite getting that guaranteed stamp.
Yeah, and as you said, tomorrow is now even more exciting. We get the 2-0s. We get to see who's really going to be coming through with that.
Well, the good news is I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about getting this win, but you don't have to take it from me. We've got, I believe it's Baskin standing over there ready for an interview.
That's right. Baskin alongside me. Baskin, is the overall vibe happy to get the win? I mean, game 1, dominant performance, fall a bit short there towards the end. Game 3, it's a little rough early, but you end up coming back to win things. Overall team vibe with the Game 3 win here for the boys?
I would say the vibes are pretty high. Yeah, I think we could have had a 2-0. We kind of threw Game 1, but there's also some sort of like satisfaction in having like a hard-fought 3-game set and also winning 2. So, yeah,
of course,
good vibes either way.
Seems like Rat Milk is just going to keep playing that Thanatos. Is that a plug-in play into most compositions for you guys? Is that just a player playing the right pick at the right time? What's the strategy behind the jungle pick?
Yeah, I guess both those reasons, but also there's like 4 jungle picks, and one of them's usually banned, and the other one's picked, so it's like 50-50. So yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Game 3, I'm looking at Jake. Tough start there in that game. You're getting piled on over in the mid lane. What's the communication like when the early game goes that way? How do you guys kind of solidify that mental for the late game?
Well, if you had a peek into any of our scrims, that is actually probably a better early game than average for us. So
right.
Yeah, we've had a lot of practice, dying. So on game day when we die, it's no big deal. Just another one in the death column, like.
That's we've got them right where we want them.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Guys. Yeah. Well, excited to see what you guys get done. Officially into Vegas now. If my numbers are all crunched, you guys have a couple of wins. So does 5Ms, and so that'll open up a matchup for first seed for you guys tomorrow. Excited for that one. Baskin, appreciate the time. Desk, take it away.
He's got it right on the money, right? When you've got 2 teams that are 2-0, and the others that are 0-2. No one's taking your spot.
You're good.
At least no one's knocking you out of the top 3 guaranteed. Someone might take your spot in trying to fight for first. And guess what? We'll find out who is the first seed last set for Group A tomorrow. So I think that'll be, 1 p.m.-ish, 12:30 if the first set doesn't go super long. But the one that goes on before it, that 11 a.m., which you'll see in a second here, has a lot of implications behind it. Because while that one goes 3, and we've talked a lot about plus-minus, that is your, third, fourth different tiebreaker, right?
Yeah.
The very first thing is just what's the win-loss in the columns. Do you have a set win? Do you not have a set win? Then it's a head-to-head. And guess what? When we look at the schedule and the standings, the 2 that are at the bottom are the 2 that have yet to play. So whoever wins tomorrow will be 1-2. Whoever loses will be 0-3. So that, much like Dave said, is win and you're in between Mockingbird and Malvinas. So that is a very, very important set tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. And then the set following that will determine first seed. And again, first seed gets a bye round for the first round, which means, in this case, not playing on Sunday, which is one big deal. But also, you get to just kind of hang out and wait until Vegas. Probably still be watching the games on Sunday to see what's going on. But a lot of practice time, prep time, and a little bit of downtime for the holiday for you between there. So first seed and a last seed implication tomorrow, and all of it here in Group A. Now, that's just one of the 2 groups. There's a lot of pressure, I think, sitting on those bottom 2 teams, but Inbound, we still have more to come. This is only half the day
is
so
Group
far.
A.
That's absolutely crazy. We've only done half of the game so far just today with a 2-1 win for Borscht. Yeah, that's right. We got Group B going on tomorrow as well. And it is going to be a very fun one. Well, I say tomorrow as well. Today as well. We've got them going on right now. Team Risk versus Los Lille. Again, if you're looking at it, Team Risk maybe surprising everybody in the wrong way, and that they came out with a lost smoke break doing it in the right way, getting themselves an early win. And wow, we get to watch Food Drive for Globe versus Smoke Break later. That's going to be an amazing, amazing set to tune into. But these are some very important ones. Los Lille, if you're looking at it, Team Risk, one of you is coming out 1-1, the other one's coming out 0-2. That is dangerous territory. If it's Team Risk, then you're looking at, a Food Drive for Globe must win tomorrow. If you're Los Lille, you're looking at a smoke break must win tomorrow, and that's not a position I'd want to be even if I were either of them. But this is going to be, I think, a very spicy matchup for it. I'm wondering what kind of differences we're going to see from yesterday for that.
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time, the meta developing through the entire tournament. These teams are now both 0-1, Los Lille, Team Risk. These are the teams that lost yesterday. They're going to be competing again next. It's how are you changing up what you thought was the meta last time?
Yeah.
Team Risk has said multiple times, we're coming in with our idea of what we think the meta is. They lost 2-0'd. Does that mean their meta is changing? Same thing with Los Lille. They came in, they lost. How is their meta going to be changing? They also got to watch a couple more games today. Does that shift anything with their meta? Gore, this is going to be a great Group B games today. I'm just excited to see who's going to be kind of taking that leap forward, because you're starting 1-0, you get to that 2-0 slot, you're in.
Yeah, this is, again, very, very important for a few of these teams. And the fact that Group A just went the way that it did, and that there's so much weight on sets tomorrow for them, now has me really excited, because I feel like some of these have a lot of weight on them right now. We'll see how it is for Group B, though, right at the other end of this quick break.
There's coldness there, there's karma. There's heat, there's flames, there's lava. Volcanic, what can we do? It gets manic. I know what I'd rather. When I pick up the mic, it's power. When I pick up the mic, got powers. When I pick up the mic, it's power. When I pick up the mic, got powers. Pick up the mic, got powers. 4, 3, 2 in the morning. Yeah, I'm still up, you're boring. Life keeps getting better and better, and I'm not stressed, I'm snoring. It'll get messy, get gory. Simpleness not for me. I don't care about football, care about this, that, care if you're acting 40. Like quick call back, can't ignore me. They don't even know my story. Any little sour patch acting salty, flows on point like gourmet. Need a Michelin star like always, like conference call on 4 ways. Man thinks this life is a role play, so they hear about the family drama. There's coldness there, there's karma. There's heat, there's flames, there's lava. Volcanic, what can we do? It gets manic. I know what got powers. Pick up the mic, got powers. 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 Pick up the mic, got powers. Powers. Powers.
I've been hungry for affection, baby. Best believe that you got my attention, baby. Now I see you're there in my reflection. You're a part of me, and it's in peace. Hide and seek till I found you. Oh, I found you. Oh, I found you. Yeah. Hide and seek till I found you. Oh, I found you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE 2 Founders Series Knockout LAN as we continue moving into Group B. It's Gore and Inbound for right now, and I think a very interesting set on the horizon again, because I didn't expect both of these teams to be 0-1 at this point, and so it is going to be a surprise who's going to be 1-1, who's going to be 0-2, and change up some of those standings. And the good news is that no matter what, whoever's 1-1, you'll be joined, because the next matchup, they're both 1-0. So somebody's got to be 1-1 at that point at the end of that one. The other one will be 2-0 and more than likely be stamped forward going to Vegas. So standing implications, all that sorts of stuff that's going to be going on. But first and foremost, up front, worth mentioning to you that this weekend, the patch that you at home are going to be playing on is not the patch that them here are playing on, because the release schedule of patches, specifically CA8, dropped on like Tuesday. The fact that it would have been 2 days before the tournament.
And they were traveling.
And they were, traveling at the time and would have had to come into the studio to practice. It would have been a mess.
Pain.
Yeah, it would have been a mess. There were a lot of words that came to my mind, and none of them were broadcast safe there. So due to the schedule of the patches, they're playing on CA7, and this is just to make sure that the competitive integrity is there. All of the players have had ample time to practice. They've had time to prepare and to understand the game on a level playing field, as opposed to who could just kind of get access on the first thing fastest, as opposed to adapting, like it's the Wild West out here to some of the new patches. So what you're playing on at home and what they're playing on are going to be a little different overall. It also means that, some of the gods, well, admittedly, even if we were on CA8, those gods wouldn't be available, so realistically, that doesn't change too much. But then the new the Thor band, just because of some bugs that are going on with them in this patch that have since been fixed, just means that they won't be able to play them, but it still gives us the Cupids, the Poseidons, and well, I'm going to throw Nemesis in there just because
a little bit.
We've gotten to see a little bit of her. There's a few others that I wish we would see that we haven't seen, so maybe we'll get to see them in the near future. What we're watching, though, again, is Group B. We split these two groups into 4 teams each. And as we watched earlier, and as you'll see here, Group A has already played, and they have left us in an interesting predicament, as we talked about at the end of the last set, if you were tuning in. It's win and go to Vegas tomorrow for Mockingbird and Malvinas. So a little bit extra pressure, I think, on that matchup. A
lot of it.
At the 11 a.m. And then the first seed implications. Both Borscht and 5Ms have gone on record saying they want to be first seed. They're both in a good position to do so. And good news, whoever wins tomorrow will, in fact, be the first seed and be able to control that. The top 3 teams go to Vegas. That's why that bottom matchup, I guess technically it's the first matchup, the matchup between 3rd and 4th right now, is the most important for Group A, but that's tomorrow talk, and we'll break into that tomorrow morning when you tune in at 11 a.m. Right now, we've still got 2 sets to go today, and it's Group B that's going on. Again, we have a couple teams at 1-0, a couple teams at 0-1, but it's the matchups that are changing the standings implications for this one, because Team Risk and Los Lille are both 0-1 right now, so whoever wins will have a leg up in the standings. Whoever loses will kind of be in that do-or-die territory.
And the reason this is such an interesting set is this is the number 1 team from LATAM, Los Lille, versus the number 1 team from EMEA, who got upset by Smoke Break yesterday. This is two very good teams that, I mean, maybe somebody expected the LATAM team to not win, but we haven't seen anything from them until yesterday, so there was really no things to base it off of. But, I mean, we could talk about that Team Risk set yesterday for hours on end.
Yeah.
Smoke Break came in, upset them. Purple Orb, specifically, not having a great day. On record, Genetics says he's been benched for Genetics, so Genetics is back for today. Purple Orb hopefully stays in that loss column.
What about disc on
nothing,
Smoke Break?
Nothing on him yet. I think it's a game time decision about Sap and disc. But for those that hopefully saw the games yesterday, step forward for Team Risk going into today. And I think same thing for Los Lille. I think we saw a little things here and there with Los Lille yesterday. I want to see more, specifically from Joel. I think Joel was the one that got hyped up the most. And yesterday he played fine, but there was specific plays that you would see where it's just kind of why. Like, there was a play I remember specifically yesterday. At level 2, he got gone on, went back in. I just want to see smarter plays from Joel because there's a ton of hype around him.
Yeah, a lot of the issues we saw with Los Lille, and this was true a little bit for Malvinas, but mostly I feel like Los Lille because they were keeping up really good in fights. The problem was that while they were fighting, they were also then down 3,000, 5,000 gold. And so, hey, it might be 8-8, but the items are way on the other side. And the team that they're playing here, Team Risk, who we're looking at first, this is a squad that knows how to farm. So if your issues are farm, these are the guys who we've accused of being able to just take it out of nowhere. It just feels like look at Theeks. That guy, he'll walk down mid and magically have 300 extra gold. I don't know where it comes from. Sometimes it's just camps. And the thing is that it kind of permeates everybody. Variety, Lasbra, Genetics, Streak. In fact, for 4 of these guys playing in these booths as well, is commonplace for them. I mean, they did it for months and months and months on end and never had to worry about it. So you don't have to worry about land jitters. You don't have to worry about as much over there for as Los Lille maybe has to anticipate because of who they're going up against. But it is going to be really interesting. I also feel like the mentality on Team Risk is something that has a lot of elastic, right? Like they're going to just snap right back into place after a loss no matter what. And you don't even have to take that one from me because you'll see it in just a second as we go to the booth and hear from Lasbra.
Thank you, Gore. I'm here with Lasbra from Team Risk, about to take on Lost Lille. Hey, Lasbra, how are you guys doing today after yesterday's matches?
We're doing great. I mean, taking a loss against a team we haven't lost to the whole season sucks a little bit, but, you know, they came out strong and we weren't really prepared for what they did. So, I mean, it's okay, I guess.
Well, I mean, talk to me about that. You know, what do you feel like went wrong yesterday that you guys were, like, did you talk about that last night, or what were you trying to work on coming into today?
Yeah, I think we just kind of did what we used to do against that team, and if we don't really change anything up, you know, they're going to be prepared for what we're doing, so we're probably just a bit lazy about it.
Latin American teams have struggled a little bit, but Los Lille seem to start figuring some things out. Is there any player in particular that you guys are looking at to make sure you shut down?
Not really. I think we're just going to make sure we get a good early game against that team, and I think we should be fine then.
And so with Los Lille after this, you'll have one more match to go, and you guys are feeling pretty confident. But over in the other group, there's some pretty crazy matches happening as well. Is there any team over there that you either really want to play or that you're scared against?
I mean, it would be fun to play against Mike and Cherry. I just won Worlds for them last year, so playing against them could be fun, but yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Lasbrook. Good luck in your matches. Back to you, Gore.
Yeah, that's the other thing that's... I guess I haven't really talked too much about it because, like, the groups, I'm kind of taking it one step at a time, but realistically, if you're not first seed on Sunday, you're playing somebody from the other group. It just depends on where you're at. And so you'll have one matchup there. And just a friendly reminder for the Vegas bracket, because it's starting on Sunday. We have 2 sets that are being played. It's going to start at 1 p.m., so a little bit later than what we've been doing the last couple of days and what we'll be doing tomorrow. But it's a 6-team double elim bracket. That's why we're doing that, but that is something they need to be aware of. It's not just, okay, can we make it to Vegas? It's then, okay, now who are we playing at Vegas if we qualify? And for some teams, especially in Group A, you're already set and you already know. If you're here in Group B, especially if you're, let's say Team Risk, Los Lille, right now, you're still trying to fight for your spot.
To
so
get there.
Going to hold on to that for a little bit. And speaking of Los Lille, that's who we're looking at second. Now, this is a team, as we've mentioned, just an absolute dominant powerhouse in LATAM. They took every single week they played. The one time they didn't, it's because they played in Brazil instead, and they won that one as well. They have just always been really, really strong. It's been mentioned, but, they slam the North American ranked. They play in a lot of the NA community tournaments. They have been getting and grinding practice anywhere and everywhere that they can find it. And yesterday, as we mentioned, we're keeping up really well in terms of the team fight. It was the gold and the farm. And it's really interesting because the team fight being good and the farm not being there is pretty much the exact opposite way I would describe Team Risk. So it really does feel like you're getting like a north and a south battle here.
Yeah, and I think this opens up an opportunity for Los Lille also because we've never really seen Team Risk sprint for those 5-minute gold furies like we've seen Food Drive for Globus. That's how they got a lot of their leads, was just going for those early gold furies. And Team Risk, honestly, yesterday, pretty sloppy day by them. The farming wasn't there. The team fights weren't there. I would almost say Los Lille had a better day yesterday than Team Risk. And if they can come in today, take a look back, try to not give up those early objectives, I mean, who's to say they're not able to get a lead on a team like Team Risk, who realistically never really been a great early game team?
Mm-hmm. Especially when you come to LAN. A lot of things change once you're here, right? And depending on what you figured out from yesterday to what you figure out today, everyone's always cool, calm, and collected going into the set. We'll see how it is after the set. But for now, we'll see if they're cool, calm, and collected in the Los Lille booth as we go to Decoy for an interview.
Thank you, Bobby and Gore. I'm over here with the #1 Latin American seed, Los Lille, over talking to Decoy, the jungler. Once again, how you doing, Decoy?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Yesterday, obviously, the match didn't go the way you guys wanted it to. It seemed like you started making some adaptations mid-match last time. So what were you and the team talking about last night preparing against Team Risk?
Well, I mean, we watched the games and talked about what happened, and I think we managed to find a better strategy.
And what's that strategy?
Well, I mean, I'm not...
They're not listening, I promise.
Well, I mean, I'm not comfortable sharing it, but I mean, we read the map better, I think, for today.
Well, Team Risk on the other side, that team over in EMEA, they've been pretty tough to beat, but proved to be fallible. So looking over there on the other side, who do you think is the most important player to shut down?
Well, I think they are all good players, but I mean, I think the strongest point is that they are unpredictable. I mean, we don't know what they are going to do. But I think the 5 I'll go.
Do you think it comes down to you with comfort with picks and bans, or is it all strategy in the arena for you guys?
No, I think it's having a good draft and doing well in the map too. I think it's okay, and I think it's all. I think it's all the draft.
Well, Decoy, good luck to you in your match today. Thank you so much for chatting with me. That is Los Lille. We'll see them take on Team Risk. Back to you, Gore and Bobby.
Yeah, I think one thing that's important there at the very end, like kind of recognition that like getting the good draft is like the first step. then you got to get in there and play that draft to its potential. And I really do think that this is a team, and based on what they just said, you have that management, I guess is the right word, where you went back and studied. You studied. That's literally what you did. You went back, you watched the VODs, you made sure everything was set, and kind of were like, okay, sucked here, great here, let's do that more. And so being able to kind of recognize that, do your homework on yourself, and make those improvements day to day, that's the big thing, especially in LAN and groups like this, that changes a lot.
Yeah, and I love hearing teams, and we heard it from both of these teams, that like our prep coming in was not what we wanted. Yeah. We had either an incorrect read or something that we had was just not what we needed. And I'm glad that I get to hear from both of them saying, we're switching it up going into today. Yes, they said it's a little bit of unpredictability now between both teams. We don't really know how they're going to change P's and B's. What are they going to prio? What are they going to drop out of the priorities? Are bands going to change? Stuff like that. And both of these teams have shown a capability to play massive, massive God pools. And now we just got to see, what did that prep look like, and how is that prioritization changing?
Well, we'll see where some of that prio is going to be. Picks and bans, game number 1 for Team Risk and Los Lille. Again, both of these teams 0-1 right now, so this is going to be a really big matchup for them. A team that maybe avoids team fights but farms like crazy, although, as you mentioned, worth noting for Team Risk, wasn't necessarily there a whole lot yesterday. And a team that team fought like crazy but didn't quite have the farm yesterday in Los Lille. Gives the questions of what they're going to look like today. Sobek banned, Odin banned, Genetics finally swapping in for Purple Orb, a really, really big deal.
Genius.
And on the Yemoja, that a classic combo.
The party's this way. And it's always difficult making your P's and B's. Let's give Genetics Yemoja. That is always going to be difficult. But pulling out the Loki, honestly, Loki has been the best jungler at this LAN so far. I don't think it's surprising even hearing me saying that. So I don't mind giving up the Yemoja to lock in that Loki and to get the Baron Zombie. Wow. That is not what I expected to see this entire tournament. If you ask most SPL players, Herc is not on their radar at all. They do not think this god is very good. That is surprising.
And it feels, I mean, with Yemoja and Fenrir, the two places that I would ever see him flex are taken away, so it does feel like
He's
a Variety
solo.
pickup. And that is something, I mean, in the past, gotta give him credit, Variety has played a mean Hercules. So you give it to him, and one thing that I always value about it, and I'm kind of curious, especially if it's maybe against the Shock, but like, he's the king of getting first bloods at his tower. Like, he is so good at finding that.
Yeah, he really does, and he plays kind of like Sobek does, and so Variety's best god so far, I think, has been Sobek. So trying to get that same type of character in this Hercules, Chalk, Cernados locked in for Los Lille. I like both of these picks. Zongqui was dominant on this Chalk yesterday. I loved it. And then Cupid, Zeus to round out Team Risk's comp. You have got to say, Team Risk has switched their comp from being good scuffling. This is an unreal team fight, and this is what you expect to see from Team Risk.
And something that like you said, that is actually really, really important. The late game team fights, right? The, hey, we're just going to 5-on-5 better than you. That's what a lot of those players were doing years ago. And guess what? It worked out really well for quite a few of them. Los Lille, though, when I look at this draft, it really does look like a team that watched every single set and said, okay, these are the best picks that everybody's going for. Let's just get them.
Yeah, and I like, it's not even like we drafted the best gods and we just have like this random comp together. We just have a really good together comp. Huh. It's going to team fight very well.
Is this one of the first games that we've not had a Poseidon?
Yeah,
I double checked the bands to make sure he's just not here.
Too.
It's going to be a really, really fun matchup, and the only way to see what happens is to go down to our casters for game 1.
Thanks, Gore. Thanks, Bobby. Yes, indeed. We've got Team Risk and Los Lille. Los Lille, they've got big big aspirations. They want to be the team from LATAM to prove everyone in chat who's been hyping them up correct, but they've got quite the team to go through to do it. And right off the bat, scariest thing I saw was Genetics. First of all, back to Genetics. Second of all, gets Yemoja.
He's finally back from his paid time off, it seems. But yes, Genetics on Yemoja is quite the iconic pick. And we've been seeing this character quite frequently, even throughout this LAN. This might get a little bit dicey here. Beads forced right away from Joel. Not what you want to see from even before minute 1.
At least it's a little early. First thing I thought of instantly was, man, Fenrir's going to be problematic. Still scary when you think of the stun and whatnot, but at least you have some time until level 5 comes online. But like you said, not how you want to start things out. But starting things out, looking at scoreboard, looking at relics, 3 Sunders for Team Risk. They were one of the first teams to do that yesterday. Then they abandoned it, picking it back up here, and answered by 2 Sunders from Los Leo.
Indeed, some blinking action here going on for the Loki. Is going to be very excited to see like what kind of plays the decoy is going to be making with this active. Will also be very helpful in getting around those Yemoja walls. Unfortunately, you can't actually blink out of the Cupid ult, so that is something that, you know, maybe the interaction there is not super known, or it's just planned to save the assassinate for that situation. But again, I do want to bring that up because Cupid is not the most frequent hunter that we've been seeing across the board. A little bit more on her action, a little bit more way as well, but Lasbra is the one starting off this engagement by at least trying to put some pressure on these folks over at the red buff, but only to give Variety enough time to get that blue.
Frustrating start for Los Leo to lose out on that, but at least they had the wherewithal to respond. Now, one thing I want to point out, too, that I was really excited to see, having been following LATAM a lot, watching a lot of their games, Decoy on Loki. Loki was one of, if not the staple jungle pick for LATAM, down to even their playoffs, where that was the contest pick, where if you got Loki, you were probably winning that game. Good luck trying to not get it next time if you were the other team. So to see that in Decoy's hands, to see some other confident picks, to see the Baron who's been contest, I'm with the desk. This feels like one of the best chances for Los Leo so far, and for LATAM in general. It's just going up against Team Risk, right? It's,
yeah, I mean,
at least you have the positives, but still.
These are some of the greats of all time, right? So you got to keep that in mind when you're talking about, you know, who they are playing against. But like you said, like the Death said, this draft from Los Leo is incredibly solid. It's just classic across the board. You've got some of the top staple picks in each of the classes, and it's really just going to be all about that play on field because they've come out of the draft winning, I'd say.
Out of the draft winning, in terms of how they feel, I know they felt good. I ran into one of them at the hotel this morning in the elevator, and I was like, how are you guys feeling for today? And the general consensus is feeling good. We're not out of it yet. And looking at damage onto Theeks, maybe looking at a first blood for Los Leo, but the blink is there to deny it with Lasper close by. Los Leo not taking the bait today.
Not today. Actually, quite a lot of damage. I do think that if Theeks hadn't used the blink there, that might have been a dead Zeus for the first blood. And honestly, that would have been a crazy way to start the game off on. But I do really appreciate all of the aggression coming out from Decoy thus far. And a little bit surprised to see Lasper playing so patient this early. It's kind of a style that Lasper likes to maintain, at least for, you know, a couple of these first few minutes going in. But against a team, you know, you've seen their performance yesterday. They're not super on top of their farm, which is their clear weakness, right? So as a jungler, you can kind of take advantage of that, put the pressure on them, make them nervous, right? I think that's a thing that these are, the team of Risk is really these guys that have the tenure. They are not going to get nervous in a lane game like this. You can kind of take advantage of that little mental aptitude that you got over the other team and just kind of scare them into submission.
That's always the key, right? Play to your strengths. Don't try to force your weaknesses out. And I think Los Leo can definitely do that. And as you pointed out, macro, the farm game, that's been the weakness. But these early game moments, team fighting in particular, Los Leo's look strong. Might need it here. Theeks with the ult gets the stun, beads out after the fact. And for now, Joel's safe and gets away. Loki's close by, but Lasbra still lurking. Won't commit, we'll just go for the back camps.
Hey, I mean, that is going to be a nice, juicy pick there for Lasbra should he choose to go for it. No beads in the Hecate does mean it's a little bit dicey. You know, should he come back around, Joel will have the ultimate eventually here. Does need to go back, so a little bit of extra farm won't hurt anybody. But what I'm curious about here is if Decoy is actually going to get away with that speed buff invade. Does seem to be successful. Nobody's hot on the tail there, but instead, top right buffs going the way of Team Risk here as the invade continues to be successful.
Yeah, blue and red gone. Los Leo will need to respond on the left-hand side. And I'd like to see them get aggressive somewhere too. I feel like while you're even, if you're Los Leal, you need to make the games feel even. You know, if you're early on, make some slightly aggressive plays. At this point, I'm of the mindset of what's there to lose? Why not try to get yourselves ahead in more unconventional ways? Because that's the only way you're going to catch Team Risk off balance anyway.
Exactly. I do think that is going to have to be the name of the game here, is try something a little unconventional. And realistically, a lot of that is going to come from some sneaky individual plays like we're going to see here in mid.
The Assassinate's out, ultimates are on, Theek's taking some decent damage, gets brought back, should go down. One more auto should do it. There it is, first blood to Latin America.
Baron's Brew for the win there. Very, very nice play coming out from Joel, really the one who's kickstarting it, deciding, you know, we've got Decoy close enough. Let's sit in the bush and see what we can find and going fishing. They sure pulled up a big one.
I love that it goes to Decoy and Joel as well, because you made a good point. Des talked about it. Loki, so strong right now in this land. And if you can get ahead, Decoy can essentially be the farm person. You know, as long as somebody in Los Leal can still fight, your chances just go up exponentially. And if that somebody can be Loki, you've got a facilitator for all the lanes.
Exactly. Well, he'll kind of turn into more of that 1v1 assassin-style pick come later into the game, but at this point so far, he certainly can take those engagements with the rest of his team. Showing up on this left-hand side now, might be willing to start a fight, seeing if the bait will be taken.
Lasbra is nearby as well on the rotation, so if Loki goes in, Fenrir will not be far behind. Plays are out, ults are dropped, damage is on to Team Risk so far. Will it turn around in time for Lasbra? Yeah, it will, and Streak will get Decoy down.
At this point, though, we have to be a little bit concerned what's going on, though. Another kill from Streak does mean that that's another 2 coming through for Team Risk. Bringing it back, and it might just be a 3rd.
Brutalize, got him. 3-1 now for Team Risk over Los Leal. Tough rotation for the Loki.
Yeah, altogether they did try to get something started, just not the most precise time, I'd say. Yeah. It's a little bit difficult when you have that rotation coming right behind you. Maybe there was a little miscommunication coming through mid, right, because Lasbra did make that path on through. At the same time, though, you just have to take the L's. Sometimes you get that unlucky rotation, and you're going to have to pull through, get that farm up. Make sure, honestly, at this point, they've got to be protecting those right-hand side buffs, because I'm really concerned that if they're not on these timers, Lasbra will be.
I'm with you indeed. And kind of going forward, it's got to be a matter of who's going to keep making those plays across, and realistically, who's going to be in trouble? Variety in trouble now. The 2-on-1 gets the damage across. Will he stand up tall for long? No, Decoy brings him down and gets the kill. Lasbra still in danger. Will take some poke, but able to get away.
At this point, though, will Lasbra continue to go forward here? It's going to be dicey unless we see Theeks make the rotation, but it looks like it's just going to be pressure as the name of the game. Joel is also hovering nearby if they want to take the 3v2, but Theeks is intending to actually put the pressure on here, going for the blue.
Should get it. So once again, Team Risk hold control of the right side of the jungle. We've seen that since quite literally minute 0 of this game, and it's continuing to be a theme. I now start to wonder, where do you cut it off if you're Los Leal? We saw the attempt at aggression, the attempt at playmaking in the dual lane. It didn't blow up in their face, but it did not go clean. So where do you look to go from here, especially getting closer to Gold Fury time? You might just look for a pick onto the current, and you will get it. Dory down to the Heart Bomb.
Very, very well estimated there with the damage coming on out. Honestly, very impressive considering just how new Cupid is, right? I think the 3-0-1 slash line for Streak at this point, it's just impressive. Coming out at what is this, 8 minutes, and we have this much of a lead and do already? That's getting real scary.
It really is. Now, coming up on 8 minutes, that gold 3K. We got to keep our eyes on it, right? Because it can really get out of control, especially for the Latin American teams. That's been their problem. If you can keep it, for me, and maybe this sounds weird, as long as you can keep it within 5K, it's at least an improvement and something you can kind of play around. But if it starts getting closer to that 10K mark at 15 minutes like we've seen, even 20K closer to 20, that's where I'm full on hitting panic button.
Yeah. Interesting aggression here on the right-hand side. Variety doesn't seem to know. Well, now he does. Nice immunity there. Is going to be able to at least juke out for a little bit longer, but too much damage coming out of this Loki. Seems to be the shining light here for this Latin American team.
It's got to be somebody. Somebody has to step up in these moments. And I was talking with Jorby about this earlier on kind of who's going to be that person to step up. And I've been looking at Decoy. It was the person I talked to first from Latin America doing interviews for SMITE Too Long Didn't Watch. Decoy talked about how the goal of making it to America to play games on LAN for Los Lille and for Malvinas Gaming, that was the goal. They were all excited for the same thing. They helped each other in their scrims to get to this point. And it sounds, it sounds grandiose, it sounds romanticized, but that does mean something on these LAN scenarios.
Yeah, certainly. Ultimate going fishing there for Hecate. Does try to get something done, but sitting in the jaws of the Fenrir means that that's not too likely to turn into much, especially when you're taking a couple shots in the Lightning Storm. Able to grab that red buff on that right-hand side of the mid lane is Team Risk, and nice little advantage continues to spiral forth for this Order team.
I like Streak Up and Janex dual lane. I've liked that since the beginning of Founder Series. But what I like about it in particular so far in LAN is even when Team Risk were looking a bit rough yesterday, you could still look at Streak and see the potential. There was still that hyper carry viability there. We haven't seen a lot of that on Cupid, so I'm kind of excited to see what Cupid can bring in those scenarios, getting to see him more as the LAN's going on.
I think this guy's pretty good. Maybe I'm a little biased here, maybe just a little bit biased, but honestly, Cupid's got a lot of changes from Smite 1 to make him a little bit more flexible, either in a damage way or even a little bit of that supportive style where he's got a buff on his 2, he's got some extra damage there as well. His 3 now provides movement speed and attack speed to his allies, and his ult's got a heal on it. I mean, there's a lot of these new features that do make him just so much better in so many small different ways, right? None of these are completely game-changing on their own, but when you add them together, especially in a team that's picking up your hearts, I mean, I know that I've been sitting in my lane and nobody's picking up my hearts, man. What's with that?
I know, I'm really big on the aggro hearts. That's how I was actually playing it yesterday, doing that same thing, and it was one of my first times where I was like, wow, this is really fun to just kind of go out there and nuke people with little like love candies, It's kind of fun. But in terms of actually late game too, I'm looking at the the classic Smite thing, right? Big circles do big things. Like you've got Cupid, you've got Zeus, you throw those out, and with how Los Lille fights in particular, I've been thinking about how they clump up around these objectives. We're 11 minutes in now. We haven't seen big objectives pulled. Those ultimates mean that much more because Los Lille, they need to have those clean fights, and starting off a bit rough. Boxed in, life of the party's their response. I don't think it's going to help too much, and Streak will get the credit, and Baron will go down. 4 and 5 now if you want to pull the gold. Solo laner still over there.
Yeah, it looks like this may just be a freebie here for Team Risk. We do see Decoy putting up the decoy, trying to get something done here. We'll get a little bit of tick damage on it, but so clean there from Team Risk. Lasbra getting a little bit active, but realistically it's just to scare him away. Honestly, Theeks is getting kind of close to catching up here, but, considering that finish is a little bit longer there than the 2 from the Zeus, going to be able to get away. Stealth, I'm sure, will also help, but look at where Variety is right now. Reminiscent of, him sitting in between the left and right Phoenixes and just, going crazy on King Arthur way back when. Same guy, different god, different game, but you already know he's playing that same style.
I'm looking at levels now, and that's one thing that's been scary because we can talk about gold a lot. That's getting to the scary point that we were both mentioning earlier on, but experience as well. Looking at the ADC role kind of is the big one that jumps out. I mean, look, 6K for both, but levels, they're so meaningful in Smite 2, and for Streak to be so ahead of Dory on the Kern, you're so far behind with that. The Chalk, a big area where Desk was saying the Chalk solo can be so good, but you've got to be able to play with it. The further you fall behind, the harder that gets.
Yeah, absolutely. But the one that I'm really looking at right now is the comparison here in the mid lane between Theeks and Joel. Theeks he gets the farm out of nowhere, man. I don't know where he's getting it. They've got to have cameras on this guy at all times because he's been a thief when it comes to all the things that he's been stealing around here when it comes to that XP. Highest on the map thus far. And that's exactly where you want your Zeus to be. Just put it all into that Zeus so that you can get that extra damage coming out, especially considering we don't really have any crazy secure going on. The best thing that you can get from your mid laner at that point is just a nice big zoning ult or some extra DPS into a nice chunky detonate coming into the late game.
Los Lille pulling Queen Naga on the right-hand side. Gold Fury's not up, so when this goes down, it's not going to be an instant pull from Team Risk, so if they get it, they do get it. It's a nice call, but now can you deal with Variety? Damage good so far. Storm Call to do some more, and Variety will be dead. The Jonqui looking pretty good for Los Lille. Their first time really showing up to do anything on the right-hand side, and they get a pick alongside the Queen Naga.
Yeah, I do want to say that was a good pick. I do think, it was a little bit in from Variety, let's be honest with ourselves here. And it did take 3 people to take him down. Incredible ult there from Joel unfortunately does get immuned out by Theeks. Ultimate coming through from Genetics as well does trap Joel in.
You need some backup from it. You need some more help to make the pick worth it. You had the great setup. Now the Ragnarok will come through. Still grabs Joel. Should bring him down. Where's the damage follow-up? Still standing tall. Fields of Love should do it. Finally, Joel goes down. But that could have happened at least 10 seconds earlier had he been caught when he was in that River's Rebuke.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy how long he lived, right? Just so unfortunate that Boxy was barely out of range there with the Talisman. Would have honestly been that much closer to saving the life of Joel, but I do think, you know, the Field of Love really was the kiss of death there when it comes down to it. Not getting away from the 4th ultimate, will ya, bud?
All right, so Lermy, this has been the problem so far for Low and Malvinas Gaming. This kind of point right here, you're getting a couple objectives taken away.
Yeah.
You're combining that where you have pressure on your tower, you try to defend the tower, you lose a couple members, they go right to Pyro. At this point, it's still not out. Where do you cut it off here? Where can you get back control? They're falling behind in farm, but is there something else?
Well, a Fire Giant steal would be nice.
Okay.
So I think
easy enough to look for.
Well, you say easy. It's going to be a little bit difficult, especially with
That's
just
a look
how
for. To get a little bit harder.
yeah, how tenured Team Risk is, especially considering they've got 3 Sunders and a bomb on their side. It's a little bit risky to go for it. At the same time, I kind of feel like you have to in some regards. You can at least throw some stuff at it and see what sticks, you know. But the question is, will they survive afterward? And an ult for an ult here in mid does mean that the Fenrir does live, but Shriek is over on the left-hand side, putting pressure on the solo.
Torrent to get away. Shock's still in trouble. It looks like the chase will just go on and on. Our bomb won't hit, so Jean-Qui is going to keep him running around. And it looks like Team Risk are fine chasing, and Jean-Qui heads to the tier 2 tower, and maybe he'll look to die to Phoenix, not give a kill away. Maybe close, but the ultimate.
Yeah,
that was tough.
That's tough. I do think the ultimate was a little bit warranted to at least prevent the death to the Phoenix.
Look at the pull. Going right for Gold Fury still after losing their member in right.
Well, they've been spotted.
It looks like Team Risk is more than aware, so Gold Fury mostly dropped. Now the Rebuke. Genetics says, let's turn this to a fight, but we'll go down before anything else can happen. But that Gold Fury, the Queen Naga minion strike again. They keep it low. Now Team Risk with a chance for the steal. Variety and Lasper and the Loki ult to get it. Streak will get a tower. Gold Fury will go to Low Sleal. The knockup for Variety. Lasper is dead. Genetics is dead. Add Variety to the body pile.
That was an absolutely humongous turnaround for Low Sleal. You can see here the gold has dropped very significantly, honestly probably about 2k in that engagement, and just a humongous play across the board. Genetics finds themselves a little bit out of position there. Does mean that, you know, tries to use everything to get out of there. Drops the River's Rebuke, but just a perfect amount of usage there from the ultimate. I think especially with Decoy going in as the Gold Fury gets re-picked up after those Naga Queen minions die, just exactly what you want to see.
I love that for Low Sleal, and for Team Risk, you got something. You did get the tier 1 tower that baited me for the Gold Fury.
Yeah.
Low Sleal posturing up on fire.
Okay, this is a little bit risky.
Of Team Risk.
I don't know how I feel about this.
I'm kind of with you, and still doing some light damage. Fire Giant's down to half. You've got Team Risk aware, getting closer, and now Low Sleal calls it off.
We're going to pick it up too?
Backs away, but this is the same thing that just happened on Gold Fury. You got it down low, which sets up Team Risk a very early Fire Giant dance. It's 17 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you could say very early. For this kind of game, I'd say it's definitely early. Oh, but Lasper tries to go in, make something happen.
2 cut off with the waves. Life of the party's in the middle, but damage is on Low Sleal. They've got to clean this up quick to stay alive. They've already lost 1, and the rest just go for the retreat. Team Risk, they're more than okay with the retreat. They can use that to grab up fire and start it up. It's already down to a quarter. Jean-Qui's the chance for the steal. You've got Decoy here now too, but Genetics secures the fire for Team Risk.
Yeah, just way too much damage. Honestly, I want to say a lot of that had to have been coming from Theeks there. Just a little too grouped up, not respecting that chain lightning quite enough in such a small space. And honestly, got to give a shout there to Variety as well for hitting some very good plucks over in that engagement to keep them in there. And yeah, I feel like the idea was good from Low Sleal. The very base of, let's get these guys to fight us in a place where we have the advantage. Good idea, very solid baseline. The problem is that they spent a lot of time playing around the fire and not so much around the people. Their ultimates were just coming back up, but you know what that means? Your enemies' ultimates are coming up as well. need to pull a couple of those before you can really get that advantageous fight here. Looking for Blink in from Theeks, trying to get this one
Later,
done
Dory.
here. And yeah, like you
That's
said,
tough.
not much you can do against the Zeus that blinks after your dash if you're the Kurnos.
Yeah, Theeks has been doing that on Zeus for a lot of the Founder series. Theeks has looked fantastic through all of the Founder series, and it's paying off so far in this game. A big level differential in the mid lane as well. Joel, Twitch chat, I'm sure, is still hyping up Joel. So Joel, I know, wants to make these plays happen, but you've got to start doing it. Team Risk grabbed the tier 2 and begin the push onto the Phoenix.
Ooh, a little bit late here. Big Talisman of Purification onto that Hecate ult. Foxy also does respond with the ultimate in turn to get away from the push. Gets the kill onto Genetics, actually.
More, though. Maybe Streak Up will be the more for Team Risk to clean it up. Started with the Rampage and the one dead. It's Foxy. Low Seal, at least they got Genetics, so far support for support. They can still blow up at the Phoenix line. Lot on and Low Seal, they've taken some wounds, and they've got to start backing up. The sustain from that Cupid pulling through for Team Risk at the Phoenix line. The duo Phoenix will go down, and Team Risk leaves still 4 strong.
Yeah, can I just say the healing there on Streak was very good, turns out.
Pretty good,
When you can get those 3 hearts all at the same time, especially when you've got that little bit of in-scaling coming from the Sunbeam, coming from the other bow as well. I mean, it's all together, just making use of that hybrid scaling that he's got. It's just so good. I mean, it's 115 for 1. For 3? That's a lot. That's a lot of healing.
Gold Fury started up by Team Risk. No answer from Los Leal, so the second Gold Fury for Team Risk. That's the third one of the game, meaning the next Gold Fury to spawn will be Ancient Fury. We've seen how much that's mattered. The priority teams have put on it. 20 minutes, 11-8, and, 11,000 gold. Terrifying most games, but under the circumstances, honestly speaking, Los Leal's had a fair bit of good this game. They've got to get levels under control sooner rather than later still, but they've looked like they've been in worse spots, and there's been some aspects I've been genuinely impressed by this game.
Yeah, if they can maintain at this spot, it's not a big deal. They're getting really close to the point where people are going to peter out. The problem is the position they're in currently is really tough. Really tough. Yeah. You've got a left-hand Phoenix down, which is obviously the hardest to defend. A little bit easier now that Teleporter is just so readily available on that left-hand side, and honestly, I'm really happy to see that Dory is over there, farming up as much as humanly possible. Just gotta find some way to catch up to the 5-0-3 Cupid at this point, and find some level of efficacy going into the later stages of the game. Just a whole item behind at this point. And, yeah, seeing Streak go into defense when you're this far ahead, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I'm looking at Los Leal's levels still. I've been following that. Zunqui has caught up to Variety, actually doing fairly well in terms of stat line. The Hecate is getting closer to 20. It's just got to be that current. Dory's got to get online, but the siege is beginning, Lermy. They're at the Phoenix in solo. Is it too little too late?
It might be. The lane is pushed up really high on this left-hand side. Fire minions will continue to run it down there, and like you said, Fire is done for the time being, but about to come back up just the next couple of minutes here. So in general, it's going to be an all or nothing around this Fire, and that's the scary part, right? We've seen Los Leal take a couple of good picks, but the problem is they've been getting picks, and then with all of the resources that they've dumped into the 1 or 2 members of Team Risk that they get, they're just kind of out of the ultimate economy, out of relic economy, out of active items. And it's been turned on them quite a few times. Need to see some very, very good picks here to make something happen. I think if they can find one of Team Risk getting a little bit sloppy, maybe back into a place that they shouldn't be. Honestly, we do this kind of things in playtests all the time where they just don't expect you to be sitting somewhere completely random, catch them totally off guard, and get them, right? I do think that that's a possibility. At the same time, though, it is so risky to do something like that.
It's risky, and you require somebody in Team Risk to make enough of a mistake to be in that spot, right? Because when you say pick and kind of create the space to do a big objective, I look at Theeks, who's just been doing so much work this game, and you've got to get him off the map, right? But how are you going to get decoy to Theeks right now without Theeks blowing up your Loki? Genetics has been Johnny on the spot this whole game. It's going to be a difficult task. Tough fight for Los Leal. Tough spot forward too. Ultimate's drop from Team Risk, and it starts real great. Theeks already finds Story. The CC on the Boxy should mean another death. The second pick of the fight. Los Leal separate. Zunqui kind of stuck by Phoenix. The other members are backing in solo, and Team Risk is onto the Phoenix.
Yeah, that is a dead Phoenix if I ever have seen one before. Not enough damage coming out to really stop these tanky guys from taking it down, especially when they've got a Cupid and a Zeus slinging those basics from the back line. Just a little bit out of position in a very pivotal time, right? You're trying to grab any instance of farm, trying to claw your way back into a more even fight. I just don't know if they're going to get the fight that they want at this point. They might just have to take what they can get.
Kate's in mid, Zhanghui the closest by to try to contest that fire, but Theeks has spotted it out, gets the CC on, almost was able to kill him, which should open up fire to be clean and free. Duo Phoenix is back up for Los Leo, but with Fire Giant on 5 members of Team Risk, who are all in great spots. They're walking right to Ancient Fury, might even run into some of Los Leo. It's gone from possible to significantly grim.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they're also getting spotted out on this left-hand side because they've appeared on the waves. They might get the back off, but it's going to be really risky here. Yeah, that is
That's
a dead
Jaws and
Kronos.
done, yep. As soon as you called it, I saw you looking up at the map, and I saw Dory, and I was just, oh boy, here it comes. It's been a tough game for Dory on this CERN, who really needed to be a shining spot for Los Leo. It's not done, but with Phoenix getting pushed, Lermy, it's starting to look even worse somehow.
Yeah, this is a weakened Phoenix too, so Genetics is just so tanky, and Lasbra's also gone into this more facilitator-style build with the Berserkers, with the Pharaoh's Curse, with the Pridwin as well. All of these things just adding up for this guy to be kind of a menace, a little ult bot, you might even say. And honestly, it's exactly what they need. I mean, Theeks is doing a perfect job at carrying at this point. I mean, just take a look at that lower left-hand corner for me. Just,
little bit.
yeah, note that real quick.
It's a little bit damage.
A little bit.
It's a little bit. Yeah, Zeus. Yeah, they were talking to the desk. They're like, oh, we haven't seen Poseidon in this game. It's been the first time in a while. Yeah, apparently Theeks is unbothered. Give him to Zeus every time, and it's going to look good. Cupid having a strong showing, as we talked about the disparity between ADC.
I'm joking. That means I have to nerf him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Of course, we look at more things than that.
Well, joke's on you. That already made it to Twitter, so it's too late.
Oh, no. Guys, you wouldn't do that to me, would you?
They might. So now coming up on 26.5 minutes, it's 14-8. Team Risk is in as good of a spot as you'd ever want to be to take game number 1. Los Leo, early game, still looked pretty good. Their mid game, I will say, has looked better comparatively speaking, but late game still is having a really tough time getting comfortable in those fights and getting their carries to late game. Team Risk now grouped up in mid and ready to run it in.
Yep. This will kind of be the pivotal moment here. You might have to see some mistakes come out from Team Risk because they are in place to win it all. Huge ultimate gets cleansed out by the Talisman. No Fenrir bite found either. Might just slow things down a little bit, but with the healing between the Yamoja and the Cupid, I don't think it really matters all too much how much poke they took there.
Not at all. So Team Risk just continuing to buy time. You've got 90 seconds still with Fire. No need to rush, but where's that go button? Genex came in hot before. Los Leo sending Zhanghui forward. Boxy almost caught. Life of the party will come out. Lasber gets away. This improv session's not looking great for Los Leo. Team Risk drop the damage back around. Dory, Boxy, both fall. Zhanghui to follow. Decoy's got to run, and Team Risk will have a free mid Phoenix and are looking to end game number 1. You'll have 2 left for defense, but it's not looking great. Titan, Siege begins. Decoy spread around. Joel can't get out of the fountain. Game number 1 will go to Los Leo, go to Team Risk, and Los Leo still have some room to grow.
Just an insanely perfect end of game there for Team Risk.
Perfect siege.
You couldn't have asked for a better siege than that. I think especially in the backline there, you know, with all of the distraction and particles going up through the sky, you just have Lasbra latching onto the Kurnos, who's trying desperately to dash away, but that is going to take the Kurnos out, which does mean you're losing a lot of DPS for that fight, and just the fact that they were so ahead at that point in the game just makes it that much easier for everything to get swept up, including that Titan.
There's still a lot of games left, right? That was just game number 1. And every time we're seeing Los Leo, every time we're seeing Malvinas Gaming, there's something that's improving, right? We noted the improvements in the mid game. Early game still looks fairly good, aside from your normal Smite stuff. You know, if you go down a couple thousand gold, that's not the end of the world just because you're getting through that motion. Draft, it looked fantastic.
Oh my gosh,
obviously, it was just the execution that needed to be worked on. You're not out if you're Los Leo. You've got the positives. I feel like there's still some room to grow. What's the biggest thing that you think they take away from game 1?
It's really got to be keeping a track on Theeks. I swear. I think in that game, you know, you really just have to make sure you're shutting somebody down. The goal here should be you've gotten through picks and bans exactly where you want to be. You've got to now take that to being the one that's the aggressor. You're going to be the one that's starting these fights and picking on somebody, right? Just pick somebody and camp them at this point, because if you're not going to do that, you're going to get spread out way too far. Just make a game plan and stick to it.
Well, a lot of Smite 2 left to go, and Los Leal certainly down but not out. Game number 2 when we come back from the short break. Don't go anywhere.
mortals have invaded my realm and my children rebel against me. Dark days these are. But my strength shall bring resolution, and my lightning illumination! Zeus!
Bologna.
Anubis.
Scylla. Kukulkan.
Surtur.
That's right. I mean, look, holidays are right around the corner. If you're celebrating one that involves gift giving or gift getting, then good news. There's a great way to get a new PC that looks fantastic, runs fantastic, and it's Starforged. You can go get one now, of course, with the Smite case. If you already have a new one, like let's say you're like me and you're a bozo, bought a new one last year before this was even a thing, then you can get an empty shell. You can just get the case, of course, with the customizable God in slate, in plate, whatever that's called. That looks fantastic, and you can transfer things over, or you just get a new one now. Maybe you need a dual PC. Maybe you're going to start streaming, and you need a game PC and a stream PC. Whatever the needs are, you can go to starforgesystems.com/products/smite, and you can pick yours up now. Now, Trelly, by the way, Trelly's back on the desk with me. I forgot you weren't here last time. I was just going to kind of move on. You knew a lot of the lines in that. Like, you knew the Zeus voice lines pretty well.
Yeah, well, no, I was trying to get, it goes Bologna, Anubis. I was trying to name all the gods in a row. And
but before that, you were like mouthing along with the will bring my strings will bring might. And
my light will bring illumination. And then it shows for a bit, and then it says Bologna, and then it goes into all the lines.
Yeah, all the
Kukulkan threw me off, though. I forgot about him for some reason.
Yeah, he messed up the mojo.
Yep, he threw off everything, and I don't want to do it anymore, so sorry.
Oh, okay. I was hoping to get him to do the Zeus voice line.
I'll never do it again.
He's never going to do it ever again. Man,
the day's ruined.
I guess we'll just talk about the game then. Okay. Team Risk end up winning this one over Los Lille. Very similar conversation to what we had yesterday, although there were a couple of times where it was like, hey, you know what? Like, Risk, you could probably break through and win this game, just taking it a little slow. But when we had the discussion yesterday, we said, man, Los Lille, you're able to skirmish and scrap a little bit, but your duo lane is suffering a lot more than everybody else, which, I mean, I'm seeing a combined 1-12. It's still pretty true, and your farm game is suffering a little bit compared to the other team, and looking at the gold is still a little bit true. I even saw someone in chat was keeping track. They said 3K gold lead for Risk right now, by the way. And then like 3 minutes later, it said 6K gold lead for Risk. Like, they were just keeping the updates coming for us. And despite the fact that Variety was playing the Hercules for the first time in a long time, that we've gotten to see it, and it goes 0-4, 7 assists helps alleviate that. It's streak, man. Look, I mean, he's 6-0-8. Theeks is 7-1-6. Like, your carries for Team Risk did the carry thing. They did their jobs.
Exactly, and that's the thing. It does feel like we're kind of repeating ourselves a bit just because Los Lille does still show that mechanical prowess, but unfortunately, at times, the duo lane falls very far behind. And you know, Dory and Boxy, they consistently get invaded on. They fall a little bit behind. And once you don't have that itemization as a carry, that's everything. You need those passives from things like Titan's Bane, from the Executioner, from Kins, to try and shred and deal with the tankier targets on the side of Team Risk. And it didn't come through. And I love the adaptations that we've seen. Like Theeks just taking Zeus away. Again, these LATAM teams have loved that Zeus pick. And don't get me wrong, Joel looked great on Hecate, but it does seem like a lot of their team fight does revolve around big AoE damage. And Hecate comes online just a little bit later, right? Zeus, you can't, as long as you're able to get the triple charge detonate, you're swinging. But Hecate does need some itemization. Her ultimate is pretty easy to avoid as long as you have some beat or some movement speed. So her regular poke is really where she has to thrive. And Zeus just does that a little bit better, right? The chain lightning, it punishes you for grouping up. So the adaptations have definitely been made. Now, We got to see if Low Seal can find just a little bit of that early pressure to try and, thwart what Team Risk was able to do early on.
Yeah, I think the draft was there, and that's something they had said they had worked on. We'll see if it's there a second time as we go into picks and bans for game number 2. Los Leal and Team Risk. And it is Los Leal who is first pick this time around. But like you said, it's, part of the battle is picks and pans and getting the gods that are going to work well for you, and then part of the battle is getting, onto the battlegrounds and playing it up to snuff and matching Team Risk. Actually, not even just matching, beating Team Risk in a lot of those engagements. And they had those moments. They had times where you could see it really shining through. Now is going to be I'm not going to call it do or die, because depending on what happens, there's definitely some other little change potentials that could happen for both tomorrow and in standings for Group B. But being 0-2 really does make this about as hard as it could get for you, so you need to win this game in order to kind of give yourself that chance. And then you'd have to win another one afterward. So you need to make sure that you take the lessons you learn and keep pushing forward with them. Sobek locked in. First pick overall, Odin Yamoja Band. On the other side, Risk go for Fenrir and the Jingwei, which was Void last game. Locked in, Streak just had a great game, and now switching it back up, but going over to the Jingwei over the Kernanos, I think, is the important thing here.
Yeah, I think teams have been shown, what they prefer. Because again, CERN has that more kill potential early on, but Jingwei just brings that extra level of hard carry and some free crit chance that you don't really have to build into, because crit hasn't exactly been the build that everyone wants to itemize towards. But more importantly, they're trying to facilitate more presence in dueling. That's what I see from Los Leal. The Sobek, again, could go over to Zonkui, could go over towards the duo lane. We'll have to see exactly where that pick ends up, just because it's so flexible and brings so much to just about everyone. But the Zeus back into Joel's hands is also going to be a big deal. It doesn't do well into things like Poseidon and Fenrir, or even Ymir for that matter, but that big AoE damage is always going to be a factor. And with Loki, they've got the single target down as well. Not going to be a bad start. I was wondering where they were going to go as far as to their carry. Doesn't seem like they wanted that CERN. They're trying to go to the Cupid, which, hey, has a pretty decent matchup into things like Fenrir and Poseidon and the Hades.
Wow, we got all three brothers.
I didn't even think about that. They got the squad. They're not. They're
not all together.
Yeah,
but
they're facing each other in a way, but yeah, we can do.
Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. I was actually the only reason that was on my mind was because I was thinking about making a joke, was saying shame Cherio's not in this game, so we can see the Hades. They locked it in anyway. We also get the Cupid, who has been on the rise today, and the Nemesis locked in, which means this Fenrir or the Ymir or the Nemesis, realistically, Jelly, one of them's going somewhere that they're maybe not expected to. Do you like, let's see, Ymir support?
Genetics has to take the Ymir.
Yeah.
That goes without saying. But I think that you give variety to Fenrir, because Fenrir solo is still pretty prominent. You can start Death Toll, you get a good bit of lifesteal. And Lasper just likes Nem. He played it a lot in Smite 1.
Yeah.
He went to it even when everyone kind of stopped going to it. So that's the way I would fluctuate things. They also have a lot of single target damage. You shred someone with Nem ult, and then you drop the crack, and they're going to die even if they've got tank stats built.
Well, you got to win this one if you're Los Leal, if you're trying to keep Dreams as alive as possible. Again, an 0-2 start in the group does not feel great. You have to hope other teams lose. So the question is, do they have it? The only answer is in-game with our casters.
Thanks, Gore and Trelly. Do they have it? That's the question we're going to ask a million times, right? They've got to figure something out. And Los Leal, they've had a long playoff season. They had a long grind. They played Malvinas Gaming like 100 times, and every time Malvinas came back swinging. They know the grind. They know they can do it. Time to do it on the big stage. Team Risk up 1-0. And I like the picks change up. Another good draft from Los Leal in my brain.
I love seeing a little Hades here. It's definitely a little spicy. Got banned away yesterday as well, I will mention. So I do think that it's going to be very interesting to see what they can do over in solo with this pick and with the blink as well. I think it's important to note here. No Sunder. Might see a little bit of invading from Variety if those wards are any indication. My god, there's so many on the map already.
It makes sense. I keep going back to how Team Risk has been playing. And also Los Leal. In the LATAM bracket, especially towards their regular season of play, Week 3, Week 4, there were multiple days where every single game would have a straight-up 5v5 in mid, sort of like a heat check for both teams.
Little mini assault in the middle of the map.
It was the knife round. Like,
no
what
jump party?
What do you
Come
got?
on, guys. What's going on?
Never. Only full-on bloodshed. They did it with Team Kamikaze a couple of times. It was pretty crazy. Even not Brutalex Fire. Oh yeah, Brutalex Fire. When Los Leal went to play in Brazil, they brought it there too. Now that I'm thinking about it, that style, that kind of confidence, I almost keep wishing that Los Leal just full send didn't have that kind of swagger about them and play that, you know, maybe overconfident style. We saw that a little bit from Decoy on the Loki. It did blow up in their face in duo, but I still liked the look.
Yeah, it definitely did help towards the beginning of the game there, especially with all of that pressure onto Theeks. It's going to be a little bit harder to chase down the Poseidon this time around, but I do think the possibility is definitely there, and I think that Dory is definitely setting themselves up for a better performance here, just trying to swap onto something new. Sometimes you have a tough game, and you want to just reset the mental. Best way to do that, in my opinion, is to pick something new. New game, new headspace. This time will be different.
I feel like Dory is definitely a strong player to do it. LATAM's had strong ADCs. They just kind of, again, they need that confidence alongside them. Variety getting confident, looks for the blue buff invade, jumps away before it's complete. So Los Leal keep it safe. But I don't know, Variety on Fenrir, kind of a scary thing to fight into. And you're on the Hades. You're seemingly not going a more tanky route with it, so there is a lot of potential for bloodshed in this lane. And look, Decoy hanging out just in case it happens early on. I kind of like that from Los Leal, though.
Yeah, I really do want them to kind of pick someone and camp them out this time around. I think that the strategy has been a little passive from Los Leal this far in, and especially with the start, it's a little bit difficult to say because these right-hand side camps have not even been done yet. But no one's invaded them from Los Leal. There hasn't been pressure really going further up in the midpoint on this side, and Zonkwe just more than happy to kind of chill with Variety. Lasbra's actually showing up here to put some pressure on this right-hand side, but I really doubt they're going to do much to this Hades. Just not too much else for Lasbra to do at this point, unless he's going to go back and farm, which, you know, those back camps will be coming up. Feels good to at least get that rolling.
I feel like traditionally you would say if it's a slower pace, if it's a slow burn start to a game, it would favor Team Risk and EMEA, but because Los Leal's been kind of been all over the place, and so have the LATAM teams, Junkway not a bit passive in stepping up, I almost feel like maybe taking the passive approach, not getting super far behind by losing fights could be a good look, and as you've mentioned, only take the fight when you know you've got that opportunity, when Decoy has that kill in their sights.
The problem is, though, is that Team Risk doesn't mind playing a passive game.
Oh, no, not at all. They'll kick back.
They've got the farm game kind of in the bag here, it feels like. These are guys that have been practicing these particular, very precise farming skills for years and years and years. Beats forced, though, by genetics. Good look, especially considering that Lasbra's lurking around here. Buffs are coming back up, so this is a great place to be, but Decoy is also just hanging in the wings, just in case anything spicy starts to happen here. Joel also making the way over to protect these buffs. Lasbra taking a peek, but doesn't actually see Decoy over in this bush.
Pretty good call here from Los Leal to send the Zeus over. Poseidon's back in their own jungle, securing red. Lasbra steps up the speed. Loki aware, goes in, has Zeus there, but they don't hit 3 charges to get that stun across. So you protect the speed, but definitely not the ideal way that could have gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, we still had Dory over on that wave there to kind of get that farm going. Waves are so important, by the way. I know that doing the jungle is a lot of fun and really, really great, but you're getting the majority of your farm from those waves. And sending over Boxy, maybe arguably a little bit too early, right? Because you still had the advantage overall in terms of numbers in that fight. And losing the purple certainly doesn't feel good, especially with how strong it is. I mean, you get so much strength and intelligence from stacking up that purple that it really does swing a lot of these fights in the early game.
Boxy in trouble. Shots are hidden. First blood secured for Team Risk. Streak makes it look clean. Just another tough situation in the duo lane where Team Risk, they've had one of the best duo lanes that we've seen in the Founder Series, and Jingwei Ymir has been their go-to since Jingwei came out. Streak was one of the first players on Jingwei when she released in SMITE 2 that was making it look so good. That Fatalis would go online, Streak would start gas pedaling through the lane. It was great to watch, and it's paying dividends this far into the land.
Yeah, it's a character with not a whole lot of pressure, right, that you'd think of from SMITE 1. A lot of improvements to this character that have definitely helped her laning phase out quite a bit here. Of course, taking a couple of nerfs along the way to slow that down, but the question is here with Decoy on the horizon, will they be able to pick this Ymir?
Insta ult from Genetics, the damage will be there, the pluck back. Surely they get him down, they do. Decoy with the credit, first kill for Los Leal, still behind plenty in gold early on, but they're on the scoreboard, and could be worse across the map, and Team Risk said, let's make it worse. Into the mouth, the Kraken hits, the blink away, the dash too, but still dead. Theeks able to pick it up.
That's got to have been, I'd imagine, red buff or maybe
had
a
to be.
stray arrow just swinging through
Arrow
a
or Caustic,
minion
gotta
that
be.
died. Yeah, that was nearly an insane getaway, right? You love to see a little bit of blink action comboed with the double dash from the Hades. It's such a fun +1 that Hades got. Just unfortunate there that it wasn't quite enough for Zonkui to get out.
Oh man, Lermy, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to think in my brain, I'm trying to conjure up, what does Loseal do that's different, right? Because one thing that, I know I've said this a few times throughout Founders, when we had a lot of teams coming up from open brackets and we had LCQs, apathy can be death in these situations, right? You can't get too passive, you can't get kind of too behind with stuff. You've got to be able and not afraid to make plays even when you're down, even when you're in a tough matchup. But at a certain point too, it can get pretty frustrating, right?
Yeah.
So where do you find that balance point, and when do you have to stop making those aggressive calls if you get to a point where you can begin to make them?
Well, it's tough, right? Because we're already in a position here that is not looking too favorable, right? The early game's gone pretty solidly in the favor of Team Risk. Realistically, from the start, I would have been hoping that Loseal would go for some of these really aggressive plays, try to push back Team
Utilize
Risk
decoy, right?
into their own. But yeah, I mean, if you're not going to be pushing on them player-wise, push on them farm-wise. Either way, I think that kind of strategy will help them out a lot. It'll pay dividends. The problem is that they just aren't fully together, it feels like. And some of these fights, I think especially around that speed buff invade possibility that happened a little bit earlier, it was so close to being the perfect response, right? Just unfortunately a little bit off in the timing and positioning to fully protect those buffs. And honestly, if they had been able to get a kill here, that would have been the point, I feel like, that things would have turned around. But going forward here, I think we need to recognize that Loseal are definitely improving.
Yeah.
Game number 4 in this tournament so far for them. And each time it's been getting better.
And as Gore said too, I mean, if you go down 0-2, it's a dangerous spot to be in, but it's not the end of the world. There is still a lot left to go through this knockout land. You've just got to get it cleaned up from there. And as Loseal have talked about themselves, Malphina said the same thing. They were scrim partners with each other. That was kind of the extent. So this is their exposure to plays, ganks, and pressure like this. And they're responding okay. But they've got to be able to figure out a way to make it a bit more.
Exactly. I think at this point, though, they need to keep responding to these invades, and really good pluck here to start something off. Genetics forced into the ultimate. Going to Cersei's Hexstone away, actually, which is huge. Yeah, later to that Cupid ult.
Love the rocket jump combined with it. Creates space to re-engage when you're ready. Theeks couldn't quite find decoy, but maybe if you do, you turn the fight. Team Risk will just walk away, but look who's rotated over in the form of the Fenrir. Looking for the right way in. Boxy low, should go down, gets hit with the sharks in there. He goes. Boxy's dead, Theeks gets it. Gold Fury is up at 7 minutes. Team Risk could pull it, but looks like they're interested in maybe some more picks and clearing out some farm.
Yeah, they're going to try to find something, right? But Variety knows that he's already living rent-free in the mind of Decoy after this one. Decoy does blink after.
He's a little ambitious, gets pulled back by the Ragnarok, damage on. I mean, still scary 1v1 for both sides. Don't want to push it too far, especially with lurking in the jungle from both teams. Joel caught. Great Aegis, though, able to stay alive from the Kraken. Responds with a Lightning Storm, but it didn't find its target. They'll make Team Risk A-okay to get away, but Boxy dashed in, which was a bit dangerous, so no picks for Loseal. They tried to make that opportunity work, but just everything was a little out of range.
Get him.
Zonkui, the dash, Womorano gets it, Lasberg goes down.
Deserved laugh spam there from the Hades, taking down the Nemesis.
You see him wave on his camera too?
Gotta find some positivity here in a game 2 situation where you're down 1, second set of the tournament. You know, not been the greatest performance overall, but I do think, like we talked about, the improvement has been clear. It's all about cleaning it up, though, as we continue to go forward. Cersei's Hexstone actually immunes the pluck there. Beats forced out by Dory as well. And it's going to be safe, but a lot of resources used to get this Cupid out.
I love Cersei's Hexstone.
It's so fun, man.
The interactions with that item can be so cool. Cersei's Hexstone, and my favorite's probably Stasis, Scepter of Dominion. Don't get to see that as much. Do get to see a 2v1 that's not going too great for Loseal. Decoy gonna go down. Variety ready to fight some more. Jumps into the Pillar of Agony, but is still standing okay. Not enough health, though. Zhonghui able to pick up at least the one. Left side, Gold Fury fight blowing up for Low Sleal. Streak's already got one. Eyes on to Boxy, and Dory only level 7. Theeks is level 11. Comparatively, the Kraken out doesn't fully hit Boxy, but doesn't matter. Killing spree for the Poseidon.
Yeah, I just realized the level comparison.
Yeah, I looked down there a little bit before that too, and I was like, oof.
Yeah, that is a little bit tough. There has been so much fighting going on around this left-hand side, though, that honestly, you know, I can't blame them for being that far behind when you're just... People are at your speed bump, they're at your back camps, Variety's coming on over.
It's interesting. We talked about, you know, taking the road of apathy is dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to play the Team Risk game of, all right, let's just be patient. We'll bleed you out. Team Risk said, all right, well, then we'll start making some plays. Let's bring the fight to you, see what you've got.
Yep.
And they had gotten ahead enough in gold where they had the leg up.
This is tough. 5K at not even 10 minutes on the scoreboard here is not a good sight going forward if you're fans of Los Leal. Not out yet, though. Still lots of game left to be played here for number 2. And I think across the board, we've been seeing some very solid picks when it comes to especially what happened over in solo lane thus far. Big pluck, though.
Pluck, but only level 5, so Boxy just does not have the stats to stand in front of Streak and face tank autos like that. Now Dory gets dove, dashes away, but Wall's there. Dory back against the wall, and he gets splattered against the wall. Double kill for Streak.
Yeah, just so much pressure, so much base stat differential between these two duo lanes, especially with Genetics 4 levels ahead. Same thing here for Streak. Blinking mid, also ultimates popped, but it looks like Joel will be going down real shortly to join his duo lane.
Yep, good stun, but just too much. The Whirlpool cuts him off, and he goes down. Decoy will turn around, not get close. Variety low. Zhonghui feeling aggressive, blinks forward, gets the solo kill, and waves right after. If nothing else, Los Leal can say Zhonghui's having a game.
Yeah, absolutely. A level up. Again, the one person that you need to be focusing around here, and unfortunately for Boxy, just taken another spill here. 0-5 at 11 minutes. Nice wall to block off the Cupid. Tries desperately to get away, but Genetics swings in for the double kill. That's 2 more for the support.
Ymir's pretty cool. Look at the left-hand side.
Like literally, or like...
Oh, good, you got me on
like
that one.
figuratively, like, yeah, I'm gonna,
cool
let's move on.
Cool as a soundstage. Yeah, it's pretty cool. No, it's just... Genetics on Ymir, it's so clinical. That wall was so good to catch the dash. And it's, you know, I feel like with players like Genetics, we can look past little things like that because it becomes kind of expected. But it doesn't make it any less impressive when you actually see it put into play.
His mechanics are just great. And definitely building better than yesterday. If you were to ask me, of course, I'm no expert, but...
yeah, there was a Glad Shield last game, too, so keeping consistent.
Listen, Glad Shield, I think, is better than Berserker Shield first item. We're going to forget about what happened yesterday, or not talk about it. Listen, Denex is allowed to cook a little bit. I think he's earned it.
And the Hexstone has been great the entirety
it's been awesome.
of this land. Active items have really taken a step up, and the more unique ones in particular are really starting to show their place. Zhonghui, remember when you waved? Team Risk seems to remember. Ragnarok, the grab, the damage. Ooh. The death? The Hexstone gets it. There's the shutdown kill. And Team Risk makes Zhonghui pay for all that waving earlier.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate to take a spill at this point, but Streak does not care.
That's
Getting
too much
active
damage
against 2.
Got one.
Might go for the second one, honestly. If I'm him, I'm grabbing that tower at the very least.
Yeah, I think Dory knows that too, but no, maybe not. Steps closer. When this tower goes down, Streak's going to be down for this fight. The Fields of Love, knowing Decoy's nearby. Already dead, though, for Dory for the double kill of Streak. Now hunting down this Loki. Finds him, dashes in, half health. Streak doesn't care. Still willing to take it, autos on. Damage not enough so far, but Decoy makes it work and gets the shutdown. I love the confidence. I love the play. But Dory eventually, or excuse me, Streak eventually does fall. Dory fell earlier in the fight. And Lermy, those charts.
It's been 3 minutes since we checked in again.
They're frightening.
And they're 4K up from when we checked in on them last.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is, it's so it would feel frustrating to be in the shoes of Loslil, because even when you mix in good plays, right? Like we've seen Zhonghui having a really good game in solo.
Yeah.
You can't make up that difference in duo because you run into this brick wall of Streak Up and Genetics who have just been playing out of their minds. You send some jungle rotations, guess what? That's answer 2 in that Fenrir who's had a tougher game. Now he's in duo. They just can't catch a break anywhere in the map.
Yeah, it really seems like it. Just a lot of working together for Team Risk. When one person falls, someone else is there to pick them back up. A little bit more separate, it feels like, coming from Loslil. Although together they might be able to grab this Fenrir. Nice blink there from the Loki, just not fast enough to catch up to the Ragnarok, followed up by the Unchained. Just too fast, too furious. So furious, in fact, they died at the tower. Then that's tough.
Huh. Anyway, second Gold Fury down to Team Risk. 14 kills down to the 5 of Loslil. And that Gold Fury helps them get closer to a 10K mark. They've been kind of just sprinting towards in the most recent.
Yeah, you could say sprint. That is.
It's definitely a speed run.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Every time you look at the chart, it gets even further. This Pyromancer will be that tipping point. Zeus, the closest by for a contest, but not even going to consider it wisely. So, right? Yeah. Definitely not. I got scared for a second there.
One bomb in the inventories here for Genetics. Gonna feel real nice considering he doesn't have Sunder this game, but the Blink honestly has been doing mad work. That plus the Boar gets a Ymir who...
Yeah, the ground you can cover is insane.
Yeah, previously no mobility in that character. Now in SMITE 2 has the ability to turn into a Boar and also launch himself like a rocket launch, you know, off of his wall. It's super cool, very fun. You guys should try it at home if you haven't yet already. Regardless of that fact, though, Genetics has been playing lights out.
Absolute jump scare for Zhonghui. I can feel it, and I don't know if you can get away. He does have the dash, so all right. This is getting tough, and with this fire, I mean, it's 15 minutes, but with Streak being level 16, with the damage you can put on, maybe there's potential to force fights here. Just utilize Streak, who's, I mean, items online, ready to fight. There it is, and that's going to be a dead Boxy already. So hey, why not? Pull fire, 16 minutes, 15 kills, and Team Risk say it's go time for Fire Giant. And Loslil, they're going to take this opportunity to grab farm, and they'll take that at least.
Yeah, bomb was expended there. Kind of surprised considering just how far ahead Team Risk is, but turns out they don't want to risk it, actually, around that Fire Giant. I don't think it would actually have been too bad, you know, in the like 1 in a million chance where Team Risk doesn't get that fire, but I respect the usage there. Can't be throwing those away, especially if you're doing them this early into the game. This lead is starting to feel very
territory.
Insurmountable. But territory is another good way to describe it.
Said that a few times in Founders. One of the first that I've seen truly so far this LAN where it's not just the lead, right?
Yeah.
There's kind of the vibe and the flow of a game, and for this one, it's not defeated, but it just feels like Loslil is also kind of like, all right, like where can we make this next fight work? They tried to do it against Streak, who was unafraid to take the 1v3 and fight the Loki standing there.
And
it's
turns
just,
out,
where do you get ahead?
Level 17 now for Streak, now that we check back in on him. Actually building crit, which is the first time I feel like we've seen that built in a long time.
So ahead, why not, right?
Yeah, at this point, big number better, right?
Big number better. That is facts. That's Bobby math.
I think I'm going to use that one.
You're welcome.
Next time Bobby comes in and says something about balance, nah, that's some Bobby math.
Two falls in mid. Duo right after. Loslil back to Phoenix defense here at 17.5 minutes. Levels are a huge problem on top of the itemization right now. And Team Risk still playing wise, still playing smart.
Yeah.
Definitely not playing with food, just waiting to make sure they take those clean opportunities. No reason to give a free way back into the game to Loslil at this point.
Yeah, they're just playing patient like they always do. Realistically here, I think the next big step is to run it down that right-hand side. We already see Variety taking a good step in clearing out those waves. We've got Streak making the rotation over, alongside Genetics taking that teleporter to just grab these towers. I mean, there's really no contest that it seems like Loslil can have here that they're going to have the advantage over. They might be looking to get a little crazy here, get a little spicy.
I was just going to ask you that. Do you just throw caution to the wind at this point and try to take maybe a bad fight, because at this point you're at your Phoenix for defense anyway. You kind of have to make Hail Mary calls to even find farm.
If they had been able to find Lasbra in the jungle there, I think it would have made sense. But now they're late back to this Phoenix, which is definitely not a position you want to be in. I mean, that Phoenix may be as good as dead. It's going down kind of slow, though.
Down to 1,000 now, but Team Risk not facing too much opposition at the Phoenix, and it will eventually go down. Lasbra not even here for it. Wasn't needed. Still 75 seconds on that Fire Giant buff, but they'll only take solo, and they'll back up and reset for more. Pyro's up, so you'll have a bomb for it as well, which maybe that's what they're playing on. You can actually step in with the bomb, with the fire, kind of just do what you want to do. You know, make it a clean end. We mentioned not wanting to take any risk. That's the cleanest way, potentially, to do it. Loseville is stepped out again on the left-hand side of the map. If that gets caught, that could be interesting.
Yeah. The only one that really makes sense for them to catch here is Streak. Problem is, though, he's Jingwei. Even if Jingwei is forced back, maybe they use the airstrike. If you're really lucky, you get the Aegis.
And if you had Deathbringer, I'd just say walk away.
It gets a little crazy, right? Because at this point, honestly, I mean, Boxy is starting to get some tankiness online, but early in the game, when the level difference was a little bit further away, it was really, really iffy there. They are going for something a little bit tricky here, sitting in this bush, just hoping
Gotta make it work
to find some kind of pick. The problem is that there's 4 people within range.
Oh, they're ready. They knew! They're knowers! 5-man freeze and Team Risk. They see your trap card and they rip that card to pieces, bringing them down one by one. Jean-Qui the first, Dory the second to fall.
Oh, Joel.
Joel added to the pile, gets the stun, but that's all he could get. Team Risk, they were knowers.
That's crazy. Genetics, he knows, I suppose.
That was a sixth sense.
could have heard them, I guess. Other than that, you know, I'm not really sure how you would know
I mean,
that.
hey, we asked for that kind of play, right?
Yeah,
you had to do
that's on us, I guess.
Dory on the flank, finds Streak. The Whirlpool will slow him down.
That's all you really need
this away and disengage. The duo Phoenix will fall regardless. You've got the Sobek, you've got the Loki, but the Loki now not able to safely back and caught. Looks for Genetics, who takes the fight. Can't stand it, so a shutdown for Decoy. Gains a whole level off of it as well. Problem is, you've got Variety chasing now. There's the Brutalize, so Decoy will just be run around in circles for quite a while.
Yeah, with Theeks on the other side there, it might be a little bit tricky. Kind of depends how he kites it here. But Theeks has seen him.
Up.
A little overkill with the Kraken, but it's the expression from last but there was so funny.
Plus 30 gold, though.
Yeah, a little bit extra gold. Might as well, might as well.
21 minutes now, and it's 6-19. Team Risk need one more siege effectively.
Oh, did we have to bring up the charts?
I know, get those away, please.
That's
Team Risk need one more good siege to clear this game out. Losleal will not be out, but they will be in a dangerous spot down 0-2. Providing a miracle doesn't happen here on this next defense. Fire is up. Team Risk should be able to get this without contest.
Yeah.
Losleal, they've been making plays. They're not afraid to try to make things happen, but at a certain point, you just got to play the Space Invader in your own fountain.
Yeah, it's I'm racking my brain right now. I really am, I promise you. I'm trying to find a way for Losleal to get back in this game, and really it would have to be a throw of cosmic proportions on the behalf of the entirety of Team Risk for this to not go their way. I mean, it would have to be siege after siege after siege of just failed attempts, and with one Phoenix up and a weakened one on the right, and the level differences being what they are, I mean, we're 22 minutes in and we're still seeing a level 15 Cupid, a level 17 Zeus. And if this is a pick right now, I mean, that's just gotta be it. Humongous wall there from Genetics. Doesn't realize it, though, because Decoy's invisible.
Gets away to the dual lane. That's massive at least. Right side, though. Potential pick onto Theeks, who turns it around and actually gets Jean-Qui and might just get Boxy, too. Just too much damage and too many levels. A double kill for Theeks. Genetics will find Dory. That's 3 dead for Losleal, and Team Risk are poised to get their sweep into the mid-Phoenix. Down goes Joel. The last one standing will be Decoy, who goes down swinging with 1 kill onto Theeks. With the damage, it is done. On to the Titan, into the throne room. Team Risk will take the 2-0 sweep.
An impressive performance, to say the least, from Team Risk. And we did see a lot of great improvement, especially throughout the majority of the show thus far, for Los Leal, but just not enough improvement to take down one of the best teams to ever do it.
And that was something I was just about ready to talk about towards the end of this too. It is easy to look at the situation Los Leal was in, but games like that can happen. But what is important to take away, I think, is that for Team Risk, this was a very needed win. They didn't look amazing yesterday coming in as the #1 seed. Regardless of circumstances of Los Leal and their scrim situation, you're still able to get a strong win, have some good feeling moments, and that's very much required in a long LAN like this to kind of get some momentum back under your sails moving into tomorrow, where, again, it's a long LAN with the double round robin for it. You've got to make that kind of stuff happen.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, right? To be down 0-2. You're not fully out yet. It does depend on how the rest of this group goes, but definitely not an advantageous position to be in. But like you said, for Team Risk, this was a win well needed and well deserved.
Well needed, well deserved, and definitely earned throughout that game. Los Leal will go down 0-2, but for all the good breakdown stuff of it, let's send it back over to the desk.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate loss for them, but a good win for Team Risk as they continue to try and climb up. But remember, Petrelli, at the end of the day, you just got to not be the bottom team, and you're going to go to Vegas. That is the primary goal. That's goal A. Secondary goal for some of these teams has already been set, where it's be first, try to skip out on playing on Sunday, things like that. But if your Team Risk, especially after that loss for Smoke Break, getting a win versus Los Leal, and their ideal world tomorrow, probably taking down Food Drive for Globe as well, would be pretty high on their list to just try and move forward and control as much as they can. And this one, I mean, it's pretty easy to break down the farm. That was just better. Kills just better. I mean, they just everything.
Yeah, I mean,
however you slice it.
I'm going to be focusing on how well Team Risk played, because at this point I do think that we've seen those minor improvements from Los Leal, but it's been the same issues time and time again that have just plagued them, unfortunately, and it's just much easier to look at the good that we saw from Team Risk, because despite the fact that they are Team Risk, this was their first set win, right? At this tournament, this is something to celebrate for them. Lasbra, I saw noticeably get hyped, which, he's always been a very vocal player. When he's feeling good, the whole team's feeling good, so it is good to see him like that. Just make sure we see that level of Team Risk that we are so accustomed to seeing, at least so far, in this LAN. But you got to see the action from Theeks. He has been on point pretty much consistently throughout this tournament. I've seen him on a couple different gods. The Zeus has been looking cool. The Poseidon's been looking good. You got to see the duo lane firing on all cylinders, the Ymir Jing Wei combo, and also revealing a little bit about whether they prefer the CERN or the Jing Wei, whatever matchup they're trying to get. I still think that Streak can play just about anything over there, but trying to get their hands on things like Jing Wei, Ymir, Yamoja, all of that. Just showing exactly how this matchup sort of goes. And Team Risk, they're showing they're still, maybe they do take a little bit of an L, but they bounce back from it quick.
Yeah, and when you see, 816, 818, a little hard to argue against some of the numbers there, right? A good performance for them. Like you said, just kind of being able to step back into the win column. And realistically, if there was a team that they would struggle against, I'm sure they'd be happy that it was an EMEA team, right, to find their win here is big. Again, just moving forward, their next matchup is going to be against Food Drive for Globe, who we're going to see play against Smoke Break in just a second. That's actually going to be a really, really fun one. But this was a team that you could feel the confidence in the pregame interview, and like you said, they kind of just know what they're about. They know what they're going to do, and they recognize some of the slip-ups they made yesterday and rectify them as quick as possible.
But you got to think, what was the mindset going into this matchup? Were they feeling like they were just going to sweep through? Was yesterday a fluke? I want to get into the minds of these guys.
I've got good news for you then. We've got a post-game interview. I think I saw Genetics walk in. Yeah, it's Genetics standing by for a post-game interview.
Yeah, indeed. Time to pick the brain, see what's up, how it feels. Congratulations on the win. A good 2-0, a good bounce back from yesterday. And it was, especially game number 1, it felt like in the very beginning they weren't afraid to bring the fight to you, but you guys adapted really quickly to the playstyle. And what I thought was interesting, and I want to ask about first, in game number 2, it seemed like Los Leal decided to slow the game down a little bit, not try to force many fights, and you guys seemed to pick up your aggression. Was that a play to catch them off guard?
Yeah, I mean, it's just off in pro play, you're playing off power spikes, so when we get a dev does them first in dual lane and I get a board done before they've got an item, realistically power spikes early game are really effective, so we just played off that, and then it's really difficult for them to come back until we get tier 2s and stuff, so just
playing off the power spikes.
Power spikes and active items. It's a big one for you guys, especially the Cersei's Hexstone that we saw a lot from you. How has that really impacted play, in particular with Smite 2 and competitive, being able to use active items to kind of send yourself forward as Ymir? You comboed it with the Blink too, which Lermy was loving, being able to Blink, Hexstone, get closer. How much has that changed the way you're able to make plays?
Yeah, it really changes matchups a lot, which is really fun. It also, even if I'm like against Poseidon, for example, if I can just bore his ult, it's really effective. It's definitely something I didn't take into account yesterday, and I definitely will be thinking about going into the tournament. I think I underrated it, and it's my fault for my team there, but it's really fun, really fun. Really, one of the best things about Smite 2, I think, is especially the boar. But
yeah, the boar is really fun to watch too. It's so fun, especially when you're able to use it combined with the wall, and kind of get them stuck to run at you. But just to kind of wrap it up, you guys definitely needed some good momentum to move in tomorrow, and now that you're 1-1, was this closer set of times, but was just being able to have a clean win like that and feel good, is that big for the team going forward?
It's it's a must-win set for us. Obviously, we came in undefeated in our own region, and we lost to someone that we've already beaten, numerous times. So tomorrow is a really important game for us. We have to win today, and tomorrow, if we want to contest first seed, assuming today is a 2-0 for Happens team, it's a game we need to win, 2-0 tomorrow. So expecting momentum from now on, hopefully.
Well, I'm really excited to see what you guys can do. Congratulations on your win, and best of luck tomorrow. Thanks for talking with me, and Desk. Hope you're still ready, because back over to you.
Cheers.
We are, in fact, still ready. And as it turns out, ready to talk about a whole lot more, because that's only the third match of today. We've got 4 lined up for you. Yeah, that's right. There's still one more to be had. Of course, we talked a little bit about it, and I'm sure we'll break this down a little bit later. But with the way things were going in Group A and the way the matches have fallen out, you got two teams at 2-0, 2 teams at 0-2. It's going to be a little different over here in Group B just because of the way things have worked out. We had 2 0-1 teams playing against each other, which means with that win, Team Risk is 1-1, Los Lille is 0-2, and now they are crossing their fingers not only for a win tomorrow, but they're going to need a couple of losses here, right? You have to assume they would want, a 1-2 for Team Risk. They would need to win against Smoke Break. Then you would either ideally want Smoke Break or Food Drive for Globe, somebody else to be 1 and 2, right? To make sure that the head-to-heads, as well as plus-minuses, anything that you can do to get the tiebreakers, to get you back into this. That's going to be your big deal. And, of course, on top of that, you still need to get a win. Going 0-3 is just not something you can accept. So tomorrow, they're going to have a little bit of pressure on them against Smoke Break, who we are about to see take on Food Drive for Globe. One of these two teams is going to go 2-0. And Trelly, my math is wrong, that should just get them to Vegas.
Right, but what I found interesting was that Genetics said, assuming that Food Drive 2-0 Smoke Break, to contest first seed, we have to get 2-0, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if he's saying that he assumes Food Drive is the stronger team between Smoke Break, or maybe that was just, we're just playing the game of, maybe this side, maybe that side, exactly. But I do find it interesting because Smoke Break was the team that was able to defeat them, and he may be weighing Food Drive a little bit heavier, or I'm just putting words in his mouth, which I don't want to ever do. It's just a fun theory to think about because this is the matchup we've been waiting for tonight, right? And it is tonight. It is, 5 o'clock. It's about tonight.
Yeah, that's it's probably dark outside, so tonight. I judge night based on where the sun is, not the time. And so this is a good. Realistically, I feel like Group B just is chock full of fantastic matches. Both tonight, the one that we're about to watch, just a few minutes, and then as well the one that ends tomorrow, Team Risk versus Food Drive for Globe. Especially because the implications in the standings, depending on how this next one goes, that could genuinely change so much for Sunday, but that's going to be, I think, a conversation we can only have when this next set finishes. So for now, I'd recommend get some snacks, maybe popcorn, a drink. It's 5 o'clock here if you're on the East Coast, or I guess there's like a sliver of Canada that has like an hour, maybe some Maine, I can't remember, ahead of us. Dinner time potentially up there on the horizon. Go ahead and grab some of that. And when we get back, Food Drive for Globe will take on Smoke Break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the SMITE 2 Founders Series. I kicked Gormizer out of his seat and I brought Lermy alongside me. She beat up Trelly. It was awesome. And we've got more gaming to go. We've got Smoke Break versus Food Drive for Globe, and it's sure to be an exciting one. One I've been looking forward to a lot in the cross-regional play, especially because Food Drive for Globe to me has been one of the more interesting teams. And Smoke Break, I mean, coming into this one, there might have been certain expectations on their head, but ever since the addition of El Leon and being able to bring that massive upset to Team Risk, it is not the same Team Smoke Break.
Yeah, after yesterday's performance, I've been very, very excited for this matchup. I think it's been one of the ones that we've been looking forward to most overall in this group. I think it's really going to determine a lot of what we'll be seeing tomorrow, especially what kind of, last chance for survival in this tournament even that we'll see. I think in general, these two teams should be pretty evenly matched, but after yesterday's performance, it could go either way.
Yeah, anything can happen, especially with this Food Drive for Globe team. But let's take a look at the schedule, see where we're at, how things have gone up to this point. It's been a crazy LAN so far, and you can see with standings in Group B, things are shaping up in such an Smoke Break threw such a wrench into things.
It really did.
I really can't get over it. Every time I look at it, I just expected so much going into this for Team Risk to really be standing at the top of the mountain and punching down. But to see Food Drive and Smoke Break sitting atop the #1 right now and kind of waiting to see who will break and fall lower in those standings is a really wild way to go.
Yeah, someone is going to be tied up with Team Risk at the end of all this. And that matchup tomorrow is going to look real interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing who can get ahead. And Team Risk, I mean, we saw the momentum that they've just gained from being able to play so clean and strong against Los Lille that you really need to pick up a lot from this. The mini-meta of the LAN is starting to develop. Things are starting to appear better than we thought. One thing I've been thinking about is how much better Cupid looks now than when we first began the LAN, and that applies to quite a few characters at this point. We just heard Genetics talk about what active items are doing in the kinds of ways that he didn't even anticipate you could utilize the active items that are now becoming super prevalent. So the more further we go, the more we evolve, and that's one of the most exciting parts, I think, so far about the first LAN we've had for SMITE 2.
Yeah, I think it's been very exciting to see people warm up to Cupid especially, but Ymir has been another selection. Even Nemesis getting a couple of nice shout-outs along the way has been very fun to see. I think a lot of that differentiation is just making these games a lot more exciting, right? And I think in general, just seeing people play all of these classic gods, but in their new SMITE 2 form, is just, in general, so fun. So much fun.
Of all those gods, the important thing behind a god is always the pilot, right? But we got to know the faces, who's playing with it. So let's take a look at our first roster and see what's cooking up. And of course, it is Food Drive for Globe, named after the man in the middle with a fantastic beard, a team that goes way back. Lermy, I have been casting this group of players with the kind of only change being every now and again you'd have Valo coaching and Rat Milk playing in the jungle for years at this point. They were always one of my favorite teams to watch. They were Shabalba Storm for Worlds qualifiers. I was rooting on him, became a millionaire in the Twitch chat with the viewer points. Still brag about that to this day. And to see them performing the way that they have has been so undeniably impressive up to this point.
Just a big group of friends. And I think that's really important going into matches like this, is when you're doing it with your best buds. I mean, it's just so much more fun that way, right? And I think it does also help with that team synergy so much that these guys are friends on and off the court. They'll hang out from what I've heard and what I hear, even in Discord, just playing other games as well. And it really just helps that you get that further mutual understanding of, I know that I can trust these people to have my back when we're playing a team game like this.
Exactly. Whether it was bring your own teams in the amateur scene for SMITE 1, like AGL or OSL, where they're drafting their own buddies, they have stuck together and kind of kept it around. But hey, hearing from them, that's pretty important as well. And we get to talk to Happen, so that's pretty exciting to hear what he has to say. So over to the interview to see what he's got.
Climbing the heights here up to Food Drive for Globe and looking up at Happen here over in the duo lane. Happen, how you guys feeling heading into today?
We're feeling pretty good. We're confident about our prep. They're a good team, but I'm confident in what we can do.
You guys seem to have a pretty ridiculous duo lane. Like, can you tell me what gives you guys that kind of synergy, what that kind of chemistry to be so dominant in that lane?
I've just been playing with Tekvir for a while. He was actually a solo laner last year, so he's kind of showing like that it kind of was a fraud role, and he's kind of already dominating like in his first like season.
So you don't ever want to see him play solo lane again?
He can do what he wants, man. I don't control him.
Yeah, you guys really do just support each other. I really like that. But Smoke Break yesterday, they beat Team Risk, and I don't think anyone really expected that. But you guys seem to be a real threat here. What do you think Smoke Break bring to the table that they might not have necessarily brought in the online portion of Founders Series that you guys are looking out for?
I mean, it's just got to be Leon, right? I've been competing against him for a while, so it's always fun to like get a chance to go up against him. He's always like really fun to play against.
All right, Happen. Well, good luck in your match today.
Thank you.
Back to you, Gore.
Don't call me Gore, Jorby. Come on. It's no longer Jorban time. It's Hayden time for me. You know what? I was going to say something cute. I was going to be like, wow, Happens. I didn't realize how tall he was. But you know what? Keep him humble. Keep Jorby's height humble, too.
Hey, I didn't know how short Jorby was.
Thank you. High five, Lermy. Thank you for that. I did love the mention of Tekvir and Solo because that was one thing that was sort of a staple when I would watch them as a team, including in draft leagues, as I mentioned, was that they would run Tekvir and Solo, and he was always really, really strong with it. Like I had mentioned, too, in jungle, it was Valo or Rat Milk a lot of the time. So interesting to see how that team has evolved and how it's really started to work and kind of cook for them. And the confidence being there too. That's really exciting and refreshing. But the confidence for who they're going up against, and this is the team that was able to bring down Team Risk to start off the LAN. So let's see who's behind that roster of Smokebreak, and another impressive one. And one thing I know, Lermy, you love to talk about is sort of tenure and experience. This team's got loads.
Absolutely. I think especially when it comes to that in-game communication, that leadership role. And, Benko, or Deathwalker, as many of you folks at home may know him, has been kind of the one to talk to us a little bit about that yesterday after their incredible win, right? He kind of said that everyone was very vocal, and I think having a team that gets really hyped up, that is just there to make everyone feel excited to play and get some of those big, booming, exciting ultimates all across the board. Just you love to have a team that's so positive and so just ready to go.
One thing, too, we talked to Benko after the victory for Smokebreak. I asked, what was the comm situation like? Was Ellie on the IGL? Because it was one thing that we kept wondering if it was the case. And he kind of said it's a little bit of everybody, just calling what you need when you need it, and things were clear and concise. And, going back to old comms listen-ins that we would see in the olden days of SPL, it was usually the teams that almost seemingly had the chaotic comms, but just because people are talking and using their voices, things were going well. And for Smokebreak, clearly it worked out.
Communication is just such a big thing in a game like Smite, especially when you're trying to keep track of those relic timers, you're looking for even the Sunders, I think especially. And now that you've got actives on the table as well, it starts to become this whole giant thing of just so many things going on, and trying to keep track of them is always a challenge, right? It seems to be one of those pieces of information that kind of separates a good team from a really great team, is how well are you keeping all of that under wraps. And certainly we've seen a lot of discussion when it comes to, how you keep those comms clear. And over time, we've definitely seen a team like this with a leader as great as they have just across the board.
And
really
what helps a leader is a supporting cast. And one player who, kind of has fallen under the radar, all things considered, for Smokebreak, but has played fantastic throughout Founder Series. That's standing by right now at Jorby. Let's talk to Echrome.
Over on the other side of the farm here with Smokebreak, I'm talking to Karmic. Karmic, why are you guys the best team in this group?
Yeah.
Or Echrome, I'm sorry. I had it mixed up in my head. That's, I'm sorry, Echrome. My bad. Well, why are you the best team in this group?
We just beat Team Risk, so we're actually the best team in the world now. That's it, pretty much.
Yeah, what do you guys think you did well over Team Risk that's going to help you here against Food Drive for Globe?
I think we know to play against pressure now, and these guys are playing super high pressure from dual lane. That's good for us, I think, because we're good with that. We practiced a lot against it, and we're good.
When we talked to Losely yesterday, they said that the duo lane over in Food Drive for Globe was a threat. Do you think they're the biggest threat on Food Drive for Globe, or are you looking elsewhere?
Yeah, probably, but we still don't mind. I think we will just play good enough to deal with.
All right, well, not Karmic, Echrome, thank you so much. Good luck in your match. Back to you, Gore. Or
You tried again.
I'm going to group up with Echrome, and we're going to jump Jorby in the hallway to make up for all this slander. But no, thank you, Jorby, and thanks, Echrome. Some good insight there. I think the most interesting thing mentioned is that they are looking at that dual lane as a threat. And while I definitely agree, because Tegveer and Happen, they've been so consistent throughout Founder Series, I feel like it's a little bit dangerous to look past Karmic, of course, but especially Valo in the jungle. If Valo can lock down a pick that's more of a sort of hyper carry style, I think of the Loki in particular, that if that happens, all of a sudden it pivots from being, oh man, that dual lane's frightening, to, hey, maybe check out the jungle pathing.
Yeah, even a pick like a Fenrir could be kind of exciting to see. And honestly, I'm still rooting for the Nemesis, but I think if those picks are available, she might be taking a back seat here just a little bit. I think in general, though, what you're saying is very true, right? We've seen a lot of recognition for the danger of the duo lane, but the rest of the cast can't be understated too. If one side falls, the other one's going to be right there to pick them back up. And I think that's the strength of both of these teams, but I think specifically Smokebreak has a lot of these advantages where if you're looking too much over at that dual lane, you're going to have Benko going absolutely crazy like he did yesterday on the Amaterasu. I mean, what a game from him on that pick. I'd be excited to see him take it again.
I'm right there with you. And going to Smoke Break, too, I think one thing that's become very dynamic with the addition of El Leon for this LAN is that support role. Because one thing about El Leon that I feel like is pretty well known to this point, there is a big God Ocean there. Even with the smaller...
God Ocean.
Yeah, exactly. Well, compared to SMITE 1, sure, there's less picks, but we've seen some variation in supports. And usually I think of players like PBM who aren't afraid to get a little bit more kind of out there with their selections. But I think El Leon can offer much of the same thing, and it gives a lot of flex potential. Earlier, we saw Fine OK on Borscht. We saw the combination of a Baron, a Sobek, a Poseidon, things like that where it's okay. These could kind of go anywhere, and it commands the respect of the other team to pay attention and figure out, okay, we don't want to get outdrafted and lose out on a very important position and maybe even get caught off guard going to lane to what we think is a Sobek, and all of a sudden it's, the Poseidon like we saw from Fine OK. I think that's going to be very imperative for Smoke Break to take advantage of that situation.
Yeah, I think in general, I'm really looking forward to what Leon actually goes for here, because I think that the Sobek seems like the most characteristic for him. We've been seeing a lot of that across the board throughout his season so far, but honestly, the emoji from yesterday
was hoping you were
real,
going to say
real
that. Yep.
Spicy. I hope we get to see that again. Or maybe, Smoke Break drop the respect on that one, decide to ban that one away, or depending on, how these picks and bans end up going a little bit later into the set, maybe they decide to end up taking that one away as well.
The Rivers Rebuke, I watched it back because I had to.
You had to.
It was
What a
such
play.
a perfect play from El Leon. And to be able to make a play like that, and obviously a lot of these guys have LAN experience, but to make a play like that kind of coming in cold in terms of preparation, that spoke the most volumes for me. It was big time moment, big time play. Can you repeat that against Food Drive for Globe? Because one thing that I find could be interesting, Jorby's mentioned this a few times as we've been talking throughout the day. Yeah. Food Drive for Globe have a sneaky way of being one of the better farming teams in the Founder Series. Usually when you think of a team that farms, you look at EMEA. But if we're able to see Food Drive for Globe go crazy with that, Smoke Break, I wonder how they respond to kind of having their style potentially taken away, if maybe they get on the hyper-aggression arc, or kind of what that pivot could be.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about what the jungler for Food Drive for Globe can do, right? We've been talking about these hyper carry picks are essentially what we want to be going for, right? But on the other side, Johnny is a Loki legend, right? Back in SMITE 1, he was all over those hyper carry picks with the Al Kwong. I remember that classic selection for him. Not quite ready yet in SMITE 2, you know what I'm saying? But something similar in the Loki, just to be a menace, a mechanical menace even, because he just really has that style where once he gets on you, especially with the +1 to Loki coming into SMITE 2, with the Vanish resetting the cooldown over and over and over again on any of those kills that you're getting, I would be scared of giving that on over to Johnny.
It's so crazy when you point it out like that too. The matchups across each lane are really interesting for this one, and for Karmic as well. Going up against Benko, not going to be easy. But hey, let's stop kind of setting the stage. Let's dive into it. P's and B's. Game number 1 between Smoke Break and Food Drive for Globe. And where do we go? What do we grab? What's the priority, Lerby?
It's got to be the emoji, if you ask me. I think you got to either be banning it or picking it first. I think support is kind of the clear role for me where you want to be grabbing those first selections. Emoji is going to be the first ban.
Look at you.
What can I say?
You nailed it.
All I'm going to say is next ban, maybe is again towards that support position. I wouldn't be mad to see a Sobek ban, but we've also seen some things like Odin get
Loki
taken
too.
away. Loki is another really good one that we just discussed a little bit. I think there's a lot of good options for Smoke Break to go for, but really it's going to be about who they want to target away. If I had to take a gander, though, I think I'm still sticking with the Sobek.
I think I'm with you. I suppose the only thing that would change that is if, depending on the kind of homework Smoke Break has done, do they want to keep Valo off of the Loki that's been the sneaky hyper carry? Because you can dive deep enough into the Food Drive consistency and find that Loki has been one of the keys. So if you pivot, you aim for that, you do risk the Sobek going first pick. You were on it with the Odin mention, but that leaves both the Loki we've discussed and the Sobek open for the first selection. They go with the Sobek. So Smoke Break, it's on them to react, and the support pool already getting drained a bit.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the next pick here. I was going to say something, Smoke Break, but you had to pick Morgan. And honestly, go off. Go off with this Morgan. I love this selection. It's a little bit early, I feel like, to just be slap locking the Morgan in, but when you can get the Morgan and Fenrir together, 2 dogs are better than 1. And we'll be seeing that here for Smoke Break.
Lots of bark, lots of bite. And it's got some more flex to it than I feel like most would give credit to, and I feel like that's been a really important aspect of the drafting so far, is where you're putting those flex picks. That did open up, though, the Loki to go to Valo. As we've mentioned, a strong pick for Valo, something Food Drive had leaned on in big-time games when they really needed an impact selection.
Oh, baby. We're so back. Sunbeam Bow. Here we come. We've got the Ama, I would imagine, over in Silla. I can't see a universe where this goes anywhere else. And Jingwei, I feel like, is just kind of what you'd expect, right? Across the board. If it's not Karnos, it's got to be Jingwei. Sometimes a little Cupid in there, but I think that this is a very, very respectable draft thus far. Poseidon, also no surprise. And if we're about to lock it down, I'd imagine it's a Soul Laner, but we could also see a Baron come through, throw that Sobek over to the Soul Lane. But it's actually going to be Chuck.
I like this because I was kind of worried it would be a Sobek, because Banco, that Sunbeam Bow build, the reason it was created was the answer Sobek, and it worked so well against Variety that basically it TKO'd Sobek from relevancy. But let's drop all that, because somebody we have not seen a whole lot of so far this week has been the Bacchus, but Smoke Break, they lock it in.
It's an interesting selection. I kind of like what they're cooking up here because it's got the knock-up immunity, right? And I think that does have a lot of potential against just being able to slow down this Sobek in lane. It's a little bit scary, I think, overall in terms of that pressure, but I just can't wait to see something new.
I can't wait either. This matchup's been hyped up, but let's see if it lives up to that hype and send it over to the casters.
The final match of the day, Jorby and Inbound going to be taking you through the action. Food Drive for Globe versus Smoke Break. This one for the top of the group, Inbound.
Do not fear the rain, fear me. Chalk popped up on my screen. He doesn't have any items. It was kind of like
so you're a little distracted.
It just happened. I am a little distracted, but we do have something interesting. We do have a Bacchus coming out, which we have not seen. And honestly, it's fitting it comes from Elion pulling out the Bacchus. He is a big enjoyer of playing these more aggressive style supports. He is a Sobek player. He is a Bacchus player. He does play a little bit of Emoja, but he kind of plays the more aggressive type of Emoja. I'm glad to see Bacchus because I do think he's a little underrated. My only issue is playing into like a Poseidon. If you get Whirlpool, you're going to get that Kraken nearly guaranteed a lot of the time. It's very hard to jump away from a Loki. So there's a lot of iffy matchups there, but I'm trusting Elion. I think after what I saw yesterday, I'm not worried about what he's going to play.
I mean, talk to me about this Morrigan pick. We've been seeing the Morrigan pop up a little bit more often here in the mid lane, and it feels like it's very player dependent. You got to really have the Morrigan in your pool, but what does the Morrigan really bring to this roster, and how does that actually help this team?
I mean, when you see the Morrigan, you see one thing specifically, and it's you have two relics to play with whenever you transform. You can use your own beads, transform into, say, Fenrir, and then use Fenrir and his Sunder, and then your beads are still available as the Morrigan. It's a unique aspect that's changed from Smite 1, but it is very cool, the interactions you'll see. And it just allows you to play the all-in style Morrigan, transform into Chalk, and then have also Chalk safety, Chalk's damage to play around that. I think she is slightly dependent on comps played. Maybe a little bit of an early grouping, looking for something on E-Chrome.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble. Has to pop the Aegis now and actually avoids all of the bleed from the Loki daggers, so will avoid the death early on. Benko sitting in the grass. Will trade a little bit. This fight will take a little bit longer than the last one, but a little assist as well. Benko will have to pull off.
And Happen looking for this invade on the purple buff. Sobek is a very strong god on these invades because, one, it's just very hard to commit to him. He's very tanky with his passive. And you also see Valo on this side of the map. They're going for a two-man invade over here. Tegvir's backing up, confirming his own. We're seeing a little split map type of play. Valo and Food Drive are taking the duo side of the map, but Elion playing this wise. Instead of going over and trying to contest the Sunder Sobek, he gets the Loki off of their speed buff because Loki has no Sunder. Good play by Elion. We don't really see supports make those heads-up plays like that.
I mean, anything you could do to slow down Valo, right? I mean, Happen, though, he's in some trouble trying to get that purple buff, which he did get. He's
body blocks.
taking a lot of shots. He can't move. Elion's just keeping him in. He gets some assist, and it looks like Happen will survive, but that was looking dangerous for a second.
Yeah, and Tegvir's level 2 standing there hoping to get Happen out. If Tegvir's not level 2, not the threat that he is, surely E-Chrome's going to keep running it down, take that fight. But because of that start, duo side of the map is still Food Drive for Globes. Val still got this farm on this side of the map. And I like seeing this early game. Teams are aware of what's happening. You know, this is our strong side. This is their strong side. We play to our strong side. Valo, A little bit behind, though, because of how Andy plays that, Elion plays that. There's going to be a while till this Loki hits level 3, but it's kind of the same thing with Elion in support. He gets plucked. He's still only level 1. He's trying to hit level 2 quick.
Yeah, trying to get in the middle of it. Couldn't get the stun off happen. We'll get the kill. Elion will fall down, and, well, this lane happened in Tegvir. They have been dominating the duo lane in every single match they've played online and on LAN.
And look at how close he is to hitting level 2. He needed 1 minion there. He tries to play up to get it. It's almost like I'm playing to get, you know, Valo behind. I'm getting my jungler ahead. You just have to play so far back, but this is the strength of Sobek. The tiniest of leads, and he hits 1 pluck on you, and it's a free kill. You especially pair it with that Cernanos. A lot of damage, so much kill potential, good CC. But now that he's level 2, he does have that safety to jump away. But I wouldn't be so sure. A pluck, it's a lot of damage. It might not be a kill every time, but a pluck should mean a lot of damage done to who's ever plucked.
Yeah, this will definitely be a tough bout. You do have a little look, though, from the jungler.
Big
See if
damage.
Johnny takes the cold, as happened, gets body blocked out, has to pluck himself out, and, well, Ikram will pluck him out of the arena for now. Tegvir also took a ton of damage there off that brutalized plus leap, and that's how you take control of the duo lane back. You didn't even really need Johnny to rotate over. Good work there.
And that was a little disrespectful by Happen to try to make that play there. Sap's taking a lot of damage here. Valo still is here. Looks like they're going to let Sap go. A little bit of damage onto him, a little threatening. But that's the damage that Jingwei and Bacchus really bring. I mean, we haven't seen Bacchus, so just to talk about what he does, he's bringing a lot of CC. Pluck into Ikram, he's going to be able to dash out. But Bacchus brings a lot of CC and a lot of damage. And it's surprising damage. The CC is not surprising. It is very long-lasting. You have the stun, you have the knock-up, and he does do damage when he gets that point into his 1. And you pair that with Jingwei, who, if you do get locked down for a long time, Jing's 1, it starts ticking and it gets really high in that damage department. And as you said, they didn't even need Johnny's damage to kill that tank Sobek.
They're taking an aggressive approach here, though, in the jungle as the jungle buffs are about to spawn. Speed about to be up as well. May get our first major team fight here, and barely anybody's level 5. Got the Morgan at level 5 with Sap, and it looks like Speed will go, I believe, it looked like Food Drive got it. And we'll go back, they'll get that purple buff as well. So very confident push here from Food Drive. Something we have been talking about with Food Drive. Malum talked about it in the pregame. Their farm has been something that's elevated them above some of these other teams. But Smokebreaker definitely the biggest bout for them yet. You talk about them beating Team Risk. That was effectively an upset. Sure, Elion joins the team, but being able to go in, sub it, and then play at that level. Here we're in a little bit of trouble. Elion is going to take it happen, pluck them out, and Tegvir gets a freebie.
And what a perfect CC combo there. The pluck into the cripple, into the stun. Nothing Elion can do there when he's plucked. And again, this comes back to he puts himself behind a little bit to make sure Johnny has that lead. And Johnny took that red buff. He took the back camps on the right side. He went for those invades. But so far, Johnny's really not made many plays. He tried to make that one, obviously, but they got the kill before Johnny was even needed. There is a slight issue so far with what I'm seeing, and it's, again, this Bacchus, where I trust Elion, I do. It's a risky god to pull off, because if you fall behind...
Playing a little too confident against the Sobek.
Yeah, if you get plucked just once, there's so much CC on the side of Food Drive for Globe, and this is before the Poseidon's even there to crack, and this is before Karmic is there with that silence on the ultimate. And this is going to carry over even into that mid game.
Well, we were talking about this off stream with Globe too. He's kind of sneaky when it comes to his rotations. He always seems to be available when you least expect it.
5 minutes.
Here we go, 5 minutes. They're always on it every time, and even Smokebreak have trouble actually getting it going. You do have Elion looking across, but they're not even going to get it. It's a free Gold Fury here for Food Drive for Globe. They continue to do what no one else seems to be able to contest them on.
And this isn't new. This is Food Drive does this every single game. 5 minutes, they're going to look for it. Maybe you slow them down, they don't get it at 5. Guess what? They're coming back at 6 minutes, they're coming back at 7 minutes until they do get it. And teams kind of have to have that drilled into their head. 5 minutes, we have to have eyes on gold, we have to have a ward on gold. They like playing these comps. I mean, you said we talk about this in the backstage about Globe, rotation, stuff like that. Along with rotations, he plays gods that shred Gold Fury. Tegvir playing this CERN, he also plays the Zeus. These are gods that destroy the Gold Fury, and that's what their comps are a lot of the times designed to do. But objective damage on Food Drive is great. It's the same thing on Smokebreak. They have this Amaterasu. Yes, I mean, does the Morgan have great shred? Not really, but you're going to have a crit Jingwei, so it's going to be equal damage later into the game for Smokebreak on these objectives. But through this early portion, it's going to be all food drive on objectives.
A bit of trouble in that duo lane. That's where most of the action has been. But over here, Karmic having to contend with the Amaterasu, who takes a ton of damage. And how about that? Benko forces it out. You'll get the blue buff for your efforts. So there's something is going right here for Smoke Break on the solo side.
And this just goes back to that early game portion. Solo side of the map is all Smoke Break. Duo side is all food drive for Globe. And for depending on whichever team you root for, Pluck on Elion, a lot of CC, and again, he's going to be locked down, Jorby. He's going to be killed. You cannot be getting plucked, otherwise you're going to die.
Why is he even down that far? I mean, never mind. They're just in his jungle the entire time, but still, I think Elion, as soon as he sees it, you just got to abandon it. That's, what, the third time that he's gotten plucked out and dead? You can't afford to give any more in the duo lane to food drive. Like, Tegveer getting ahead that early. Naga, maybe contested here from Globe. He's looking for a way. We'll send a little tidal wave, but won't get the steal. It will go to Smoke Break.
And that's a good little trade back by Smoke Break. Yes, they lose their speed buff, they lose their purple buff again, but they at least get this Naga. They get more global gold for their team. And we're seeing, again, back to the earlier point, is solo side of the map is Smoke Breaks. Duo side of the map is food drive for Globes. I think you have to be a little bit more aggressive towards the side of the map with Karmic and with Benko on it. I mean, you see this chalk build. This is all damage so far. He's got about 10 protections on that ring. Soul Gem is all damage. Bluestone is all damage. And you have the CC. Johnny's playing Fenrir. I mean, you play Fenrir, you want to get active, and Johnny really hasn't done too much so far.
Yeah, we haven't really said his name at all outside that one attempt where he wasn't needed in the duo lane. And Johnny right now rotating around. We'll see if he gets the gank, but Karmic seems to be aware of what's up and pulls off underneath that tower safety. So everyone's just kind of poised right now. Smoke Break looks like to be a little bit smarter and playing a little bit smarter. A lot more ward coverage set up here. Look at the duo lane lit up.
Yeah, I like the wards, and so far I liked how Food Drive for Globe has set up this early game. They get their Cern Sobek ahead. This is a pretty self-sufficient 2v2 now. Valor doesn't even need to rotate here, and there's a lot of threat on the Ekrom. It's not kill potential, but Ekrom can't walk up, can't farm this wave, and now Valor's allowed to just play through the map wherever he wants. Globe is Globe. I don't think we need to talk about Globe. He's going to make rotations. He's going to farm very efficiently. I like talking about Valo when we look at Food Drive for Globe, and he got his duel lane's off to an early lead. Now this is where Valo can just do whatever he needs to do. He can look to hyper farm, he can look to gank. Loki's a scaling jungler, especially when you compare it to Johnny on this Fenrir. Johnny's mostly a gank style character. He's even building into that Jotuns, wanting to fight a lot, and you point out Valo's got trans. He just wants to scale, and he's doing that perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen him make those rotations, but he's stacking that Transcendence. Once that's online, you get that second item going, then he's going to be a real problem real quick as we approach that 10-minute mark. And the other thing, too, the Cernanos starting out on the Sunbeam Bow, still a more popular item, and Sap just couldn't find it. Globe will survive by the skin of his trident, I suppose.
And if that stun hits, maybe we're talking about a different story where he actually gets that solo there. But, I mean, you wanted to talk about the Morgan earlier about, what are her strengths? That right there, her 1v1 potential is insane.
Double dog.
You're going to be getting dove by Johnny, and Johnny's itemizing into this more tanky style Fenrir, a little bit more utility in the kit. Not as one shot, but he'll still do a lot of damage. He'll still threaten you. It's just not Loki damage where he's going to be one-shotting you. And as you pointed out in dual lane, the build difference, Sunbeam Bow on Tegveer, this is Cern's best item by far. I think it is so strong. The spike is very strong. Devs on the Jingwei, not stacked yet, so not nearly as strong, but Benko has rotated over on the right side of the map. Johnny staying over there with Karmic.
Fight over at the purple buff happened. Moving forward, actually everyone's zoning out as soon as they saw Valo, and they will pull out. You do have Sap coming into the fight as well. They did have it warded earlier, but those wards dropped, so they don't necessarily know. Now they do have vision, but they're just trying to get those camps and get out. So again, Food Drive for Globe, they kind of wax and wean their way out of that fight. Karmic has to contend with Ragnarok, has the Storm Call, blinks out of it to make sure he doesn't get that bite damage. Meanwhile, Globe is in trouble, and he can't escape it. Benko will take him down. We saw Globe kind of getting harassed a little bit in that mid lane, and they finally get a kill on him.
And that's a win in every part of the map for Smoke Break. You have Johnny making Karmic use that blink, use that ultimate. On the left side, you're getting that purple buff invaded, putting a little bit of pressure on the Tegveer to slow him down so Ekrom can catch up. And then you get that kill in mid. Beautiful plays by Smoke Break, and Sap looking for play on Tegveer.
Sap, if he could get Tegveer here, that would be huge for Ekrom to help get him farmed up. Got a lot of damage. There you go. Got it on the dot, and Tegveer goes down.
And that's the second time that Sap has used this exact same combo, poke you down to about half health, and Fenrir, I mean, 1 damage item, but that's enough to threaten off of the damage that the Morrigan does in her base kit. It's a really good play there by Sap, and I like that he's playing aggressive. This 2-level lead, he's doing exactly what you need to be done with the Morrigan. Sobek walking up here, a little bit of poke onto him, but this is the Gold Fury pulled by Smoke Break.
It happens just trying to delay to give them a chance to contest. They do have someone, but Globe is actually not even rotating over. Happens still sticking around. He does have a little support coming on the back end. They're still delaying this Gold Fury. Globe is just pushing it. So Happen dies. Globe doesn't rotate. Valo decides, no, I'm going back to the duo lane, and they concede the Gold Fury.
And a bit of an awkward play there, I think, by Food Drive. It was like a half commit call to defend. Vala was walking up, Happen was walking up, but it was almost like Globe was saying, no, don't defend that,
Hey,
I'm not coming.
Yeah.
He was pushing waves in, and then he goes into the right side jungle, just trying to get as much farm as possible. They do just drop that Naga. Sap may be looking for something, just getting the backstop. Never mind, he's not making a play in a 1v2. Maybe a little over-aggressive for Sap, but
Too
still.
close for that.
With what he's been playing so far, I mean, at this point in the game, the Morrigan's not one-shotting you in her base kit. She needs that transform. It's still not available. It's actually coming up very soon, but that's the point when you pay attention to the Morrigan when the ultimate is up. There's characters reliant on their ult. Morrigan's probably the most reliant character on her ult in the earlier portions of the game. But, I mean, through this game so far, very back and forth, a lot of wins for both teams, but this has been a pretty big grudge match so far.
Yeah, it kind of flipped, right? Food Drive got that first Gold Fury, Smoke Break take the Naga. Flipped around this time. Smoke Break get the Gold Fury, Food Drive take the Naga. And duo lane is kind of stagnated. You notice Elion is not putting himself in bad positions anymore. He hasn't died since that last time we mentioned it. Like, what, it almost feels like 7 minutes ago.
Techbeer's no beats.
Here we go. He got Ragnarok up, and now might be in some trouble. Bach is here to get those stuns out, but he turns it around on him. Sunbeam active, and does he get out? Oh, he just gets away from it, but Techbeer also survives. Valo does not want Johnny to live. He's trying to find an assassination, but he'll live to fight another day. Valo forced to retreat.
And maybe just a little over-aggressive there by Valo. I mean, you take your wins where you get them. There's no follow-up there from Techbeer, but, I mean, who else?
Feel frustrated, though.
A little frustrated letting him get out there, but, I mean, this is exactly what from Globe here, just it's free. I don't know how they do this. They just find these free objectives.
Yeah, every time. I think, you know, it's having your eyes on the mini-map, but it really comes down to the calls and your IGL, and as soon as you recognize, hey, there's an opportunity to make a play on the map here instead of just meandering. And I think that's something that other teams, they just don't do as fast as Food Drive for Globe do. Very solid and very efficient when it comes to it. You're pointing out on that huge lead that Happen has on Elion right now, a 3-level lead on that Sobek versus the Bacchus.
And that's the most important lead that you can probably have at this point, because both of these characters want that lead, and whichever character gets that lead does their job just 10 times better than the other one. Sobek is now able to pluck almost wherever he wants, and there's not a ton of threat onto him. And Elion, I mean, if he flops in, maybe at best he gets a trade, but he is not getting a kill. He just doesn't have the damage, he doesn't have that survivability, but he does have that. The support build is complete for him. He's got the Glad Shield, he's got the Talisman of Purification. If you ask any support player, you know, what are the 2 best items you could build? It's these ones through and through. They both have these items, but he's missing out on those flat stats from just getting levels. He doesn't have those same protections that the Sobek has, and same with that health.
Impressed with Smoke Break to stop the bleeding in this duo lane. We were talking about Techbeer being ahead early. He's now down a level to this Jing Wei. And Ikram, he's got the haste and Fatalis online. Executioners is also done. This Jing Wei is going to start being a problem for Food Drive to deal with, and that is not where you want to be. You do have the shifters online early as well, as you were just alluding to next to me here with that Cernanos, that shifters Zerker shield combo being very popular on him.
And I love the difference in builds with Jingwei and Cern. Cern just has so much good base damage. All he needs is a little bit survivability, and that's what you get with this build. And Jingwei on the opposite side is the hyper carry god. Crit, Fatalis, Devs, wants to run you down. Techbeer looking for a rotation, though, onto Benko.
Could work out, but you get hit by the third part of the ult, you get stunned out, and you won't get the kill. Happen also lurking around here. These like disjointed fights. Happen's looking for one, but his team is not really there to support him. Happen, gotta be careful here. You don't want to get caught out and get pincered out. He'll still go for the pluck here, and the fight looks to be starting here at the Pyromancer. There you go, Elion will get out of it. I don't know if they want to exactly disengage, though. Sap seems willing to fight on the Morrigan. He's 2 levels up on this are on Globe, or was 2 levels up. Globe has gotten a level back, but here's a pluck from Happen, trying to get Elion out off the table. He does. That was ridiculous, and we'll get out of it. And the Ragnarok will do absolutely nothing here for Smoke Break.
And again, just any pluck he can, he is going for it. And I think it was an interesting map play by Food Drive for Globe. Tegveer backed, walked out of base to the solo side of the map for the gank onto Benko. And that entire time, you know who covered his wave? It was Valo, who is still over there until right this second, farming waves. I mean, does he have a massive lead right now? No, but you look towards that late game, I think Valo is the most important player on the map for Food Drive for Globe on this Loki. He's their playmaker. A lot of times he's going to be cleaning up kills. And when you're playing into a comp like Smoke Breaks, who have Jingwei, very safe, Alma, very safe, Fenrir, I mean, go down the list, all these gods are safe. You need to be able to clean up those kills, and I'm hoping that that's what Valo is going to be able to do the farther into the game we get.
Kind of also talk about on this solo lane, the Amaterasu, it was just 2 levels up here on Karmic, and it's not exactly where you want to be with Amaterasu being able to rotate and being that many levels up. We talked about Food Drive, their ability to farm, and while the gold is the same, the XP has actually gone Smoke Break's favor. That just shows you how close it is. This Naga happened. Wants to see if he can get a steal onto it. Will start the sickening strike, and he will not get it. Happen will still sit around, taking a ton of damage. That Executioner's is ripping those protections. Happen gets caught lurking in the swamps, but you better get out onto the shore. Ekrom in a little trouble. Pops the Aegis early, and he negated that assassinate. Doesn't matter. Valo will get the kill. Ragnarok trying to pull it back. Do they get Valo in response? Well, the Stormcall forces him to leap out, but there's Sap to pick up the kill on Valo. Not quite over either. Karmic underneath, brutalized to take him. Double dog to grab the Ragnarok and get him out of there, but now all of a sudden, you're in a little bit of trouble, and you can't get out. Benko gets deleted by the Kraken.
Massive team fight there just for a 2v2, or 2 for 2. No real big winner there, but we do have that Gold Fear still up, and a jump in by Johnny here. A lot of damage down on the Tegveer, but he's going to be living through it.
Oh my goodness, dashed and had to eat that brutalize, still turned it on him, and can you believe Johnny's the one who dies there? Karmic picks up Sap as well, and Food Drive turned coal into gold.
And Globe gets that laugh out at the last second, trying to tell Sap who's boss. He's behind 2 levels. He's now even after that kill. Massive, massive team fight win there by Food Drive for Globe. And it wasn't like the 5v5 went their way. It was a 2 for 2. But Johnny went back in. Johnny dies. Sap goes in also. Sap also dies. That was almost a big misplay there by Smoke Break, and now we have a potential Fire Giant being pulled here by Food Drive for Globe, or minimum. Yeah, no, they're going for Fire Giant.
Three players are down. This is the time to do it. Sure, Ekrom is up. There is a Sunder available on Elion. He has a chance to steal it, but that will be a tough one for sure. You can belly flop, do it, but that is dropping quickly. Gets in, does he get it? No, Karmic will make sure that Elion goes to the grave. Globe picks up another Kraken kill on Elion. They get the Fire Giant buff, and now Food Drive for Globe are in the driver's seat.
They are getting this Gold Fury, trading it out for that Fire and for the Pyromancer, but, I mean, you're seeing this, the fight kind of, or the game kind of evolve to the point where both these supports are really far behind. I don't really know. Food Drive for Globe, yes, they have this big lead, yes.
Happens with level 12 for like 4 minutes.
It was 12 to 8. He just hit 13, just ticked over.
Yeah.
But Elion's 0-5 right now. I mean, level 11, he is pretty useless at this point. But I don't think Happen's any more useful. If at best, if Happen's the one that engages on the fight, most of the time he's going to be dying also. And Karmic, the reason you play Chalk is not he's the tankiest god in the game. It's not because, you know, you can just run somebody down. It's because of how low his cooldowns are the later into the game you get. You just spam your 1, your 2, your 3, and then you have the ultimate for safety. Karmic's not going to be able to walk into the Phoenix and tank it for an extended period of time. It makes this siege not difficult, but it makes it have to be a lot more calculated, especially because, I mean, look at the build for the Jingwei. 4 full items, got 2 shred items, has the Fatalis, has the shred, has the lifesteal. I mean, just at level 20, probably should have that cowl done soon. This game is by no means over. It's a very slight lead here for Food Drive for Globe, but I'm looking at the late game for Smoke Break. I really like it.
Uh-oh. Well, all Ragnarok not going to catch Valo, and you're forced to leave. I don't know if you wanted to take that fight for sure. That bite could have been the end of Valo, but he narrowly avoids it. And the push for the tier 2 here in the mid lane. Elion the only one here. You do have a split push by Benko there on the tier 2 in the solo lane. And everybody here in mid forced to pull off. Happen took a ton of damage and just can't tank anything.
And that's the issue with your support being your only true tank, and he's so far behind right now, he can't just walk in and tank a ton of it. When you saw how fast Echrome and that tower shredded him.
It's like 3 hits.
And he was just gone, half health. And he doesn't have that capability to just stay in there even longer. Does opt for this Pridwin, so it's a shield you kind of have to keep your eye out for. But even the farther into this game we get, Happen needs to get more farm under his belt, because level 20 on the chalk, still not going to be that tanky. Will do a lot of damage. Val actually caught it here. No ultimate available. They got the pick onto him. Good play by Echrome and Sap. Sap does use that ultimate, but I mean, you're trading for this tier 2 and left, but that's good for Smoke Break.
I mean, I still think Food Drive will take this, though. They've been sitting on this Fire Giant buff for a little bit now and still hadn't gotten the value out of it. So, sure, you lose Valo, he loses the Fire Giant buff, but at least you get some sort of value out of this Fire Giant. And coming around, Johnny avoids the Kraken, and here comes Echrome. Echrome confident.
He's strong.
Fully kitted. Well, not fully kitted, almost fully kitted, fully leveled, if you will. And Johnny just going to leap forward as well. Yeah, this might be a pincer movement. Cast him out. Globe is in a lot of trouble. Zap takes it out, and oh my goodness, Elion will get credit for the kill. Globe gets absolutely smashed, and they want to keep forcing it, but they're losing health bars. Echrome takes down Happen. This is looking huge for Smoke Break. Elion takes down Tegvir. The double kill. Karmic got Zap for the little bit of, what do you call it? Consolation prize, I suppose? Well, maybe a little bit more than that. Elion falls as well. 2 for 3, though, for Smoke Break.
A nice little cleanup by Karmic, and you see when Karmic's in these fights, he's going to be strong, but that was just a good play by Sap, a nice little wrap. He didn't even have ultimate available there. He just knows he needs to start that fight and commit to Globe. They kill Globe very early, does not able to get really any damage off in that fight, and then, I mean, you don't get onto Echrome at this point in the game, Echrome will carry the fights. We just saw it there. He will run you down. Eyes on Echrome, and especially because he's hyper carry mode at this point. Tegvir, we saw, lived very long, got a lot of damage off, but he's not going to be running you down. He doesn't have that Fatalis. He's got a lot of damage when you're diving him, but Echrome can dive you with the build.
I feel like Tegvir just needs a little bit more support. I mean, we talked about how that hasn't really been something that Food Drive really have because of where Happen is. He's now 2 levels down to Elion. Keep in mind, Elion was 3 levels down.
Wait, no, no way that's right.
Yeah, 16-14. It was, what, 12-8? No, almost 12-8. It was 11-8 in favor of Happen. And it's completely flipped. Smokebreak are really trying to turn this around. They're up in gold now. Gold Fury starting for Food Drive, but it looks like Smokebreak can't contest it. Elion thinking about it, and Food Drive don't want to risk it.
And to point out that support level 15 is the biggest spike on support because you get to finish your starter item, and you see Elion has his starter item finished. Still stuck on that selflessness for Happen, so that is a big difference in just the passive that you get from that item. And stats also. So that's massive, massive difference there. They're both just 3 items deep, but you compare it to who can live a little bit longer. See the heroism, you have the better stats. Look on the opposite side, it's just 10, 10, and 60 for selflessness. You compare how both of these supports are going to dive, how they're both going to be able to tank stuff. Elion's got way more.
Oh, coming from behind.
Double beats.
With the Ragnarok, he gets pushed out of it. Johnny couldn't get there. Kraken helps him out. Happen to take 2 down. Zap will kick 1 out, and it's back and forth. Zap gets another one for a double kill. Trying to push him out of it. Zap has turned into Jock, trying to get a little bit of tech in there. And oh, this is not looking good, but Valo turns it around. Echrome down. Zap takes another triple kill. Does he get another? Zap keeps on going. Quadra kill. Happen will take down Zap before any more damage can be done. Shutting it down. Going hard on it. Johnny takes down Happen for the deicide.
Massive, massive win there. Sap, Johnny, Echrome all pop off. Valo's almost there to stop that deicide from happening. The only downside here, though, can't really do anything with this massive win you just got. I mean, you get a little item here or there, but at best you can maybe get this tier 1 here. Fire Giant's up, but you're not threatening it as just the Fenrir. You have slight advantage, I guess, on timings on your spawns. El Leon's already alive. Benko's up in a bit, but when you look on the other side, that's just like a... If I were to decide what that was more of like a... We just team fought with them and we won, and we're still not that strong. I mean, we have another item on our Jingwei coming. Alma scales really well. Johnny, at this point, has 1 damage item. Once he gets that second one on, he becomes a little bit more threatening. And, I mean, you got to shout out Sap in that last fight. That shock transform was insane.
I think Sap, the way that he was farming early on, right? He was 2 levels up earlier against Globe, and he actually went into Rod of Zahudi. at least a little earlier than you usually see it. You usually don't see that built until an item later. Already has the Obsidian Shard online as well. I mean,
huge.
He's doing so much at 6-3 and 6. It feels like it's a whole lot more. The fact that 4 of those kills just came is actually crazy to me, considering the effect he's had in the lobby so far.
And I actually think pointing that out is really wise, because you see on the opposite side, Globe does not have the Rod yet. If a fight happens now, that's a Rod diff.
Well, got a Ragnarok. Valo's in a lot of trouble here. Has to ult out. And there's no way for him to get back in. The rest of his team is here on the right side of the jungle. Sap is leading the charge, feeling confident after wiping the table last time. Do they want to engage, though? Happen, I don't really think they're that scared of him. They want to get that Pyromancer down, and Happen, there's no way for him to get in there. That's a free Pyromancer for Smokebreak.
When we talk about these late game fights also, there's a lot of things to analyze, but I think right now, the scariest thing for all of Food Drive for Globe is you have to play into the Morrigan, who can do stuff like this, can invis in, you don't know where she's coming from, and then just transform into the Chalk. I mean, even though you don't get this all in, actually, a fight's, it's breaking out.
Now the Storm Call gets a bit of a silence on, but the support's not there. Karmic has to get out, and now finally the support comes through. Tegvir gets a lot of damage out. Happen barely survives. Ekrop comes around, Happen's in trouble, and the Gator goes down. Tegvir forced to dash out, and the Fire Giant, Smokebreak are posturing up for it. This one looks like it's all theirs.
Necrom going to be shredding this. And again, if you walk back up, Sap's going to go invis and kill you. You have to be very careful. It's really just on Valo now.
See if Valo can get it. Invis is down. Sees get. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a real tough one to try to tick down. Johnny is credited with the Fire Giant kill, and now they're going to race down Valo. Brutalized, absolutely annihilated. Valo is not having fun.
And that is a bad death to be had, because now everyone is dead. I mean, 3 are only alive for the next 15 seconds. You really don't have much, and Valor's the only other. Karmic's getting ulted actually here too. Not really trading much, just getting that talisman. Okay, go mid, guys. Go mid. Go get these towers, these Phoenixes. What are we doing playing around with Karmic?
Fight, kill, murder. More blood for the Blood God. They do get that tower for you inbound. They're going straight for the Phoenix. How about Smokebreak staying in this early on? Really looked like Food Drive were going to take control of another game, another lobby, but Smokebreak had an answer and had a response, not just elsewhere on the map, but also totally stopped the bleeding in the duo lane early on, and then they took control here inbound.
Yeah, I actually don't like how Smokebreak even plays this, really. You have this lead right now with Valor still being dead, doesn't have that the jungle, the actual dive onto your comp, and you play this a little bit more aggressively here. That's a pretty free Phoenix there. You have the wave eventually coming up, but they opt to just play this a lot safer. They opt to back up, get the Ancient Fury, which is maybe the prize that they wanted. We talk about it all the time. Ancient Fury nerfed from the original release of Ancient Fury. It is no longer absolutely broken.
It was pretty nasty.
It was very, very strong. Little caution there for Sap. Just had to make sure it's not out.
I wasn't even worried.
I wanted to see if there was maybe an all-in there by Tegvir dashing in or something, because he does have that Fatalis now also. So the same way that Ekrom cannot carry the fights. Also, curious, a lot of the times you see Jingwei builds, the last 2 items, crit. Maybe because of how crit is viewed in the meta, Deathbringer's a fine item, but outside of Deathbringer, a lot of crit items are not deemed very strong. So instead, he goes for this kin size, and he goes for the Braggies. It's going to be really good shred on tanks. I mean, Braggies it's just flat bonus damage, and then Kins, percent max health damage. It's going to make killing Karmic, killing Happen very easy. It's just not that same, I can kill anyone who comes into front of me, because Valor probably has more burst than he even does right now.
I mean, you said it yourself, right? Well, you do have Karmic in a solid spot now, but Happen hasn't been much of a tank. And your only real threat as far as a front line is Karmic. And even then, he's only been a lane of retreat for Food Drive for Globe, where it looked like they'd be able to use him to initiate. There's really been no fight where they could initiate, because they go in and all of a sudden they run into Sap, who also just can create himself into front line. And then Ekrom, we've talked about it time and again, it doesn't really seem to matter if you hit your left clicks. Seems like he's going to win that fight. Now they're splitting duties here in between the mid Phoenix and the left Phoenix. Lurking in the swamp.
Got middle Phoenix
pretty early there. And the Phoenix goes down. Smokebreak starting to really feel like this is going to be too tough to crawl back from for Food Drive. They're hoping that Smokebreak make a mistake here, but they're just not getting one.
And with Ancient Fury being on this tower, you can kind of just backdoor this very easily. They have a little bit more time, 48 seconds on this Fire Giant. The opportunity to look for another siege. Looks like they're going to be playing this one a little bit more safer. Back up, get that Pyromancer. And when we look at this next Fire Giant dance, next time you look to pull this Fire Giant, one of the best things about Amaterasu when it comes to these Fire Giants is, yes, the shred, but she also has that capability to just perma-tank the Fire Giant also. She can stance switch, then heal a little bit, stance switch, get that shield, and she can almost always never really be threatened by it. Combine that with the Death's Embrace, there's no worry about taking damage on that Fire Giant. And, I mean, seeing this gold difference on the graph, the thing that stuck out to me, Sap and Globe's build. Sap is fully kitted out. 7 items, got that starter finished also. You look on the other side, Globe, 4 items. 4 items in his starter. He still doesn't even have that rod finished. He went for that Ob Shard. It's a massive difference. Sap's a playmaker, Ekrom's a playmaker. Both almost finished, actually both finished with their builds completely opposite side. I mean, Tegvir's only 5 items too, so I mean, you compare the backliners' builds at this point, I'd be very surprised if Food Drive looked to take a fight.
I say, Sap's getting close to an elixir here soon.
2200 over there.
It's just crazy. To me, the first 5 minutes of this game, like what, Elion went 0-3 in the first 5 minutes. Duo looked like it was Tegvir happen all again, and I mean, Smoke Break they kind of threw their heads down. They got to work, and they just hard farmed it.
Yeah, and it's crazy seeing this as a 15,000 gold lead with this kills being so close.
Right.
It's just a few objectives here, a few objectives there, and honestly, I guess towers wiped off the map is maybe a big difference for Smoke Break, but it really doesn't feel like a massive gold lead for Smoke Break.
The next fight may well decide the game. With 2 Phoenixes down, well, 1 Phoenix went back up. What happened? Getting out of the way.
He's shredded.
You might as well just be a mage at this point. The Gator is not his swamp. It's Smoke Break's swamp. He's barely gets out of it. Carbon comes from behind and takes down the 2 damage dealers are gone on Smoke Break. All of a sudden, it's a question mark. Food Drive for Globe aren't quite starved just yet. Elion trying to get away from it as they're going to take him down. Karmic slows him, kills him, and puts him in the dirt. The Fire Giant is Food Drive's to take.
Gorby, what is happening? What is happening? How does that fight break out like that, and how do you get wiped that hard? They don't even go
I don't even know what happened to Ekrom. Ekrom just, or no, to Sap. I saw what happened to Ekrom, but Sap just died out of nowhere.
And Sap was the one I was going to say keep your eyes on this fight, but you couldn't even see him. He was gone just like that.
Yeah. And that's huge. I mean, at this stage in the fight, every team fight where 3 get wiped, that's almost all of your towers that are going down here. Surely this middle Phoenix will, and they might even think about
no wave
trying to contest it. But yeah, no wave will make it.
They're going for the end.
The tank
This is an end call. This is an end call.
Oh, Johnny's here. They'll try to get it quickly.
9
Food
seconds.
Drive sniff this win away from Smoke Break. Johnny trying to get those damage dealers out. Titan health starts going down. Corner health down. It's blown quickly. Soon, Food Drive for Globe. Do they steal it? Yes, they do. Oh my goodness. What a first game for Food Drive for Globe. Coming back from the brink.
Just an unreal last team fight by Food Drive for Globe. Again, how does that even happen? What happens to Sap? Ekrom gets completely outplayed by Karmic on that dive. Really, really nice team fight there by Food Drive for Globe. And honestly, that's like the last fight that they needed. They were so far behind. That's not the fight I expected them to take at all. I expect them to maybe even give up that Fire Giant and look for a defense under their tower. But they said, you know, they're overcommitting for Happen. How does Happen even live in that fight? He was getting blown up.
I thought for sure he was dead.
Yeah, he was getting blown up, and then he just walks away.
And then I kept saying, like, you know, they kept wanting to initiate with Karmic. He wasn't able to use a Storm Call to initiate, only to retreat. And then, of course, he finally initiates, and the 2 damage dealers go down, and the game is all of a sudden over. 35 minutes in. I mean, come on. I mean, today's games have been absolutely insane inbound. And look, I know you got lots to say.
So much.
You need to stay quiet, okay? After the break, you can say a lot more. We'll get back with game 2. Maybe we got another 3-game set on our hands. Find out after the break.
Set me free. 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 Set me free.
Hello, welcome back in, everybody. That intro has stayed sick throughout the entirety of the Founders Series, and these sets stay exciting. An incredible game number 1 between Smoke Break and Food Drive for Globe. And there's been incredible games throughout the Founders Series, these two teams included, and where, you wonder, might you check out some of those games and catch up as we continue the knockout land? Well, I've got just the place for you. It is SMITE VOD. So make sure you head on to youtube.com/SmiteVOD and check it out today. Go back, see some of the great sets that we've had. There was pentakills, we've had some base races, we've had shocking upsets, including teams that didn't make it to this land going home most recently. So check the macro that we love to see, the actual objective play, you know, balancing around the map, but it had some bloodshed. Jorby said blood for the blood god. It really was there. There was so much fighting to it, but it felt like the fighting had purpose, and I think that's probably the most interesting part of it.
Exactly. It really felt like both teams were getting these chances to catch each other off guard, right? And that's kind of, it makes for exciting fights, right? Because how players react to those engagements is really what makes or breaks them in the long run. And we did see a lot of both of that, right? Food Drive for Globe had that final moment in the game where they said we could go for fire, but man, let's hit the end.
And you know what's big about that too, Lerby? The thing that popped in my brain instantly when I saw it. I have said so many times since I've been on Founder Series, it's so important for these teams that had a lot to prove to take moments like that and go.
Yeah.
To take an advantage and push the advantage, not be afraid to make plays happen. If I go back to Shabalba Storm trying to make Worlds qualifiers for year 10, I don't know if Food Drive for Globe, which again, this is the majority of that roster, I don't know if they make that same call. I part of me wonders, do they go to Fire Giant, burn some time through and try to take the smart passive route? Today, they had the confidence to say that was a great fight for us. Let's push the end here. Let's take the risk and take the fight.
Yeah.
And Jorby and Inbound, you could see that they kind of had the belief in it too. But the fact that Food Drive for Globe had that belief in themselves to make that play, I think that's a really striking thing that maybe it's a small thing, but the closer we get to Vegas, as these teams are trying to make it there, that's the kind of thing we have to take note of.
Absolutely. I mean, just the recognition in general that that's even a possibility, right? Because you can play it safe. Get the Phoenix and go. Get the Fire Giant. But what really matters at the end of the day is whose Titan falls. And if you have the opportunity to go for it, I mean, these Titans, they're a little bit of a pushover, if we're being honest with each other here. You know, we had that understanding.
Yeah.
And I think especially considering just how passive Smokebreak were being in their own Titan room, you know, they tried to get in there a little bit, but just not the kind of defense that they were really expecting. It seemed like they were a little off guard as well, that they went so crazy ham on that last play.
And going and looking at actual picks, I mean, the quadra kill was crazy, but the transformation quadra kill wise, that was really, I noticed that caught you off guard too. You were like, that was a great call for Sap to actually play that way when we were watching it. And between the Morgan and the Bacchus, Smokebreak had a lot of interesting paths throughout that game that I feel like there's a lot of good they can look at, but there's a lot of stuff they can easily look at and be like, you know, we tried the Bacchus, maybe we just leave it in game 1.
And listen, I think the Bacchus came around eventually.
Yeah,
right? But the real superstar, other than the Morgan, of course, was the Chalk for me. Karmic on this pick absolutely went crazy. I mean, if y'all looked at those damage charts, 36,000 damage for the Chalk. Definitely underrated, I feel like, is this character just across the board. And like was talked about on the cast, once you get to that late game teamfight when you can just spam your ability, especially Torrent, which gives you, by the way, a lot of protections if you're hitting a lot of characters at the same time, just makes you so tanky. And honestly, really impressive play just in general from Karmic to be able to get in that fight, use the ultimate multiple times, and really just change the state of these games.
And you mentioned the Torrent as well, and I kept noticing that Karmic was grabbing a lot. He was constantly grabbing red when available, but grabbing blue. And one thing I feel like that's not talked about, and a lot of people don't notice about Smite 2, is those buffs have a lot of different effects. Blue buff has a lot of cool effects to it. You can get some protections online, and with red, you're getting a lot of sustain from it as well, not just having to use your kit if you're Chalk. So Karmic taking advantage of that stuff, again, it's these little things that push a long way. And Food Drive for Globe in this matchup, they needed those little things. They made them count in the big moments, and that equals, you know, Bobby math, that equals a big win.
Yeah, I guess you could say so. I mean, red buff is kind of an interesting one, right? Because it's a little bit more considered a tank buff now, because it is this bonus max health damage that you're getting every time you hit someone with an ability. So because you are a character with such low cooldowns like Chalk, who has a 6-second cooldown base, by the way, if he can do that so many times, continuously get these procs off of this red buff, being able to do that on Chalk is what's leading to this damage being so very high. So, you know, red buff in Smite 1, definitely a carry buff, definitely through and through going to be that way, but not quite the same.
Not quite the same. Will the picks be the same? Will the picks be different? Does the Bacchus stay in game 1? Where's the Chalk going? Baron, the first ban out. The sides have swapped. So Smokebreak on the Order side. Food Drive for Globe will take that Chaos side, and they're going to handle the Morgan. So not letting Sap7 run that back, but Lermy, that leaves a lot open.
Sure does. I'm thinking Yemoja is still priority here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Sobek, but yeah, Yemoja just seems like the right pick off the bat. The question, though, for Food Drive for Globe is, will they go for the Sobek? I think Sobek is an interesting question here because you could arguably see Smokebreak go for the double down on the Guardians if you really want to. Kurtanos, of course, is a very solid pick, but not surprised to be seeing this Sobek here for Food Drive for Globe.
I am with you for sure. Sobek he's been in such an interesting spot both yesterday, but especially today, where I still don't know fully where I stand, because there's been some moments where I'm like, man, I wish something else was there, but overall, such a strong pick. Loki, speaking of things that have been fascinating today, I like taking it away from Valo, and I like the consistency that Loki has brought, because even in games where we're seeing teams fall behind, I think of Los Leal earlier on today, Loki is still able to find some picks and make some stuff happen, and Smokebreak really need that.
Yeah, I'm loving the picks though here. We did talk about the Chalk and how crazy Chalk can go, and since there's no Morgan, you know, you won't be seeing 2 Chalks on the board, but oh baby,
there it is. Yep, you got it.
Definitely one of the better selections to be going for here. A little surprised they didn't go for the Fenrir, but it does help quite a lot to help break down that very tanky and, you know, arguably a little bit immobile Chalk and Yemoja. I think across the board going to be very helpful, but this is where things get spicy, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a Ra.
You've got a Ra, you've got some of the more exciting objectives secure. I know
Ooh, no
Poseidon
way.
brings it as well, but Searing Pain, always interesting. And now a Hades hover to potentially round things out for Food Drive for Globe, which kind of puts a big wrench in things. I guess that puts the Hades to solo. Karmic has run it in Founder Series up to this point, so.
I don't know how I feel about it in general. I think we've seen a lot of very interesting things from Hades. He can do a lot of different things that, you know, other characters can't when it comes to that lane pressure. And of course, he just is miles of improvement in terms of his +1s from Smite 1 to Smite 2. But is he better than Chalk?
Yeah, that's the question.
I'd have to say no.
And how does it get through the laning phase? Because the one thing we've seen a lot with Hades is Loki being able to really give him a tough time in lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think the gank onto Hades is really not that difficult. I think Hades does have that really fun combo of the dash into the dash again through the ultimate if he has that available. If he goes a blink, that's also another option as well. Hades, though, does have a really good matchup into characters like Ra, although if Yamoja's there to bail him out, not so good.
Yeah, not so good. It's going to be a tight one. You've got to make sure your plays are perfect. And for Smoke Break, you still have that momentum. You're still riding that wave from yesterday against Team Risk. You just got to capture it again. And for Food Drive for Globe, what a chance to truly establish yourselves and say you are the exact team that people were wondering if you were coming into this. And what a way to fully prove yourselves and kind of lock things in. And I think for Food Drive for Globe, that extra bit of inspiration, that really could be the key. But that's it for us in the desk, which means, hey, it's Jorban time. Over to the casters.
It's Jorban time with Inbound, and we are getting going. Food Drive for Globe, trying to go 2-0 to get to the top of the group, with only Team Risk remaining on the board in this group for them to play. But Smoke Break certainly made a close affair of it. In fact, they looked like they were going to take it until the final seconds. Inbound, but here we go. Round 2, they get the restart.
Yeah, and two things to talk about first. One, Ra's a character we've not seen a ton of. It's played by solo laners mostly, and Benny Q in mid lane, and then Sap for EMEA. And I'm not a massive fan of Ra, but I think Benny Q or Sap playing it, I'm like, okay, fine. You're good enough. You hit enough ults. Your positioning is perfect. You can play it. I'm fine with the Ra pick. It was lower priority too, so I like that. The other thing is Nemesis. We've not seen a ton of Nemesis this tournament, but the one time Valo did get it, dominated with it. It looked beautiful, and I like the build that he opts for. I don't like the full damage Nemesis. I kind of think of it like CERN. It's not a safe enough character to build full damage to really be a true threat, but he goes stuff like Phoenix Shield, he goes stuff like Berserkers, Shifters, and it makes the character hard to turn on when she's diving, and you combo that with the protection she steals an ult and the shield. It's tough to deal with.
Of course, Elion, who got picked on early on the Bacchus, is on this Yamoja. Yamoja, who has been a centerpiece of the Smite 2 meta, either banned or first picked almost every single time. Elion will be on it this time. Ikram on that Jingwei as well. We saw how deadly that could be, but we have the invade from Valo and company, as well as Karmic proxying the wave. So Food Drive trying to make their early plays here on the Chaos side.
Wait, Ikram also doesn't have his relic. Ikram is left base without his relic. If he gets plucked and he doesn't have dash until level 2, he'll die. That is, hopefully he notices soon, because that is a big blunder if he gets punished for that.
Hey, you know, when you walk out of the fountain, it says, hey, you didn't pick this up. But he apparently does not care. Here's Johnny actually getting a lot of damage off on Karmic.
Karmic has Blink. Johnny doesn't.
We'll sit with him, though, and try to get it. Dagger to force him out of it completely, but Johnny will still get his blue buffs. So Karmic's forced out. Really the only thing there. He's actually in some trouble now. With Chalk coming in, Benko might be able to take him out.
Good damage.
Max down and just barely surviving.
And that's damage to bully out Karmic. Karmic now has to reset, come back out of base, doesn't even get his blue buff. And this is the same thing we saw last game, where duo side of the map, dominated by Food Drive, Valor's playing over there. They're trying to get as much farm over there onto their duo lane. And I like how they play around this Sobek and this CERN. The issue is, Karmic's now super far behind as this Hades, and this is not a character you want to fall behind on, especially you compare it to Chalk and what Chalk can do. I mean, we saw last game, Karmic on this Chalk went nuclear. It was a phenomenal game. Honestly, you can really say that last team fight was won by him. The issue is, Benko is now on this Chalk with an easier laning phase, getting an easier time to late game. Elion's level 1 does get that point into his 3, so he does live that pluck. Wise decision to not have a point in your 1, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a little easier to sit in the middle there when you're not Bacchus and you have Riptide available to you to be able to bounce yourself out of there and also bounce the enemies away from you. Such a powerful ability to have in your kit there in the duo lane. Sap, meanwhile, getting a lot of attention from the jungle, but Johnny's here as well. Sitting in the grass, and they're not going to fight it. Valo will go look for the, go and invade on the jungle, but going to meet a little bit of action. They caught him here. Sap right there. Shield's going to help prevent a lot of that damage, and even reflect some of that bleed back, so you don't really catch anything there on Valo.
Since Smite 2 has kind of started, I think Johnny's evolved this playstyle. He used to be called this hyper carry jungler. He's going to play Loki. He's going to farm for the late game, and he's going to try to dominate that way. Johnny's played a lot of Fenrir and a lot of more team-oriented characters. He goes back to the Loki this game. That's a scary thought to know. Johnny, the original like hyper carry player, is now back in that. So you always have that late game threat of Johnny on this Loki, and then you also have Ikram back on the Jingwei, which I really did like last game. Thought it was a great game by him. The issue was, you know, they lost that last fight. He died. Sap died also. Pluck and Elion. There's too much CC. He can't keep getting plucked.
Oh, he riptided the enemies with him. Yeah, you're going to die to that one. Happen will get the kill. First blood will go to Food Drive for Globe. This is exactly what happened in the first game. We know we got a long one coming for sure. And someone who I actually want to highlight inbound is Globe. Globe didn't have the same effect that we've seen him have in the group stage so far here in the knockout stage. And we were talking about his ability to rotate, melt objectives on Poseidon, but he didn't have that same effect once we got to that midpoint.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing to point out. And I think it comes down to Sap on that Morgan. Made life impossible for Globe. Globe got soloed by it. Nice steal there by Valo, getting that and getting out. Sunder was used by Elion. Also maybe an invade onto this purple buff also. Again, exact same thing that happened in the first game.
Yeah.
Dueling dominated by Food Drive for Globe. I mean, you check the opposite side of the map. Johnny Benko installing these blue buffs. You have a level 4 Hades. Benko's level 6. Massive, massive difference there. And this is always interesting. Now it's which side of the map can make the bigger impact, and faster too, honestly. The mid laners are both same levels-ish. I mean, Sap should hit level 6 off the next wave, so not too big a difference there, but who's going to be able to make the first impact play? Is it going to be, you know, Benko and Johnny from the solo side, or is it going to be Happen and Tegvir? Honestly, the money's got to be on Happen on the Sobek. I've loved the Sobek in Happen's hands.
Yeah, I mean, he looked really good on it. I think the main problem was that he just never really found a way to stay ahead of Elion, and then never really had that front line. So he's got to find ways to be effective and not fall off like after 11 minutes in.
Yeah, and it's that mid-game that was this weird farming dilemma that he found where he was kind of making too many plays and not soaking farm where he should. I think if he just focuses on farming just a little bit more, not even at this point, just a little bit later into the game.
I mean, Food Drive, they're doing the same thing. 5 minutes, look at them all group. They all went towards the mid lane.
Not even spawned.
Going straight to the Gold Fury 3 seconds in. Just a little early this time. And everyone's still kind of split up here on Smoke Break. Surely we know exactly what Food Drive are doing at 5 minutes every single time. I think on the duo,
slow.
On the duo side, maybe stole it. Ikram came in, Happen will get it. But I gotta say, Food Drive, when it comes to the duo side rotations, I think they've almost perfected the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say that Valo's knowing exactly where it needs to be, and they use that advantage not just to get buffs, but those Gold Furies, just like that. The advantage that you have makes the enemy not able to really walk into the jungle, and then you have Globe on this Poseidon. Not very many characters can outclear the Poseidon, and he didn't even need to rotate there. It was a little worrisome.
Yeah.
It was getting a little low. It's a little slow on the clear, but they do still end up getting it. And Valo got this spike of the Sunbeam bow right now. Much better for fighting at this point than the Loki's trans. We see this a lot with Loki. Scaling character, wants that trans, makes him super strong late game. Actually, Karmic just dashed.
Yeah, he's in trouble, but he has the ult, dash, blink.
Everything.
Use everything, use it all. Don't die is what Karmic was like. I am not dying again. No thank you. Elion, meanwhile, is going to get pigged. And will you survive?
Good ult.
Yeah, nice on the River's Rebuke.
Wait,
and a lot of damage pulled off. This was turning around on Food Drive for Globe. Airstrike from Ikram. He'll pump a little bit more into Happen, who will pluck him right back. And the dash, of course, Jingwei cannot be locked down by the Gator. That's what wings do. It keeps you away
Ikram
from
has
the
no
line.
relic. He has no relic.
Oh, Valo comes through. Tower dive wants some more. Hungry for it, but the tower is going to do a lot of damage. 408. Barely surviving. Elion could just poke you. 1 poke, 2 pokes, and you're down.
And a wise play with the Sunder there, not walking into the brush because he knows Valo is there. But Jorby, who doesn't have his relic still? Ikram does not have his relic. No Aegis to live, no Shell to live.
Why?
He has
What's going on?
He doesn't have it. It doesn't re-pop up, so he's just missing an entire relic here. This is a big, big blunder.
And the only thing you have to survive, really, your dash is only going to survive the pluck. But it's not going to help you pretty much anywhere else. As soon as you use that, you're exposed. And we always talk about Jingwei, one of her greatest strengths is her mobility. And when you actually hamper that by not having the relic, well, that's just making your life that much harder for sure.
100%. Like, I don't know how else to say this other than you're 100% right. This character is supposed to be the safe character. He does not have his relic. This is a threatening Sobek at this point because he doesn't have a relic. That's an issue.
And you're doing this against one of the better duo lanes in Tegveer and Happen. Not what you want. And you know how nasty Tegveer can be on that Cernanos.
Do you think they notice it? Like the enemy team? Do you think Happen, Tegveer are like, this guy doesn't have his relic?
I'll be honest, it fades into the background for me. And like, you had pointed out twice that I forgot that, oh yeah, he didn't pick it up. Like, I noted it the first time, and then I'm like, oh yeah, he obviously still does not have it. But, I mean, we'll see if it ends up being a difference maker. It absolutely could. I mean, we talk about this game coming down to the wire in the last game. A relic could absolutely be the difference. He's one of your main damage dealers.
And you compare it to, like, Nemesis on this dive. Nemesis a threatening character if you don't have Aegis, maybe if you have that beads, but, I mean, Nemesis doesn't care if you have beads because she doesn't have much CC, but if you have no Aegis, Nem is a massive, massive threat. I mean, if I'm Valo and I'm noticing this, I'm sitting in the solo side of the map or duo side of the map, and I am diving Echrome because as soon as that ultimate is down, he is just going to be diving. He backs again. He doesn't get his relic. I'm actually baffled that this is the first time this has happened this tournament that somebody's just forgot their relic and is not buying it. It's just.
I've never seen it.
So bad. It's
crazy.
so bad.
I don't like what is even going on there. Like, it's hard to say, but either way, Food Drive for Globe, they'll absolutely be like, you know what, man, you don't need it. You're right. You don't need that relic. It's still gonna be it still feels like it's gonna be so close. You do have the solo side here. Chalk is in the hands of Smokebreak. We know the effect Chalk can have in that late game. Karmic has been bullied in this lane. It seems Johnny knows it too. He's really trying to help win this lane early and often and try to get Chalk fed. If you can get Chalk fed and you can get him rotating early and being a front line, if Benko can start moving around the map early on, that can really help make up for what's going on here in the duo lane.
And again, Gold Fury respawn. Neo's there. He's soloing it at this point. Valo is on the Gold Fury. His team is not rotating. Surely, he has the Naga. How do they just keep getting away with this?
I honestly don't know, but you know what's funny is like they only got one Gold Fury the last game with the one at 5 minutes, and then Smokebreak took the next two. But this is going a lot differently already in the first 10 minutes than it did last time. Not a huge gold lead for Food Drive for Globe. Absolutely could make one mistake and flip things around. But again, I'm kind of looking at Benko. He might be the one that has to turn this around for Smokebreak.
I mean, Benko's one, Sap's the other. I think the best thing about Raw is that playmaking with the ultimate. One ultimate late game, hitting the Poseidon, hitting the Cernanos. I mean, even hitting Valo if Valo doesn't build into that tankier style Nemesis and isn't aware of the ultimate coming. There is one-shot potential with Raw.
Benko gets plucked out as they'll steal the blue buff away. And Benko's forced to get away, so Karma gets a little bit of help as Benko fails on the steal. I mean, we talk about Sap, and this is 2 games in a row now. We've watched Sap out-level and out-farm Globe. And I did not think there was a death coming there, but that got a little closer than I expected. Karmic, Hades can be real sneaky with that combo.
And that poly spike right there. Yeah. There's just so many weaves that you have with it. It's a lot of surprising damage where a lot of the times you think Hades damage comes from the wave. Once he finishes his poly, it's just the ability to spam once an ability's up and then hit that auto attack. There's a lot of damage, and going into that Divine Rune also, I mean, Karmic is itemizing for that 1v1, which I think is wise. I think being able to threaten Benko, not allow him to just free farm into the late game, I think is what you need, especially because the later into this game this goes, Hades, great late game character, especially with that full damage build, a lot of threat. There's just not that same level of safety and threat that the Chalk has. There's just a different level of it. The ultimate with the mitigation, you have easier to apply CC with the ultimate, and I think you're just more threatening because you are a safer character.
Happen wants this. He'll force the beads out on Sap and actually do a ton of damage. Happen will be limited in what he can do. They'll be forced out of it. Someone who I don't think had as much success on Loki than you might have expected last game was Valo, but on this Nemesis has been a lot more of an effect. Had those ganks and everything. He's got the kin size online now alongside that Sunbeam bow. I think it's funny because we didn't really see, I don't think teams or players were really favoring Nemesis until like yesterday. And all of a sudden, Nemesis starts getting picked. She wins one game, and all of a sudden people are like, wait, Nemesis might be pretty good. I think Valo is also doing a great job moving around the map, creating good pressure with Nemesis.
Yeah, and Trelly talked about it on the desk, I think earlier today, where he said part of the strength of Nemesis is she has a good matchup into Loki. Loki's considered the best jungler in the game. Having a good matchup into the best jungler is always a positive. Kraken onto Elion, not much damage.
Got the River's Rebuke, but yeah, there's no way you were going to escape Valo there. So Elion down. Naga looks like it'll go to Food Drive.
This is good.
I mean, Food Drive really starting to take control of this. There's not as many wins as there was last time. Food Drive do also collect that Naga, despite Sap throwing the beam down, was not able to get the raw snipe on it, and they get forced out of lane.
And this isn't a massive lead so far by Food Drive for Globe, but I like the spot that they're in right now. Maybe a little over-aggressive here by Karmic, does it the dash off, and the ultimate by Johnny.
Ran into everybody, had to blink, had the dash, and wow, Hades, you got so much movement, you'll be able to get out of there. But Valo also takes down a tower, and well, Food Drive for Globe, they're really trying to push the advantage here. Don't let Smoke Break come back up for air, because that's what they kept on doing. They kept finding a way to
15 seconds. It's almost like Elliot, no relic still on Ecrom. He has not noticed even Food Drive.
I mean, happening back, and there's Globe. Nobody's going to get there. Ecrom will get that little nameplate for the Gold Fury. So there you go. That's exactly what Smoke Break needed. You do start stopping the bleeding. You're able to push your head back above the water, breathe a little bit, but Valo will take the Pyromancer as a consolation prize.
Okay, I gotta say it. The macro play and the ability to go to these objectives, Valor's locked in. He realizes, okay, they've got a few on the Gold Fury side of the map. We know exactly where Benko is. We can play for this, and I can just solo it. I keep picking up the Naga, and I have this Sunbeam Bow. I can threaten this by myself. It's very just smart, and the entire team play around it is usually just, like, they're on top of every objective, spawning when they can do them, like who needs to be on it. I really like how they've played the map so far. I think if they can, you know, slow down Benko's lead in solo lane, I think we're talking about a dominant game by Food Drive for Globe, but Benko's running wild over there. He has free farmed this game up. There's been no pressure onto him really at all, and he's scaling to the late game.
They were even taking a look at him, but Johnny was in the area as well. Happen had rotated over to the solo lane, and you could see everyone was kind of looking that way. But with Johnny there, Happen was alone for a little bit. It didn't actually pull across. Meanwhile, Karmic trying to help against Ecrom, but he's taking a lot of damage. Forced to use a Chalice and will alt dash out. I don't know if that matters. He's used all of his mobility. He's in trouble now. Assassinate coming through. Has the decoy. Does a lot of damage. Does he survive? Oh, he's going to turn around. Silence. Get no fear. Get away. Karmic. I don't even think it matters. With the slow immunity, he's moving. He's grooving. He's killing. Johnny's got him. And Smokebreaker finding their way in. But wait, fire's going down. What in the world? Valo's like, I do not care. I am an objective merchant. I will take FG. Do what you want. Happens like, please follow me in the swamp. Follow the lights. Please follow the lights. Thank you. We got FG. Happens happy to die. He might not even do it. He dashed right into the porter. And there you go. Got the axe. Sap will get credit for the kill. But still, this is a win for Food Drive for Globe inbound.
Yeah, I mean, 3 Fire Giants on Valo, Globe, and Tegvir. That's who you want it on. And Happen's doing exactly what he needs to do there. There is nobody walking up to that Fire Giant. They're all chasing the Croc, trying to kill him because they think he's out of position. In reality, it was all a bait. Fire Giant was free, and that's the damage that you see Tegvir, Globe, and Valo have on these objectives. But
his objective shred is insane. I mean, I can't.
Crazy, it's crazy.
But like, it's again, objective awareness on top of it. As soon as they get the Naga buff, what do? Go prioritize an objective.
That's it.
That's all you got to do. I don't think we've seen teams really prioritize it like that. They like to get Naga, go back to lane, let's wait for a team fight, and then go for an objective. Yeah, but Valo's like, wait, I can actually just solo everything because there's 2 of these. And they even nerfed the Naga minions, and there's still enough for Valo to solo these objectives.
And with that Sunbeam Bow, it's just enough to get his damage into that threatening spot where he's not sitting around it. And as we're talking about Naga, it spawns again. And Jorby, guess who's there? Guess who's picking it up? And guess who's sprinting to the next objective? I mean, I guess there's no objective up. He'll settle for a tower.
You know, I know the feeling where every time you hear that little war horn that an objective has fallen and your team is just all in lane, and it's just like every 2 minutes it's burn, and it's not your team. It's like that's gotta feel so demoralizing, so exhausting. Tier 2 just falls almost for free. They're gonna pull off and not risk it too much. Smoke break. They're not too far down. One fight could again swing things back into their favor. It happened last time. It helped extend this game to that 30-plus minute mark. But everyone pulls off. Food Drive know what's at stake here. Happen will pluck one. Benko, Storm Call to go through. Hopes to get some help. Blinks out of the Kraken and avoids all that damage. Gonna go right through on the axe to get it through. The snipe not gonna find the mark. Just misses on the edge.
I mean, I was praising Sap's Raw. So far, we've not seen the value of the ultimates. He's missed a couple to try to steal objectives. He misses that ult there. But again, all it takes is one ult later into the game, and you have a cleanup fight. Johnny forces the ult out. Karmic forces it out. A little bit of a chase down here, but you have Fire Giant sustain on a little bit of your team. Maybe you can kite this out a little bit.
I think they're in a bit of trouble, though. Forced to pop the egg as the Ecrom damage can be real.
How is Food Drive for Globe losing
Why are they
this
pushing?
fight?
Yeah, why are they getting pushed back? I think they're playing a little scared. Karmic in a 1v1 on the other side as well. We'll keep tabs on that in the map. Johnny, though, against Karmic, maybe okay. And Smoke Break hoping to get a Gold Fury going and actually reduce this gold lead to manageable again.
Allo's not giving it up.
He wants it. Gotta wait for the right timing. It is a 1v3. Does he have any support coming his way? You see Benko trying to hold out the rest of them. He baited the rest of them out, but that Gold Fury's not down. It got reset, and so Valo's presence is enough. They do sack one, and Food Drive for Globe will take it away from them. Tegvir and company are there, but what a play there from Valo to hold and stall.
Unfortunately, you have to get that reset off for Globe. So no real actual push onto the Phoenixes, but I mean, you have 28 seconds. There's an opportunity to wipe out all the towers, get your reset off, and spend your gold. But I like what Karmic has done. We've only seen it a couple times, but we have that Helmet of Darkness on Karmic.
Oh boy.
It's a playmaking active. I love the use of it, but this is not playmaking. This is a lot of damage on a Karmic.
Yeah, this is...
But is he dead?
He's getting out of there, assassinate, but he still has one more bag in the...
Elion?
One more trick in the bag. Elion dies off screen, and...
Wait, Johnny's dead too.
That's Johnny, what's going on?
What's happening?
Everyone getting caught left and right. On the other side, Valo is just chasing down a tier 2 tower. He's got a wave. Benko's here, though. Let's make it a little more difficult. He does not care. He'll pop the ult. Slice and dice. A little slip, a little slap, and he's losing a lot of health. Benko has to just stay under that tower. Valo will be happy for it. Meanwhile, that mid Phoenix is getting pushed down, and they're going to just straight up go for it. Food Drive do not want to let Smoke Break in at all. They want to get this down. Happen will tank for as long as he needs to make sure the Phoenix falls, and it will, as everybody on Food Drive will pull off quickly, and Smoke Break do not seem to have an answer.
And that's just win after win after win for Food Drive for Globe. Even Valo sticking around on the right side of the map drops another tier 1, but maybe he sticks around too far. Ecrom is here. Has the blink.
Oh, that's dangerous. Airstrike. Ecrom wants it.
No dash.
He knows if Valo goes down, they've got a chance. Shield is only going to do so much. A little weave, a little bob, a little dash, but is it enough? That Jingwei's got wings. It's too fast with the speed buff. One more pop on it.
No way.
The
No
NATO
way.
Gets it away. There's no assistance coming.
His shield.
Shield one more time. We'll survive and get a little health, and there's no way he survived Ecrom.
Jorby, there's no way Valo sticks around, greets that right tower, ends up living with it also. That is just insane that he's end up not getting punished for that. And that's only with one defense item, and that's how hard to deal with that Nemesis is. That is ridiculous.
Look what happened to the gold lead all of a sudden. It was
Out
like
of
it was
nowhere.
3K 2 minutes ago. Well, maybe not 2, about 3 minutes ago. And now Fire Giant has started again. Benko is here, so they know they got to get there. Johnny's coming in to support as well. But everybody knows they don't fight the Fire Giant, fight Benko. Benko's out of it. Elion also getting zoned out. Everybody split on Smoke Break. Well, you got to get back to work, fellas, and clock back in. Ecrom, Benko right here.
Johnny.
Everybody grouped up again. What's the play? Johnny could be the one to start it. Benko could be the initiator. Well, look at Food Drive. They're hoping to bait somebody in, and maybe they'll start the Fire Giant. Do they want to bait that? I don't know if they do. They're down quite a bit. They'll move off.
And Smoke Break at this point, their builds aren't full enough to actually be a threat. Loki build, 3 items deep. I think your one chance to do something in this fight is allow Sap to get that next item so he can actually kill, because realistically, Ecrom does a little bit of damage, but you compare that to Tegvir. Tegvir's doing the same amount, but he's harder to kill because he has that shifters, and that's across the board. I mean, Globe is same value as Sap, but Valo is level 19, very, very threatening. You look at Karmic at this point, once that Helm of Darkness is up, that's a lot of damage coming out of that. Hades, he can one-shot, and again, I have to point it out, a silence onto Ecrom, he can't beat it because he doesn't have his relic, and he can't Aegis any of the follow-up damage.
Karmic doing a little bit of damage here. But the dance of the Sugar Plum Giant will continue. As they're just playing for it. They're hoping for the pick.
That's
surely if Johnny or Ekrom goes down here, that will be one for Food Drive. Karmic's got to be careful. He does have support coming behind him. And Smokebreak don't want to take any kind of unfavorable fight here. But does Karmic actually expose himself? Ekrom hopes for it. We'll get a bit more damage off. 405, 274, a ton of damage out. And Karmic sitting right behind it. He's just got to blink in. Has the fear. Has the 3. Oh, Karmic! Explosive! He nuked him!
And that comes back to Ekrom not having an active, Jorby.
Oh, the Fire Giant's going down as well. Benko has the ult from Nemesis going on him. The Fire Giant's still hanging around here. Food Drive just want to get it down, but they can't stop sitting underneath it as well. Elion getting zoned out of it. Fire Giant's still down.
They're still taking
keeping them out. Happen, keeping it there. They're losing health. Oh, Sap with the big Sap. Bango with the kill. Johnny picks up another one. Valo takes the kill out. It's 2 for 3. Food Drive for Globe, though. They'll take it and run down Elion.
And Elion probably going to die here eventually. Sap on the right side of the map trying to push out a few waves. This is a ton of time death on Smokebreak.
They're not getting away from it. Valo gets another kill, and talk about a difference maker. Talk about the playmaker. Ekrom is coming up soon. And now here comes the final pin for Food Drive. Can they put it on the map? Karmic and Tegveer are down, but you still got a lot of damage here with Globe and with Valo. They could make the fight, but it is a lot of risk. I don't know if I take it.
They can't. They have no ultimates. No ultimates.
Ekrom does too much.
You have to just play this slow. Take this Phoenix again. This is perfect. This is such good play. This is a play you expect from like a veteran SPL team, one that's been around the block. They know what they need to do. Just playing there, getting that Phoenix, and also the ability to sit there, sit on Fire Giant, take the Fire Giant fight while securing Fire Giant, while there's diving happening, Saps dropping ultimate on you. Overall, just a really good play by Food Drive for Globe. They said it on the desk. Food Drive for Globe is trying to prove that they are what they are. They're doing it with this set.
Absolutely. This absolutely proves it 100%. The only thing left is for Food Drive to close it down. Smokebreak, who took down the #1 seed in Team Risk out of EMEA yesterday, is getting slapped here by Food Drive for Globe. And what a performance it has been for them so far. And Smokebreak, they were so close to it. Imagine how different of a series we're talking had Karmic not went in as chalk in game 1 and deleted both their damage dealers. And now Food Drive are really trying to flex their muscles here in game 2 and put Smokebreak to bed.
And with this game, if you win this one for Food Drive for Globe, Vegas, locked. You're going. If you win this one for Smokebreak, same thing. If you lose, though, tomorrow is very, very important. You have to get that dub tomorrow. It's not guaranteed with a loss. There's still a chance with just one win. You are fine, but guaranteeing it now, today, is massive. Valo looking for a play, maybe on a Johnny, but
why not?
I think this is a wise play by Valo at this point because we've seen it happen a few times. Valo cannot get killed. He's too tanky, does a little bit too much damage, he's too slippery. I like that he's the one that's splitting. You also have the Ancient Fury on this left Phoenix. So if 5 people do go right, guess what Valo's gonna do? He's gonna play for those objectives, Jorby. He's gonna get that Phoenix.
No, it feels a little storybook as far as Smite goes. With you see a little bit of that beefiness coming out of Nemesis, previously a warrior, but eventually turned into an assassin. Assassin can fight you always. Johnny might find something here. A little bit of trouble, but Valo just pops the ult.
Didn't even take much damage.
Didn't even see like he was in any danger at all with the Phoenix
Johnny
on top
lost
of him, too.
that.
That's crazy. I mean, really showing you that Nemesis can get it done. Now they're going to force another fight here in the mid Phoenix. Up! Take them both down! That might be the end of it! Benko's trying to run, but there's nowhere to go! Tries to get out of it! The fountain can't really save you! And there they go! Valo picks up Johnny! They'll crash down on the Titan! Only Elion to kill here, but there you go! Food Drive for Globe, go worldwide! Taking down Smokebreak!
An absolutely phenomenal ending sequence by Food Drive for Globe. The split was perfect. Valo's play on the left side, absolutely phenomenal. And again, he's getting punished for not having a relic. Karmic knows it. I guarantee you, if you ask him after this set, does he not have, or does he know that there's no relic on Ekrom? He knows it 100%. He would dash in every time, silence, and there was just enough burst to kill him. It was a beautiful play. But, I mean, if you're Ekrom, that feels bad. You don't have a relic the entire game?
Yeah, I mean, Definitely one of the craziest things I've seen in all of Smite, not just Smite 2 Founders Series. But man, how good does it have to feel for Food Drive for Globe? And you mentioned it, like the desk mentioned it. This is a team that came in here with something to prove that we do belong with the best of the best. In fact, we are the best. When we had Globe on here, he's like, no, we think we know we are the best team. When you have that kind of confidence in your team, when you have that kind of confidence together, can anybody stop them? They look like possibly one of the favorites right now.
I mean, especially after Team Risk's loss yesterday. Yeah. Who says it can't be Food Drive for Globe in at least Group B? They looked phenomenal today and yesterday.
Well, I want to hear what Malum and Lermy have to say about that set. Food Drive for Globe, take it. Malum.
Perfect timing, because first of all, Shababa Storm fans are eating good. We deserve this. It was a grind. From Smite Draft League, Olympus Smite League, Albion Giants League, Smite Prime, you name it. To me, it's time to look at the future. Food Drive for Globe, Vegas bound, and not only do they deserve it, have they earned that praise, they've proven exactly what was talked about. But I'm going to pat myself on the back and learn just this one time. Okay. I've been saying it since open tournaments in August. These were going to be guys to watch out for, that this team shouldn't be forgotten about, they shouldn't be overlooked, and they proved it today. Long league to go, but I feel like the flowers are well-deserved, right?
Absolutely. Like you've been saying, Malum, these guys are looking like the clear favorites of Group B right now. I mean, just unstoppable in this game. Clean across the board, it really felt like. Every single player on Food Drive for Globe really had their moment this game, it felt like. We saw lots of different pop-offs across the board, and really, I do think some special shout-outs have to go to Val on the Nemesis here. Just
for sure.
Incredible performance. Knew exactly when to be in and out of engagements.
Oh, and that Karmic 1v1 too.
Oh my god, yeah, incredible. Just insane plays all around. I really fully didn't expect that out of the Hades solo, but that's on me, bro. That's on me. Next
as soon as we saw him walking up to the Hades, we're like, does he get this? And before we could even react, they were gone.
Dude, I'm definitely learned now on what this Hades can do, especially out of Karmic, who's just had an absolutely killer set.
Yep.
Incredible across the board.
Incredible indeed, and the stats back everything up. So this week has proved to be shocking indeed, and what's interesting to me is Food Drive establishing themselves as this team you have to respect, you have to pay the correct attention to, and understand that they mean business now. In a way, it still speaks well of Smokebreak, because they did bring them a really strong fight. And when you consider how Smokebreak played against Team Risk and now how Food Drive played against Smokebreak, it brings them both up in my eyes as like, are we looking at Vegas far in? There's so much to break down of this, but one thing I really want to hear is what Food Drive for Globe have to say themselves. So let's send it back over to Jorby and hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, I want to hear about it as well. I'm here with Karmic with Food Drive for Globe. Now, the first thing I got to ask you, Karmic, is what was it like dropping the Bunker Buster on Ekrom late in that game? Because it looked like he had the better of you there, and then you just turned it around on him. Fear no evil.
Yeah, no, that was pretty hype. That guy just didn't have a relic. I think he's just lost. I don't know. Like, that guy has no idea what's going on. Didn't buy a relic the whole game. And yeah, let's just Helm of Darkness on him, and then blew him up.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of flabbergasted by it as well. Smokebreak were a team that just took down the #1 EMEA seed in Team Risk. They're the last team that you guys have to face. You're sitting at the top of the group. You're 4-0. Do you feel like Team Risk pose any threat to you guys at all?
More than Smokebreak did, but I'm pretty confident against them. You know, down to prove some legacy names wrong and stuff. So
like, talk to me about your guys' like. The first 5 minutes of the game on the duo side, it seems like you guys have things down to a science. I mean, even on the solo side as well, when it comes to the farm, is this something that you guys talk about, or is this just something that comes naturally to you?
Yeah, we're very heavy with the prep and scrims and taking stuff very seriously. So, like, we have a bunch of stuff planned out.
I mean, it definitely could tell.
It's all to a T. Nothing's random.
Yeah, love that. You put the preparation in. Preparation meets opportunity, and there you go. You guys got the victory. So you may end up undefeated. I'm excited to watch that Team Risk game tomorrow. Are you scared of anybody, or who do you think is the biggest threat on Team Risk for you?
Nah, not scared of anybody, but it's got to be Genetics is their best player, I think. So.
All right, well, Karmic, hey, man, thanks for coming on the post-game interview, man.
Thanks, bro.
Great game. Can't wait to watch you guys tomorrow as well. That's Karmic with Food Drive for Globe. Malum.
Man, preparation, opportunity, and there was one key that Karmic said. Want to proving legacy names what they mean. That was a game that proved a lot, I think, to a lot of viewers. Not to me, because, of course, I knew Food Drive for Globe had it, but it proved a lot of what Food Drive for Globe mean as a team. And I'm with them. The chance to really bring it to the legacy names, to keep taking that last step, that last challenge of saying, like, what else do you want from us? There's nothing else for us to prove. We're meant to be here, and we're ready to take the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just some things that you can't be making mistakes for. I think everybody, we've beaten the dead horse at this point with the Relic thing, and you just can't be making those kind of mistakes at this level of play. And it's just an unfortunate mishap that really starts to add up towards that later stage of the game. But again, not to, talk down to any of what Food Drive for Globe has achieved thus far. Just saying, they gotta have Smoke Break, clean it up against Team Risk. That was a bit of a mishap as well. Can't be taking another loss here. This is really getting down to the wire of who's making Vegas and who's not.
Yeah, who's doing what? Lermy, what a day. It's been a long one, but what a day that we've actually had for sure. It's so funny because we have to still look at what we've got going on tomorrow too. There's still so much left to go, and tomorrow brings a lot of even more action-packed games. Taking a look at the schedule and standings that we've got up to this point for Group B. You see it at the top in yellow and white. You've got 2-0 for Food Drive at the top of the standings. Smoke Break and Team Risk both sitting at a win and a loss apiece. No Sleal bringing out the bottom of the standings currently, which means tomorrow is so important for those three teams not named Food Drive for Globe. But of course, it wasn't just Group B today. Earlier on in the day, we saw Group A. So let's get a good reminder of where Group A is at and what they've got going on, and take a look at that schedule for tomorrow as well, which Group A has had its own fair bit of surprises too, I would say, compared to Group B. It's a little bit less, you don't have the kind of dramatics, I guess you could say, of the Food Drive for Globe and the Smoke Break over Team Risk, but there's still been a lot to it. And of course, all these games starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. So, and also just one more thing about Group B too, as I'm looking at it, Lermy. Food Drive for Globe, right? A lot to be said about them. I really do want to hammer the point home to not forget about what Smoke Break has been able to do and what they could bring going forward. It was a mistake for me, Chrome. I don't think you can put the entirety of the game on that.
Not.
And they're absolutely tomorrow going to show up with probably putting that way in the rear view, saying happens, whatever, and really improve from it. And I think it's fair to completely say not to expect that again.
Yeah, certainly not. And I feel like just in general, Team Risk has definitely got the more challenging matchup, right? Because Food Drive for Globe at the top, Los Leal, we did see some great things from them in general, but just not able to find a game win as of yet. So for Smoke Break, they've got the easier matchup going into tomorrow. We'll hopefully take that opportunity to get another win in their column and hopefully secure their slot to Vegas, right? That's what we're all here for across the board, is that Vegas potential. And we're getting closer and closer every single match that we play, Malum. It just is unbelievably exciting.
It is insane to think that every step gets us that little bit closer to Vegas. We get to see the first, the fruits of our labor on Sunday and what those games can bring. But again, still a couple of days left to go. This is the standings and the schedule for Group A, a bit more kind of spread out. And Malvinas, Mockingbird towards the bottom, both 0-2. 5Ms and Borscht sitting strong at 2-0 apiece. And if you look over at the schedule, you'll see it works out pretty darn perfect. Borscht, 5Ms at 1 o'clock. Man, is that going to be an insane game. Every time I look at it, it blows my brain to see how good that can be. But also, Mockingbird and Malvinas, I think that's a kind of an underrated matchup on here, because Mockingbird has had some stumbles so far throughout the Founders Land, the knockouts here. And Malvinas, they're just looking for that opportunity. Between Los Leal and Malvinas, the two LATAM representatives, Malvinas was always that sort of that underdog to Los Leal. They played against each other so many times, but in preparation for this, Malvinas, they worked hard to have that sort of outsider perspective come in. They've worked with some different coaches. They've had amateur casters work with them who are working with Sewer Squad and so on and so forth. So they put in that work, and I think tomorrow we'll really see how much did it do, because that's your chance. You've had the work up to it in the place of the scrims. You've had the good moments. You've gotten the praise. Now you have to make it happen tomorrow.
Tomorrow is the last day of the regular qualifier tournament, right? So this first matchup that we'll be seeing tomorrow at 11 a.m., that's going to be the knockout match for Group A. Whoever loses that one is done. Not going to Vegas any further in this tournament. That's it.
That's it indeed, but that's also it for our day. It was a fantastic day of Smite 2, and there's more to come tomorrow. Remember, 11 a.m., be here, do not miss a game. The action's been non-stop, and it's only going to get better. But until then, you have a safe night, and we'll see you tomorrow.